Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter neglected and forged in darkness? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The forest was dark now, with thickly woven trees standing together making the slowly setting sun practically invisible to its inhabitants. One of these inhabitants was a sobbing boy. He sat in a pile of leaves with tears pouring down his face, his arm bleeding and his face a mass of colored bruises. He was unnaturally thin and was covered in much to large tattered clothes. This boy was a 7-year-old Harry Potter. This morning his uncle decided to spend the day in the forest, and with no one to take Harry, he reluctantly allowed him to accompany them on the condition he walked behind them because he didn't want people thinking he was related to a freak like him. Dudley brought a toy and dropped it, so his uncle ordered him to go and find it. Harry recalled searching for hours but found nothing, and then his uncle punching him as hard as he could in the face before pushing the boy away and driving off. Harry wondered why he couldn't be treated like Dudley. Instead he was locked in a cupboard and only allowed to eat if he didn't show his freakishness. And so he was left in the forest, miles away from Privet Drive, and Harry feared he would never find his way home. Then he heard a whisper. "Who's there?" He stammered, his voice shaking. No answer. Harry took a breath and this time felt something in his voice. "Who's there?" he asked. This time his voice was quieter and seemingly laced with another. This time something appeared. A pair of scabbed hands gripped a nearby tree. Then a hooded thing appeared. It stood tall and was covered head to toe in a black cloak. It glided a few meters from the floor and Harry could sense it was looking at him. He wanted to run, but his feet were like stone as the monster approached. He waited for it to hurt him like Uncle Vernon, but instead, as he felt cold breath on his neck, the voice came again. "You speak our tongue?" The voice sounded surprised and Harry opened his eyes. "What's your tongue?" he asked, worried he had offended the creature. From behind the hood Harry could feel something was looking at him. Then the voice came again. "I sense you hurt. What happened?" The voice was filled with concern now, and a scabbed skeletal hand was suddenly placed on his wrist. "My uncle had to punish me for not being good enough at finding things," Harry choked out as the aura around the creature intensified the hurt and upset. Then it stopped. "I'm protecting you from the Dementor's aura," the voice told him. Harry looked up at the monster. "What's a Dementor?" he asked, feeling better now. "I am a Dementor and somehow you can hear us. Now what's your name?" The voice was more pleasant now, almost motherly, and Harry suddenly felt like trusting this creature. Harry Potter, what's your name?" he replied. The creature paused and Harry was worried he had annoyed the creature. He got ready for it to hit him when, "Lucy, my name is Lucy," the creature answered. Harry looked at Lucy. He had never seen anything like her before, and he was both fascinated and terrified. "Nice to meet you, Lucy. Can you be my friend?" Harry blurted. Lucy seemed taken aback. "What about your human friends?" Her voice was curious now. Harry looked at the ground. "I don't have any. Dudley won't let me," he muttered sadly. "Dudley?" she asked. Harry spent the next few minutes explaining about his family. Suddenly he felt the ground shake slightly, and this time Lucy sounded angry. "Where do they live, child? Muggles can only see me if I want them to, and I think I should have a talk with them." Lucy was surprised. She had never met a human who could speak in her tongue and somehow felt instantly attached to the strange boy. The ground was shaking as she became more and more infuriated by what she heard. "Number 4 Privet Drive, but don't tell them I told you about what you did or Uncle Vernon might be mad," Harry told her, worried. The Dementor Lucy turned her face to him. "Trust me, Harry Potter, I will never allow them to harm you again," she promised. "Now take my hand. And take a breath. Shadow travel is not for the faint-hearted." Harry looked confused. "What's shadow travel?" he asked, taking her hand. Her hand felt rough and soft at the same time, and Harry was shocked to see how closely his hands resembled hers after the many stomping he had endured. Suddenly he felt as if he was melting. He gripped Lucy's hand much tighter as he fell towards the shadows. The second he touched, he felt like he was moving 100 miles an hour. His skin was rippling at the speed, and it felt like it wanted to come off. Harry wondered if this is what a roller coaster felt like. He had seen Dudley go on, but the Dursleys never let him join in the fun, but he enjoyed this ride a lot. Then he was pulled up by an unseen force and found himself in the living room of Privet Drive. "Now you need some new clothes? Where is your room?" I think humans keep closed there, Lucy decided. Harry suddenly felt ashamed. He had seen Dudley and his friends go to his room and felt bad as he walked Lucy over to his cupboard. He opened it and immediately choked on the dust. Tell me this is not where you sleep, Harry. Azkaban cells are nicer than this, Lucy asked, hovering behind him. Well, my uncle and aunt need a room and Dudley needs 2 for his toys, and Aunt Marge needs 1 for her visits, Harry explained sheepishly. Lucy's hand was now shaking at what Harry assumed was anger. Harry, you need a room. You need somewhere nicer than a cupboard to grow, Lucy told him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Suddenly the noise of a car pulling up came from outside. Is this them? Lucy asked bluntly. Harry nodded. Okay then. I'll turn off my anti-muggle charm, Lucy told him. Why is it so ruddy cold in here? Uncle Vernon grumbled, opening the door. He noticed Harry. What are you doing here, boy? He growled, clenching his fists. You can't even die in a forest, right? Harry looked ashamed again when Vernon's eye fell on Lucy, who had taken her hood down. Underneath she was skeletal and her mouth was in a single gaping hole, but other than that there were no visible features. What the hell is that? Aunt Petunia shrilled as she and Dudley entered the house. Dudley began cowering behind his mother as Vernon shook his fist. I'm warning you, he said shakily, if you don't leave I will cause the police. Suddenly Lucy pointed at them and spoke in their minds. You dare threaten me? Her voice was like a knife as it ripped into their thoughts, and the 3 cried in a mixture of shock and pain. You abused this child, and you have the nerve to blame him. How dare you? Harry could hear her voice, and it hurt his ears, so he could only imagine what the Dursleys were feeling inside. He owes us. We took him in, Vernon roared as his head erupted in waves of pain. You are family. I understand little about humans, but I see that your hate for Harry is built in ignorance and fear, Lucy hissed as the pain grew worse inside them. We only took him in because of the letter, Petunia told Lucy in pain and fear at the enraged creature before her. He is family, and any Dementor, no matter what, is accepted by my kind, and you pitiful excuses for humans should be ashamed of what you have done to him. Lucy was calming slightly as the 3 Dursleys whined in pain. Well, who else is going to want him? Vernon demanded, but his voice shrank when he saw the Dementor approach. She studied him for several seconds, then spoke. Me, Harry gasped at the words, and the Dursleys' shock was just as evident. Well, Ruddy, well, take him then, Vernon snapped. Lucy looked at him thoughtfully. Really? Harry asked, shocked that this creature he met mere minutes ago was offering to take him away from his abusive relatives. She turned to him. Yes, Harry, I will take you to a place called Azkaban. It's not glamorous, but there is very few humans there and none will argue with me. It may be a prison, but you are immune to our effect now, so you will be able to join me. I will teach you about magic and as much of being a Dementor as I can, and none of us will ever hurt you. She spoke to him directly and kindly. Harry erupted in a smile. Thank you, he said, running up and pulling her into a hug like he saw Dudley do with Petunia. For a moment Lucy was shocked. She had never been hugged. It was not a Dementor thing, but she hugged back after a moment. Vernon was on his feet now. Well, get going, he roared. Lucy turned to him and intensified her aura around him. He gulped in fear and cried in pain as she once again spoke into his mind. We will. He fell to the floor and his gut bounced off, giving the impression he was a large ball. Harry laughed, but Vernon glared at him. He looked ready to charge when Lucy swooped down and scratched him with clawed fingernails. Threaten him again, I dare you, she shouted as he screamed in pain. Harry, get your things, she told him. Harry raced inside his cupboard. He ignored the clothes but grabbed a few toy knights and a book he had been given on his birthday, but a man in a shop. Lucy was even more annoyed at his lack of possessions. You will never see this boy again if it's the last thing I do, she vowed, hitting the Dursleys with one last mental jolt of pain. Then she took Harry's hand and together they melted back into the shadows. Harry awoke in a dark room. He sighed. He had a dream where he was rescued by a creature called a Dementor, and she took him away from the Dursleys. He sighed. He wanted to get away more than anything. Then he heard a mutter. He laying in a bed. It was thin but comfortable and much better than what he was used to. He looked around to see an open bare door and a black figure nearby. It wasn't a dream. Lucy? He called out, remembering her name. Harry, she called, gliding into his cell. It was real? He asked, fearful he would wake up. Lucy went down to his level. He could smell something on her breath, but he didn't mention it. Yes, it was real, Harry. This is Azkaban, your new home, she told him. Harry's face fell when he saw men and women huddling in rooms opposite him, and most of them didn't have a bed or anything. Now it's a prison, but the people in here were told sternly if they tried to bully or hurt you, they would see a lot more Dementors on this level. And this is maximum security, so that scared them, she assured him, placing her scabbed hand on her shoulder. Harry took a moment to view his room. It was dark and straw lined the carpet, but unlike the other cells this one had a bed and a damaged-looking but okay desk and share a thin carpet beside the bed. It was bigger than his cupboard, and he saw a pile of books on the desk and his toy knights beside them. Now there are no humans here, so you need to be careful. You can play outside, but don't climb on the rocks. There are lots of Dementors who will all be nice to you, and if you want to talk to a prisoner you can, but if they upset you tell me and never help them get out, Lucy told Harry sternly, who smiled. I promise, he told her, hoping to please the creature who brought him here. Well, Harry, welcome to your new home. Chapter 2. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 2. Shrugging, Harry looked around and saw there was a lot more Dementors on this floor. Most floated high in the air while others glided around the cells. Harry then noticed a man. He was calmer than the rest and laid back as if relaxing while the aura of the Dementors washed over him. Hello, Harry called to him. The man suddenly sat bolt upright. He slowly, as if scared, turned his head around. James? He asked, breathing heavily. He shook as he said this. No, I'm Harry Potter, but my dad was called James the First. Think, Harry answered, wondering if this person knew his dad. Harry Potter. No, I'm seeing things. You're 7 and with your relatives, the man choked out. No, I live here now, Harry said brightly, briefly summarizing the events of the last 2 weeks. You're real, was the reply, as if hoping Harry would disappear from this place. Harry looked confused. I'm Sirius Black, the man said, shivering as a Dementor passed by. The innocent? Harry questioned, remembering overhearing a conversation between Lucy and another Dementor. Sirius looked shocked. How do you know? He asked. He had been condemned by all, Remus, Dumbledore, the Ministry, but this young boy could see through it. How? Lucy and Dora, I think her name was, were saying how they knew you were innocent, though Dora said some didn't mind while others did, Harry recalled. Lucy? Sirius asked, regaining some composure. She's a Dementor, Harry said calmly, as if simply discussing the weather. Sirius was not fully convinced the boy was more than a mental illusion, but continued with the conversation. You can talk to Dementors? He asked. Harry nodded. Lucy says one day I'll be able to fly like one too, and more, Harry told him, proudly beaming. Well, Harry, that sound great, Sirius told him, not knowing if it was or no. So why did you call me James, and how do you know me? Harry asked suddenly. Oh kid, please don't ask, came a irritated, sleepy voice from the other cell. Shut up, Bella, Sirius hissed. Well, Harry, I suppose I'm your godfather. Harry looked thoughtful. Are you? He asked, not fully understanding the term. Well, it's a long story, Sirius told him. If you tell him that, he'll open this cell and shut you up, the woman from the other cell warned. Sirius ignored her. Well, it all started, I suppose, on platform 9 3/4 many years ago. 2 years later, a 9-year-old Harry ran down the corridor excitedly. Some of the prisoners smiled at the boy whose expanding powers protected them from the Dementor's chill, if only for a short while. However, nothing got in the way of the hyperactive boy as he ran upstairs and through wards. He stopped when he reached the top floor. He took a deep breath and raced down the corridor looking for the right cell. Stop right there, young man, came a stern female voice. Harry grinned. Aunt Bella, he exclaimed, running over to her cell. She ruffled his hair affectionately through the bars of the cell. When did you get back? She asked. Harry smiled at her. Just now. Aunt Sissy says hello, he told her. Bella grinned. Michael Harrikins is back after a long summer. We should have a party, she declared. Harry giggled. Bellatrix smiled. So you're 9 now, happy birthday, she cried. Thank you, Aunt Bella, Harry thanked warmly. Bellatrix beamed. That's okay, when the Dark Lord returns I will buy you a huge present, she declared. Harry chuckled. He met Bella when Sirius told his story, and she told him all about a Dark Lord she knew, and Sirius and her would always argue about him. Something that was very entertaining. So did you and Draco have fun? Bella asked. Harry nodded. I did. Me and Draco played Quidditch, and some of his friends came over and we had one big game. He began. Me, Draco, and Crab beat Goyle, Knot, and Pansy 300 to 100. Bella smiled proudly. Ever since her sister visited, Harry took an instant shine to her, and every summer when Lucy was sent to the Ministry for a Dementor inspection, he would go to Malfoy Manor. Something he looked forward to a lot. Though Goyle said it was cheating when I jumped off by broom to get the snitch, Harry told her sheepishly. Ever since he was 8 he developed a lot of Dementor traits. The first was flight, and Bella stifled a laugh when she remembered watching Lucy chase after Harry for hours as he flew around the fortress, though Pansy said it was cool. Hey pup, Sirius Black remarked, waking up from a brief nap. I thought I heard you voice. Harry ran over to his cell and beamed. Sirius, how are you? He asked the man. Sirius grinned. I'm fine, pup. How is summer? Good, he asked. Harry nodded fiercely. Good. It's not been nice here without you, Sirius remarked. As his powers developed, his influence managed to lessen the effect of the chill, something which encouraged a lot more prisoners to be a lot nicer to the boy. Well, as it's your birthday, why don't you go down to your room and put your stuff away, and then you can come back up here and we can go outside, Sirius suggested brightly. Oh, the dog mentions that again, Bella hissed. Sirius often slipped out with Harry, who as far as she knew told no one about his godfather's dog. Bella had tried to sneak off, but she found the Dementors were not a fan of her plans. Okay, Harry decided, running down the stairs. He ran to his room. It had been more furnished over the years, with Lucy and the other Dementors picking items of furniture whenever they could. The tattered old chair was replaced by a rocking one, and the bed had a much thicker quilt. Harry came the voice of his guardian as she swooped into the room. Lucy, Harry exclaimed, pulling her down for a hug. An experience she still found slightly unnerving, but was warming to it. Happy birthday, Harry, she told him, pulling back. Harry's eyes widened as she pulled out something. It was roughly wrapped, and the paper had claw marks all over it. Harry gasped as she handed it to him and slowly opened it. Lucy had become a mother to him during the last 2 years, putting him to bed, encouraging him and scolding him. She taught him how to control some of his powers, but a gift was new. He opened it eagerly and found a framed photo. It moved, and Harry gasped when he realized who it was. It's my mom and dad, he stuttered as the pictures waved at him. I found it in one of the homes we searched. It was stolen, I think, and I knew it was a gift for you, she told him warmly. Harry smiled at her. Thank you, he smiled, hugging her again. She mentally sighed but hugged back after a second before pulling back. Now it looks like Minister Fudge sent you something, she gestured to a pile of presents. The year before, Fudge has arrived for an inspection along with a red-haired man and Lucius Malfoy. All three were shocked by Harry's presence and wanted to take him back to the Dursleys. The translator they brought with them had a severe headache after an enraged Lucy argued with them. After a few long hours, she managed to put his memoirs in their minds, something they found very unpleasant. The experience was bad enough, but after seeing the abuse, Fudge began ranting about Dumbledore, and the other two for once agreed. It took a few more days, but Fudge eventually allowed him to stay in secret, as his presence gave hope to the inmates, which was useful in the rehabilitation process. Well, that was the official excuse. But a man came round every 2 weeks to make sure he was okay, and on Christmas, Fudge and some other people sent him gifts. Today, a small pile occupied a desk, and after placing Lucy's gift on the desk next to his knights, he began opening them. Don't forget to read the cards, Lucy told him. Harry smiled, remembering when Bella told him to never read the cards as the presents were more interesting, something Sirius agreed with. Fudge sent him a box of Honeydukes chocolate, while the Malfoys gave him so magic books and toys. There were some other presents, but a big black dog distracted Harry halfway. Lucy sensed the boy she loved like a sun flying around outside. She let out a breath as she happily glided out the room. Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge was waiting patiently at his desk. In one hand he was drinking a tea, while in the other he was reading a file. The file was marked Harry Potter. It had been almost a year now since he decided Harry could stay at Azkaban. He still wondered if he did the right thing, but each report said the 9-year-old had a positive effect on the inmates and Dementors. The boy enjoyed his time and visited his good friends the Malfoys often. The Death Eaters treated him well, surprisingly. Ironic, Fudge thought. Dumbledore, leader of the Light, left the boy lad with monsters, while Dementors and Death Eaters actually raised the boy right. Of course no one could know. He could be kicked out of office, but he decided to chance it tonight as a man with a long white beard and wrinkled face emerged from his fireplace. Dumbledore, he greeted. Tea? The old man shook his head. Apologies, Cornelius, but I must make this meeting quick. Dumbledore told him. What about him? He asked. Fudge frowned. Are you aware he has not lived in Privet Drive for 2 years? He demanded. What? Dumbledore asked. Fudge glared at him. Or he was removed after suffering abuse at the hands of the Muggles you said could shelter him. Fudge continued. I must insist he return, the old man interrupted. Fudge glared out of the question. The boy is safe now, and you will not know of his location. I want to ask why you never checked on him ever. He hissed angrily. Dumbledore ignored him. I must know where he is. What if a Death Eater finds him? He demanded. He is protected, Albus, and I will not leave the boy to you. After all he has been through. Fudge told him. Now you will send any Hogwarts mail to B, and I will give it to him. He is safe where he is, and I do not want you to be in contact with him when you send his letter year after next. Dumbledore looked surprised. What? He asked. You heard me. Also, I want an official report on why you left him there without ministry supervision by the end of the week, Fudge demanded. Dumbledore spluttered something and left in a huff, and Fudge couldn't help feel some justice after what he had seen happen to Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 3. 2 years later. He's growing up. Lucy and a fellow Dementor flew side by side. The boy in question was tucked up asleep in bed while the Dementors patrolled. I know, Lucy replied with what sounded like sadness, but he's almost 11 and I expect an owl soon. The other Dementor stopped and looked inside his room. I can't believe it's the same confused boy you brought here 4 years ago. And by the next year, despite all the influence from the Death Eaters, it said. I still remember when I first met him, Dora. That poor boy in the forest, scared and confused. I always wonder if I did the right thing. Lucy replied. The other Dementor stopped. And what was the alternative? Grow up in fear and be someone so desperate for love they can be molded by anyone. No, Lucy, no matter the problems with growing up in a prison, you made him stronger. He found out about the Dementor within. He can fly, manipulate emotions, sense minds, and read them at 11. Think of him in 10 years or 20. The Dementor named Dora told her sternly. I suppose, but who would need to place him with abusers, and more importantly, why would they do it? He saved us all from Voldemort, including us. We only supported him because of the way we were regarded. Lucy questioned. Dora shook her head. We will know soon. And anyway, today you and Harry need to get to Diagon Alley, as they call it, and buy him his school supplies. I can only imagine the reaction when they find out Harry Potter was raised by Dementors, she remarked. Lucy made a deep noise which could only be described as the Dementor equivalent to chuckling. Oh, I can see Dumbledore now, she whispered. Suddenly the two sensed something. What is that? Dora questioned. Lucy looked around. I sense low emotion and no thought. What is that? She wondered briefly. Then came the squawk of an owl. The noise was far off, and it pecked furiously at the glass window of Harry's cell. An annoyed Lucy opened it with a wave of her hand. Useless things, it could have woken him, she complained angrily. You sound more and more like a human mother every day, Dora remarked, reaching for the package it was carrying. Then she stopped. It was a Hogwarts crest with a note scribbled on top. To Harry James Potter, Cell Room 35. Enclosed is 100 galleons for all school supplies. Cornelius Fudge. He really turned around after what we heard, Dora remarked. Lucy nodded. He saw Albus Dumbledore for what he is. Not someone to ask for advice, but someone to consider as both ally and enemy, she explained. She fumbled with the envelope. Outside the sun was beginning to rise. Her scabbed hand eventually used a clawed finger to rip the letter from its envelope. What's that? asked Harry. The two Dementors glided back a few steps. Morning, Harry, Lucy greeted, holding the letter. Harry's eyes widened. Is that a Hogwarts letter? He gasped. Then he became worried. What if they're telling me I can't go because I'm not at my uncle's, or I'm not really a wizard? Harry was worried. Calm down, child, Dora soothed. I'm sure they don't send rejection letters. Harry looked down. What if I'm the first? He asked, worried. Lucy looked at the letter. She sensed the words on the page, causing them to glow in her mind. Dear Harry James Potter, she began. Harry shook as she read. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry absorbed this for a few seconds. I'm in, he stated. Lucy nodded as the boy punched the air. Yes. I'm going to be a wizard. During his jump, he seemed to forget to land, and he hovered a few feet above ground. I'm going to tell Sirius and Aunt Bella, he declared, gliding over to Lucy and Dora and hugging them both. Then he flew off with the same grace as a Dementor. That boy never ceases to amaze. I mean, hugging you, I know he does. But me, Dora commented. Well, we need to fly to the alley, or shadow travel, Lucy wondered, ignoring Lucy's comment. Flying would amaze them, while shadow travel might be a bit dark for humans to understand, Dora answered thoughtfully. Lucy raised her hands. What are they going to say? Boy who lived flies to alley. This will be good. Oh, and I need to reduce my aura for a few hours, she sighed. Well done, pup. Sirius grinned proudly as Harry showed him the letter. Bella's ickle. Harry is going to Hogwarts, Bella sighed, dramatically smiling at him. Suddenly a dark voice came from a cell. You disgust me, Bella, was all it said. Bella was suddenly angry. Shut up, Crouch, she hissed, much to Harry's confusion. Why was this man being nasty to his aunt, a person who had been kind to him and even decided to be his new aunt after hearing about the last one? You play and talk with the boy who killed our lord, the man spat from his cell. He was a baby, too young to know what he was doing. And Crouch, you call yourself one of us, you sobbed to your father and whined when he turned away in disgust, Bella retorted. The man laughed. The boy doesn't even know he killed the Dark Lord, he told her. Harry looked at Bella. I killed who? Harry questioned, worried about the direction of the conversation. Bella sighed. Well, I suppose I should tell you the truth. The Dark Lord thought you was gonna hurt him, so he came to your house when you were a baby and your parents who were Dumbledore's people," she began. Sirius interrupted. "He killed them both," he announced to Harry's shock. Bella shook her head. "Anyway, he came to you and he cast the spell at you, but it didn't work. The spell killed him instead. No one knows how, but you are famous," Bella finished sadly. Harry looked shocked. "He killed my mum and dad." "I thought you said he was nice," he questioned. Sirius saw his distress. "Voldemort was not a nice person. Well, to some he was, but he killed your parents," he told him. Bella looked abashed. "Harry, the Dark Lord was wrong about you, and I can see it now, and I'm sure he will apologize one day when we both meet him again," Bella soothed. Harry looked upset and confused. From what I've gathered about Dumbledore, I'm tempted to join up," Sirius growled. Bella glared at him. "Not a conversation for him," she protested. Suddenly she shivered and the man called Crouch became silence. "Listen to me, prisoner. If you ever try something like that again with him in the room, I will put you in a supermax cell," Lucy's voice hissed in his mind. Crouch whined in pain. "Come on, Harry, we need to go," she told him, lowering his distress levels. "Where to?" he asked, calmer now. "A place called Diagon Alley. We need to get you school equipment," Lucy informed him. "How are we getting there?" "Shadow travel?" he asked eagerly. Lucy shook her head. "No, we flying. I hope you won't mind?" she asked slyly, knowing his love for flying. Harry grinned. "Okay," he said enthusiastically. "Well, put on some clothes, not pajamas, and we can get going," she instructed. Harry shook his head and flew off down the hall to his room. Lucy addressed the room. "Death Eaters with nothing nice to say to him will remain silent," she spoke angrily in their minds before gliding off. Later, the skies were clouded with little light reaching the pair who expertly glided through them. Harry Potter ducked and dived through the clouds as they zoomed through the skies. "How much longer?" Harry asked Lucy, who pulled close to him suddenly. "We're here now. Rules. Some people may not appreciate my presence, so you are to avoid anyone who may try to cast that silver spell," she warned. Harry vaguely remembered a silver cat once driving Lucy away when they flew together once. "Now, second, you can explore the alley. I have the money, so if you see something and I'm not there, then find and tell me so I can get it," she finished. Harry nodded. Lucy took his hand and guided him down through the clouds. "Is that Harry Potter? Is he flying? Is a Dementor holding his hand?" These were the first words he heard as the two of them touched down on the pavement. Harry looked around at the many shops. He felt even more excited than he did at the start of the day, and it took a scabby hand to restrain him. "Okay, Harry, as we're here we can get your wand," Lucy told him, pointing to a shop. They both entered and Harry gasped when he saw the hundreds of wands piled onto shelves. An old man was sitting at the desk. Then he saw Lucy and jumped up. "Hello. Hello. Am I in some sort of trouble?" the man questioned, reaching for his wand. "No, I need my first wand," Harry told him brightly. The man relaxed. "Harry Potter?" the man wondered. When Harry nodded, his wand hand dropped. "Oh good, I was wondering when I would get a visit from you. And a Dementor guard." The man seemed puzzled by Lucy's presence. "No, I live with her. She's my guardian," Harry replied. The man seemed concerned by this. "She raised you?" he stuttered. Harry nodded. The man looked at Lucy quizzically before relaxing. "Well then, I am Mr. Ollivander, and you need a wand, I suppose," he stated. He gestured Harry forward. When Harry was standing at the desk, the man put a box on the table. "Let's try this one," he decided, giving Harry a long twisted wand. He held it in his hand and waved it. Nothing happened. Maybe this one, Ollivander thought, giving him a short stubby wand. Harry repeated his action, and this time the wand shot from his hand. No, wait. I wonder." The man seemed to be talking more to himself now and strolled to a shelf. He picked out the right box. "Here we are," he exclaimed, giving the wand to Harry. The second he touched it, a warmth shot up his arm and flooded his hand. He knew this was the wand for him. "Curious. How very curious," Ollivander muttered. Harry turned to him. "What's curious, sir?" he asked. Ollivander looked at him thoughtfully. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, and why this wand chose you is very curious, considering it has a brother who was sold many years ago. To a man you yourself defeated," he spoke wisely. "Voldemort?" Harry questioned, knowing he could speak the name with no Bella to scold him. "Yes, Mr. Potter. He who must not be named did great things with that wand." "Terrible, yes, but great," was the cryptic response. Harry, seeing that as a dismissal, allowed Lucy to drop a few galleons onto his desk and leave. "Okay, Harry. Now why don't you go to the robe shop and I'll get your cauldron and books," Lucy suggested. Harry shrugged, still wondering what Ollivander said. He nodded to Lucy and walked into the shop. "Draco?" Harry smiled. The pale blonde boy looked up. "Harry." I heard you arrive. Well, I heard about you flying here by the whole alley. You know how to make an entrance. Draco Malfoy greeted warmly. He and Harry had become close friends over the summers they spent together. Lucy decided, plus I got a wand. Harry told him, showing of his holy and phoenix feather wand. Draco nodded in approval. I got one too, but I'm a little busy with some pins, Draco announced as the woman stuck another pin into the folds of fabric. She turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, she exclaimed, stand here, I'll get to you in a moment. The woman turned back to Draco and removed a pin before vanishing off to another part of the shop. Typical. She leaves me with pins stabbing me if I try to breathe, Draco whined. So Harry, you got your letter. When you round mine this summer. Harry grinned. Next week. But I think Lucy is picking me up before to say goodbye to Bella, and she wants to see me off, Harry answered. Draco looked astonished. She is a strange one. I mean, a boy talking to a Dementor is one thing, but she reminds me of my mother, caring but not too smothering, he remarked. Harry smiled. Well, she would be nicer if she could talk to everyone, but mind talk is apparently quite painful, he commented as the bell rang, and a red-haired boy walked into the shop. We will, Ronald Dumbledore said. We would, but you still have school. The woman said sternly. Harry frowned. You always told me I was famous, but never why. Now I have the whole wizarding world after me, and this lot look a bit. Harry began. Annoying, greedy, stupid, Draco suggested. Harry nodded. The boy most likely, but my feelings tell me the woman is not too nice either, he replied, reaching into her mind with his Dementor powers. There he is, the boy muttered, pointing at Harry, but frowned when he saw Draco. The boy, to Harry's annoyance, rushed forward. Thoughts, Harry told him, searching through his mind. Well, you're famous, Ron stated. Harry frowned when he saw his thoughts. I know, but if your mind tells me anything, then you are not here to be friends, only to share imagined wealth and gain glory. And if your mother's mind is reliable, then you are getting a lot of money for befriending me, he growled. Ron looked angry but then calm. Funny, he smiled, but you defeated you know who, so it's only sensible that you befriend a true Gryffindor like me. The boy was more insistent now and had trouble concealing his anger. Luckily, Madame Malkin chose then to appear. Sorry, Mr. Potter, she told him, taking out a tape measure. For a few minutes she muttered to herself, much to the displeasure of a stiff and agitated Draco. Then she withdrew the object and summoned some robes. Here you go, she said warmly, handing over a bag. Draco looked annoyed. So you use that on him, but on me you use these pins, he asked. You asked for venom silk, something which requires a lot of time and money, she smirked. Then her face fell as a black cloaked figure emerged into the shop. Both Ron's mother and Madame Malkin drew their wands but stopped in shock when Harry spoke. Lucy, do you like them? He asked, showing her the wand. The women looked confused as he spoke in Dementor tongue, but even more when a low whispering sound escaped from the Dementor's mouth. Very nice, Harry. How much? She asked, reaching for the small enchanted bag of galleons. How much? Harry asked Madame Malkin. 5 galleons and 2 sickles, she stuttered as the Dementor handed over the money. Oh, Lucy says hello, Harry directed at Draco as they left the shop, leaving 2 open-mouthed women, an annoyed Ronald Weasley, and the irritated voice of Draco. Okay, he can talk to Dementors. Can we get the pins out now? Chapter 4. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 4. I would like to thank everyone for reading and reviewing this story. In response to the question about pairings, I would appreciate any suggestions. Thanks, Apple. How was Draco? Lucy asked as she glided a few centimeters above the ground. He's fine, but there was something, Harry told her, explaining the events in the shop. Lucy sounded conflicted suddenly. Stay away from him, Harry. If what their mind said is true, then you need to be careful about who you trust at Hogwarts, Lucy warned. She had suspected Dumbledore of a lot of things recently and had overheard many conversations between prisoners about him. Nevertheless, she didn't want her adopted child anywhere near him. I will, Lucy. I didn't like him much, and his mother was getting money for him to be friends with me, Harry explained. It's a good thing you already have friends then. Now the boy at Hogwarts, he may follow you, and if he does, don't cause him any pain. Reading his thoughts, fine. Manipulating his mind, fine, but causing any pain through your powers except in self-defense is out of the question, she told him gently. Harry nodded. So what else do we need to get? He asked. Well, Harry, why don't you go to Flourish and Blots to get some books while I have a look for an owl? Lucy suggested. She had wanted to get him something for a while now, and with the money provided she wouldn't have to suffer any of them annoying ministry owls. Yes, please, Harry exclaimed immediately. Lucy would have smiled if she had a real mouth as she gave him 3 gold coins. The bookshop was large and Harry had never seen so many books. Some he had seen in Draco's and others had been presents over the years, but with the money bulging in his pocket he couldn't decide what book to get. Then he saw someone. She was about his age and had brown bushy hair and her front teeth that stuck out slightly. She seemed alone and was looking for something. "Hello, are you okay?" he asked, concerned about her being alone. She turned to him with something of a confused expression. "Yes, I'm fine. Do you know where this book is?" she asked, handing him a sheet of paper. Harry looked at it. "Defensive spells." "Oh, it's there," he proclaimed, loudly pointing to a book on the high shelf. The girl's face fell slightly. "How do I get up there?" She wondered, should I ask someone? Harry shook his head. "I can reach," he assured her. She looked ready to respond, but she was speechless as Harry glided up to the shelf, grabbed the book and handed it to her. "Here you go," he told her, relieved he could help in some way. "How did you do that?" The girl asked, interested. "Professor McGonagall said she could only fly with a broom and you're my age." Harry smiled. The girl was very much like him, wanting to know everything she could about everything. "Well, it's a long story," he began. Then an elderly witch materialized from behind them. "Miss Granger, have you found the book?" she asked. The girl held it up. Harry turned to greet the woman. "Are you Professor McGonagall?" he asked. The woman nodded, then noticed his scar. "Harry Potter," she stammered, "but I thought Hagrid was taking you." She seemed to be talking to herself more than him, but Harry replied. "No, Lucy took me," he told her. Then he turned back to the girl. "I'm Harry, by the way," thinking it rude to not introduce himself. "Hermione Granger," the girl replied as a loud crack filled the room. "Harry," came an old voice. Harry turned to see a robed elderly man with a long white beard. He instantly searched through the man's mind. "So you are Dumbledore," he realized. He was instantly suspicious. Sirius and Bella had told him to be cautious of the seemingly caring but manipulative man. "I've been looking for you for a while. Now where is the person escorting you? I need to ask them to return you to the Dursleys to ensure the wards do not fail." Harry felt a jolt of fear but ignored it. He decided he was out of his depth and sent a mental message to Lucy. He felt a dark power from her. "No," Harry told the man coldly. "Mr. Potter, please addresses the headmaster with respect," McGonagall remarked. Harry ignored her. "But don't you miss your relatives?" Dumbledore asked. Harry suddenly remembered something. "You are breaking several ministry-mandated laws, and in a few moments someone will be along," he warned. Dumbledore seemed annoyed by this. "Who told you that?" he demanded, letting his grandfatherly persona slip. Hermione shrunk into the background slightly. Harry seemed calmer now, and he reached inside the two professors' minds. He quickly set up a shield, preventing them from thinking any thoughts that could produce the spell that could harm Lucy. He felt her anger as she approached. The old man seemed ready to draw his wand. Harry thought he might stun him and take him back to Privet Drive, so he quickly rose in the air. This provoked a gasp from McGonagall, and Dumbledore raised his eyebrows incuriously. Before he had time to go for his wand, McGonagall clutched her forehead and Dumbledore's eyes stopped twinkling. Harry lowered himself and grabbed Hermione's arm, making her immune to the angry Dementor. "I thought it was made very clear to leave him alone." Harry could hear her voice projected into their minds. Hermione heard it too as she clutched onto Harry's arm as the black-cloaked monster approached. "Surely Fudge did not send a Dementor to watch the boy?" Dumbledore demanded. Harry saw his mind reach for a happy thought, but Harry's well-placed shield prevented him. "Watch him, I raised him." Lucy was furious now, and it was only experience that kept the two professors from feeling pain. "What?" Dumbledore demanded angrily. "Watch was all," Lucy said as she forced Harry's memories into their minds. It only took a few seconds, but McGonagall was enraged. "Albus, how dare you?" she shrilled. "You promised he would be safe." Dumbledore thought for a response for a moment. Harry grabbed a book from a shelf and looked to Hermione. "Shall I see you on the train?" he asked. The girl seemed to be frightened at what she was seeing but looked to Harry. He saw in her mind she had never had many friends. "Okay," she muttered meekly as the two teachers argued. "See you then," Harry said brightly. The girl's spirits lifted by his mood, and Harry thought it would be fair to increase her happiness. He did so and turned to the two professors. "I insist Harry return with me," Dumbledore was saying. "Over my dead body," McGonagall screeched. "You tricked me into putting him there once. And I would rather he go with this Dementor than you." Her fury was unprecedented, and Harry thought she was giving Lucy and run for her money. "Miss Granger, we are leaving," she said. Hermione waved Harry goodbye as she half-walked, half-dragged out of the shop. Dumbledore turned to Harry, but Lucy had taken a firm hold of his hand. Without a further word to the professor, they left the shop, knowing without a Patronus he had no way to stop them. "Thank you for calling, Harry, and well done for not attacking. Your raw anger has been known to cause damage." Harry shuddered. Lucy had once taken him to a playground. Some of the boys were Dudley's friends, and he saw them picking on a little girl. Apparently Lucy had broken some kind of restriction on his magic, and his emotions took over. He lifted up the boys and threw them across the playground without even approaching. He asked the little girl if she was okay, and she meekly thanked him before running off. Lucy had begun teaching him Dementor magic that day, and he had learned to control it. He had used much magic, but he had a much more powerful version of Dementor telekinesis and mind control, something Lucy and him had kept well hidden in fear. He would be studied by the Ministry. Then a white owl flew onto his arm. "Oh, sorry, Harry. This is your owl." She seemed to be eager to leave, and she seemed like something you'd like, Lucy informed him as the owl affectionately nestled into his shoulder. Hedwig, he decided. The owl seemed to approve of the name. He looked at her fondly. "Mr. Potter," came McGonagall's voice. Lucy was instantly on the defensive and stared at her warningly. Harry turned to her. The bushy-haired was nowhere to be seen. "I would like to apologize. If I knew anything about how you were treated, I would have raised you myself," she proclaimed. "I am so sorry. I never checked on you." Harry saw the woman's agitation and guilt. "It's not your fault, Professor," he told her. "You tried to stop me going there, and they chose to treat me like that." McGonagall seemed amazed. "How did you know?" she asked. "I saw your memories," he told her, removing the mind shield from earlier. "How?" she asked, still confused. Harry tapped his head. "I can Dementor magic, I think," he told her. He left out the part of him lifting things up with his mind and controlling minds. She seemed more confused. "But I have to go." "No, but I will see you at school." "Goodbye," he said brightly. Lucy took his hand. "Now put all your things into this bag," she instructed, opening a small enchanted bag. Harry complied. "Good, let's go," she told him. He waved to McGonagall and enjoyed her astonished face as he once again rose in the air, and with Lucy by his side and Hedwig following behind, flew off into the sky. The boy who lived flies. It seems the boy who lived finally makes an appearance in Wizarding Society, with him performing a miracle in the world of magic. Eyewitness reports depict him flying to and from Diagon Alley with a Dementor from Azkaban. Is this where Dumbledore sent Harry Potter to the Dementors? And how did he breach one of the laws of magic? There must be something extraordinary about the boy who lived. Front page every day for 2 weeks, Draco remarked. The two boys were flying on the family Quidditch pitch with Draco on a broom and Harry hovering next to him. "You really think they'd have better things to do?" Harry muttered. Draco laughed. "Yeah, Rita Skeeter wants to report on normal people when a half-Dementor swoops in," he commented. "And apparently you were seen with a Muggle-born student whom I quote you showed a lot of interest in." Draco was laughing now. "I'm a bit young for romance," Harry muttered. "Besides, she was very nice." "Don't let Father hear you say that," Draco whispered. "He still thinks we hate them." Harry and Draco spent many weeks discussing the purity of blood. Both came to the conclusion they vowed never to share, that apart from wealth, blood had no matter. Harry sometimes wondered what Draco would be like if they had never met. Would he have the same views on Muggle-borns or his father's? "Don't worry, Harry, that blonde witch will have better things to talk about soon. I mean, everyone thinks Dumbledore sent you to Azkaban as a child." Fudge won't comment either way. Well, his job is a risk if he does, and he's fine with Dumbledore getting grief for leaving a child with monsters, which is partly right. Draco had limited knowledge of Harry's time with the Dursleys, and Harry refused to discuss it in depth. All Draco knew was they were barbaric. Lucius had discussed it with him when he first met Harry in Azkaban, and Harry found he got on well with the man. "So Hogwarts, only a few more days," Draco remarked longingly. Harry shared his feelings. "It's not against the rules. You can't fly on anything but a broomstick, and you don't need that," Draco reasoned. "You'd make a good chaser," Harry complimented, remembering his friend's superb goals when they played. "Well, after flying lessons, I wouldn't be surprised if you get an instant promotion to Seeker, and I want to see the teacher's face when you complete the course with no broom," Draco snickered. "Anyway, when you leaving?" "Tomorrow. Hopefully Aunt Bella will have calmed down about me having the Voldemort's wand's twin," Harry told him. The second Bella found out, she was tearful, saying Harry was going to be a great wizard like the Dark Lord, and the twin wands would only ever choose great wizards. Draco laughed. "Yeah, I can imagine her doing that. Anyway, how about a game?" Harry nodded, and the two flew off towards the goalposts. 5 days later. "Have you got all your books?" Lucy asked. Harry nodded as they walked through the train station. He didn't speak much as Muggles couldn't see her, and it looked like he was talking to himself. "And your clothes?" she asked again, worry evident in her voice. He nodded again. "Hedwig's food? Wand? Money?" Harry nodded to all three as they descended down a flight of stairs. A few people he could identify as wizards were staring at them. Okay. But if you need anything tell me and I'll owl it, Lucy informed him as Harry pushed his trolley. Platform 9 3/4, so I'm assuming this wall, she continued. Sirius told him he had to run through an invisible wall, so he would be best to get that wall right or he might hurt himself. Harry saw the red-haired boy running towards the same wall. He vanished. Yep, that would be it, he said aloud. Lucy glided towards it. Okay, take a bit of a run up, she called over to him. Harry saw the wall and began to run. At first he went slowly but got faster and faster. He momentarily wondered if he had the wrong wall when he found himself facing a vibrant red steam train. Lucy appeared behind him. Okay, well, I suppose this is it, she began. Will you write and send mind messages? Of course I will. I'll miss you too much if I don't. And I'll come home for Christmas, Harry promised as he pulled his trunk into one of the luggage compartments. Lucy stared at him. You are so grown up. I remember when we first met, she told him. So do I. That was the first day anyone was really kind to me, he comforted her. Suddenly her skeletal hands were wrapped around him. Harry was shocked for a moment, as was every person on the platform, as they saw a Dementor hug the boy who lived and then after it wore off hugged it back. Harry was amazed. He had hugged Lucy before, but he had always initiated it. When she spoke she sounded want could only be described as tearful. I'll miss you, she choked out. I will to Harry comforted her. Then she regained herself. Anyway, if you go, enjoy yourself, she told him. Harry waved at her as he boarded the first steps of the train. Goodbye, Mum, he whispered to himself. But Lucy heard. She stood up straight and Harry could feel both shock and pride as he waved at her. Goodbye, son, she whispered, waving back as Harry boarded the train. He leaned out the window and waved, and as the train began to move, Lucy watched as her son vanished from view. Chapter 5. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 5. Harry briskly walked through the train. Each compartment was full of students, and he had no wish to be started at or interrogated about his defeat of Voldemort. Harry, called a voice. Harry spun around. Draco, I was looking for you, he exclaimed happily. Crabbe and Goyle nodded at him as he entered their compartment. So is it true? Goyle asked immediately. Harry frowned. What? He asked. Draco laughed. A Dementor hugged you, he explained. Yeah, Harry confirmed. The two boys looked shocked. Why? Crabbe asked. Harry looked thoughtful. Why does your mum hug you? He asked. Crabbe and Goyle had limited knowledge on his upbringing and only saw him at Draco's. Your mum's a Dementor, Crabbe spluttered. Harry nodded. How did that not get in the Daily Prophet? Draco remarked. Harry smiled. Everyone thinks Dumbledore hid me in Azkaban and Fudge is saying nothing. He told them I know the governors are not happy. Draco laughed, as did Crabbe and Goyle, when a small squeak caused them to turn to the door. Can I sit here? Hermione asked. Of course, Harry said. The girl sheepishly sat next to him. Draco gave her a smile while Crabbe and Goyle remained indifferent. I'm Draco, the pale boy introduced. Hermione shook his extended hands and the two other boys gave her a nod. Then the door slid open again. Harry sighed. It was the red-haired boy from the shop with two friends. Hello, Harry, the boy greeted. Harry frowned. Yes? He asked, annoyed. Well, we found a compartment so you don't have to sit next to those Slytherins, the boy remarked. I'm Ron Weasley. This is Seamus and Dean. Draco snorted. Why would I want to sit with you? Harry demanded angrily. Ron frowned. Because you're a Gryffindor, you killed you-know-who, he stated as if Harry was simple. These are my friends, Harry said coldly, and if you can't accept it, please leave. Ron's ears turned red. You are a Gryffindor and will act as one, he ordered. Harry took one look at him and knew what to do. He raised his hand and opened it. The door slammed shut and locked. Idiot, Harry remarked as the boy banged on the glass. How did you do that? Draco asked, not knowing of Harry's telekinetic abilities. Dementor magic, Harry told him. Lucy had told him not to reveal too much, but Harry guessed that using some magic didn't matter much. Who was that? Hermione asked, confused. He was paid a lot to befriend me, but it looks like the paycheck won't be coming anytime soon, Harry told her. The next few hours was spent talking and joking with each other. Hermione became more confident and got more and more involved in the conversation. Draco took a shine to the obviously smart witch in Crabbe and Goyle, who Harry and Draco spent a long time convincing them blood wasn't as important. Enjoyed the conversation. The topic suddenly came to houses. Slytherin, my whole family was in it, Draco informed them. Crabbe and Goyle said the same. As long as it's not Gryffindor, I'm fine, Harry commented. Why not? I thought Dumbledore was a Gryffindor, Hermione pointed out. Exactly. and I have a feeling he needs me for something, but I have no idea what," Harry announced. "Well, Ravenclaw might be all right," Hermione decided sheepishly. Draco smiled. "Ravenclaw, bride of Slytherin, for those intelligent enough to succeed but not cunning enough to be in her husband's house," Draco beamed. Hermione smiled at this and spent the next hour discussing the founders with Draco. Then came a shout. "First years." The voice was gruff, and the 5 of them quickly exited the train. A giant of a man stood with a lamp gesturing the first years onward. A forest could be seen in the background, as could a black lake. Harry quickly took a look inside the giant's head. His name was Hagrid and was the gamekeeper here at Hogwarts. He had been expelled for something he did not do and was loyal to Dumbledore. He led them to the edge of the lake. No more than 4 to a boat he called. Harry, Draco, and Hermione entered a boat, as did a boy Harry did not know. "Hi, I'm Neville Longbottom," he said. Harry's blood went cold. He had looked into Bellatrix's mind enough to know who this was. "Hello, I'm Harry," he began. "Harry Potter?" Neville finished. "Yes? It's nice to meet you," greeted, shaking the boy's hand. He felt awkward knowing what had happened to his parents, but knew he could not mention it. A look inside the boy's mind was enough to confirm he was deeply affected by what happened to his mom and dad. Luckily, the boat ride was not long, and Harry helped Neville out of the boat as Hagrid led them to the castle entrance. His huge fist pounded on the door and Professor McGonagall appeared. She looked at Harry briefly before turning away. She led them now to a door and told them to wait. "My brother said we had to face a troll. No, we need to prove what magic we have. No, we have to." The whispers got to Harry. He had no idea what he would face, and without the professor he couldn't read any minds. Then Ron came up to them. "So Harry Potter," he began, "you have made friends with the wrong type of people, and I feel it is my duty to help you." The boy spoke sincerely. "No, it is not, and I encourage you to leave me alone," Harry hissed angrily. Ron frowned. "You will accept my help," he encouraged. Harry reached into his mind. "No, I will not. Now, before I reveal to the whole school about the time you proposed to your sister," Harry growled. Ron's ears turned red. "I was 6, he argued. Harry smiled. "See what the school thinks of that Ronikins," he told the boy as he found his nickname. "How do you?" Ron asked, shocked, as Professor McGonagall appeared. "Follow me," she said curtly, leading them into the great hall. Harry noticed a hat, and he worked out what was going to happen. Longbottom Neville, Gryffindor Crabbe Vincent, Slytherin, Granger Hermione Ravenclaw. The names went on. Draco was in Slytherin, as was Pansy and Goyle. Ron and his cronies ended up in Gryffindor when his name was called. "Potter Harry." The hall went silent. He walked slowly towards the sorting hat. He sat on the stool and raised his mind shields. "Interesting," came a voice. Harry smiled. "Would you lower your shields so I may sort you?" asked the voice. Harry complied. "Amazing, simply amazing. You have the traits of all the founders: intelligence, wit, bravery, loyalty. I have no idea where to put you. Not Gryffindor, you are too cunning, while you are too loyal for Slytherin, too intelligent for Hufflepuff. Well, I suppose Ravenclaw, but I'm not sure. Well, a choice is a choice." Ravenclaw, the hat bellowed. Chapter 6. Raised by Darkness. Chapter. As a note, although Fudge is being nice to Harry and the Dementors, he has no evidence to suggest Sirius Black is innocent, and he still wouldn't believe Harry, who is close friends with the man. The entire Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers and claps as the sorting hat spoke. Most were shouting. "We got Potter," and others shouted on similar lines. Dumbledore looked angry as Harry sat down at the table, and Harry wondered if he had put pressure on the hat to put him in another house. The red-haired boy was scowling while Draco looked mildly amused. Hermione roughly pulled him into the seat next to her as Ravenclaw shook his hand enthusiastically, while others smiled at him. "So is it true you can fly?" one person asked. "And lived in Azkaban for your whole life?" a girl asked a few seats away. "Okay, leave the boy alone," a prefect shouted, slightly annoyed. "Hi," a girl greeted after the noise had died down. She was Chinese in origin and quite pretty, and Harry smiled in response. "Hi, nice to meet you," they said to the first person who actually bothered with an introduction. "Funny you're in Ravenclaw," the girl said bluntly. "And why is that?" Harry wondered. "We all thought you'd be in Gryffindor, but it just goes to show the bravest can be just as clever too." "I'm Cho Chang, by the way," the girl replied simply. "Perhaps it is. I'm Harry Potter, and this is Hermione," Harry agreed before introducing himself. "I know you already know who I am, but it feels nicer to actually introduce yourself before the questions start flying." The girl tittered softly. "I suppose you get a lot?" she remarked. Harry nodded. "Never fly into a busy street," was his words of advice to many people and reporters. He shuddered, remembering the woman who wrote the article taking a snapshot of him when Lucy hugged him. That was going to make one hell of a front page. Or hug your Dementor mum in the middle of a train station. Cho finished his sentence. Before he could look surprised, Cho explained. I was on the platform and was behind you when you said goodbye. Though I must say it's nice to know that even creatures people think to be evil can show they were wrongly judged. Harry was impressed by the girl's outlook. I agree, Hermione began sheepishly. People judge other people in the Muggle world and have no idea what they are really like. It's practically the same. She seemed anxious, as if Cho was going to snap and send her away, but was visibly relieved when Cho agreed. See, everyone does it, she announced, but was cut off when food began appearing on the tables. Harry, Snape's watching you, Cho commented, looking surprised. Harry quickly delved inside the man's mind. His shields were strong, but Harry managed to get a few glimpses of why he was glaring, and was visibly disgusted. What's wrong? Hermione asked as she piled her plate with roast potatoes. Let's just say arrogant children can cause a lot of damage, Harry replied cryptically, tucking into a slice of lamb. The feast dragged on for Harry and quickly found a lot of rumors had been spread about him already, and Ron Weasley wanted to try again to get Harry moved to Gryffindor. Harry shook his head. He wondered if things had been different if he had stayed with the Dursleys and how he would react to the world of magic. Suddenly, as quickly as it appeared to, food vanished. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Now I have a few things to say before we get you all off to bed after your journey. Firstly, the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to all first years unless on an academic trip, and more importantly to some of our older students as well. The old man paused on the Weasley twins as he said this. Also, I would like to announce the third-floor corridor is out of bounds to all those who do not wish to die in painful death. A few people laughed at this, but Harry had a feeling it was not a joke. But apart from that, I will bid you good night, and remember to be up bright and early for the first day of learning. And I leave you with these final words: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Harry shook his head, knowing the words had a deep meaning that he didn't particularly want to ponder at this late hour, and instead followed the Ravenclaw prefect to the common room. Now to get in we need to answer a riddle first. If you get it wrong, hope you're not the last one into the common room. He knocked, and sure enough a voice came from the knocker. Where does the end of magic lie? A few of the prefects looked confused, but Harry piped up. A place where there is no past or present, but only to the future, he answered. Good answer, the eagle knocker replied. Some of the Ravenclaws looked appreciative, while others annoyed. He got the answer first. Okay, boys up to the left and girls to the right. The head boy instructed, your luggage is ready for you. Harry bid goodnight to Cho and Hermione and walked along to find his dorm. He found it quickly and found two others in the room already. Hi, I'm Terry, one immediately greeted. Hugh, another one announced as he changed behind the blue curtain that covered their four-poster beds. And I'm Grant, they last introduced. He was a taller and thinner than Harry, but was overshadowed by a more muscular Terry and taller, fatter Hugh. Hugh had a mop of blonde hair while Grant had his short and spiked. Terry had sandy hair that was cut short. I'm Harry, nice to meet you, Harry responded warmly. The night passed a lot quicker after that, and quickly the three tired boys drifted off to sleep. Harry thought of Lucy as he snuggled into his pillow, sending her a quick mental message of what house he was in, and briefly wondered how she was coping without him. Meanwhile, Slytherin, Bellatrix taunted. Gryffindor, Sirius argued as they yelled back and forth. They had been saying the same words for over an hour and were starting to annoy the other prisoners. Shut up, Crouch screamed from a cell. Shut up, Crouch, Bella and Sirius said together, annoyed with the man. Shut up, all of you, Lucy placed into their minds. She swooped in, feeling a mixture of pride and loss as she received the mental message. Bella ignored the pain of Lucy's mind talk and asked which one. Tell me it was Slytherin, she squealed excitedly. No, Gryffindor, Sirius shouted. It was Ravenclaw, Lucy sighed, desperate to shut the two up. Bella and Sirius looked at each other. Well, she was the bride of Slytherin, Bella decided. And she was a brave person, so it's a bit of both, Sirius conceded. And he's clever, Bella announced. At least he's not too close to Dumbledore, Sirius said loudly. Here we go again, Lucy said to herself, putting some distance between her and the two cousins. Flying class. Okay, Ravenclaws and Gryffindors have been put together for this exercise, so maybe we can have a lesson without the petty rivalry, Madam, Hooch began. Harry stood next to Hermione and knew the red-haired boy was watching him, waiting for a chance. Now please grab your broomstick, she ordered as the group of eager first-years picked their brooms up. Harry left his on the ground. Did you hear me, Mr. Potter? Madam Hooch asked. Harry was about to reply when he saw Neville clumsily grabbing his broom. Neville, wait. He warned as the boy crashed into a wall. The class looked horrified as he fell back down to the ground. Ron was laughing hysterically as Madame Hooch rushed over. "Oh dear. Come on, we better go to see Poppy," Madame Hooch was saying as Ron picked up Neville's remembrall and pocketed it as Neville was led away. "Give it back," Harry hissed at Ron. "Why, Fatso will forgot he lost it," he shrugged, prompting a laugh from his friends. "You shouldn't take things that don't belong to you or things people smarter than you own," Harry retorted. Ron turned red. "I'm smarter than him," he growled. Doubtful, Harry remarked angrily. Ron obviously couldn't win a fight and jumped on his broom. "Come get in then," Ron taunted, levitating in the air. Harry smirked and flew to the same height. A collective gasp ran through the class and Ron paled. "You see, Weasley, there is something you should realize. You are on a broom holding a ball of glass and I am flying unaided and wondering if I can get away with pushing you off," Harry threatened. The class was watching the pair in awe as Ron looked down. He didn't want to seem weak, so instead threw the glass ball as hard as he could in the other direction. "If you're on that broom, when I get back you're coming off it," Harry growled. Then he relaxed slightly. Then with intense speed he zoomed after the ball. It was about to enter the Charms classroom when Harry lunged for it. Luckily the window was open slightly and Harry braked just as he entered Flitwick's room. He grabbed the remembrall and looked pleased with himself. That was until some very surprised foul words hit his ear. He was in a class full of second years. He saw Cho. "Hi, Cho," he greeted awkwardly as he saw Professor Flitwick's stunned face at the flying boy. "Well, I better get back, so see you later," he smiled quickly, rushing out the window and diving towards the ground. The class ran to the window in time to see him glide away and land in the middle of the first-year class. Ron was looking amazed while a few of the students cheered. "I've had enough, Potter. I challenge you to a wizard's duel." Another gasp ran through the students. "No, I'm fine," Harry answered. "What?" Ron asked open-mouthed. "You're too weak?" "No, I'm not going to waste time or energy while you send sparks at me," was Harry's answer. "You have to accept," Seamus announced. "I can call that a win," Harry coolly replied as two teachers emerged from the castle. "Phyllis, what do you mean flew? He maneuvered a broom through your window?" Madame Hooch was asking, shocked. "No, Rolanda, he flew no broom, no charm. He flew into my class, grabbed a glass ball, and left," the half-goblin squeaked excitedly as they walked over. Madame Hooch looked a lot sterner when she approached the class. "Harry flew," Ron shouted suddenly. Before Harry could protest, a floor of students began defending him. "Miss Weasley," through Neville's. "No, Miss, Harry was only helping." "But Miss, it wasn't his fault," the group babbled as Madame Hooch held up a hand. "Quiet. Phyllis, would you like to talk to Mr. Potter?" she asked. The man quickly rushed towards him. "Hello, Mr. Potter, I'm head of Ravenclaw now. Was it you who just flew into my classroom?" he squeaked. Harry nodded nervously. "How?" Flitwick asked, amazed. Harry shrugged and rose himself a few meters off the ground. Madame Hooch looked amazed while Flitwick smiled in pride and astonishment. "Can you come with me, Mr. Potter?" he asked when Harry landed. "I have a captain that you might want to meet. Oh, I better ask the headmaster about bending a rule, and also if you can fly without a broom in Quidditch. This year might be the year of the Ravenclaw." Flitwick spoke to himself as he looked at Harry. "Okay, Professor," Harry agreed, hoping he wasn't in trouble. Then Flitwick grabbed him by the arm and Harry was half pulled in the direction of the castle. Chapter 7. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 7. Any ideas on pairings would still be welcome. Not Harry Ginny, though. Harry walked into the potions classroom barely on time. Flitwick had dragged halfway around the school to meet the Quidditch captain. He looked at Harry skeptically and told him to be on the Quidditch pitch after lessons for a test. Flitwick didn't reveal much other than he could fly excellently and what the direct rules were for Quidditch. Then he was pulled from his thoughts as the dungeon door burst open. Like a ghost, Severus Snape seemingly glided through the room inspecting his new students. His eyes had nothing but disgust and dislike, and Harry found them pause on him for a second longer than the rest. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." He began his speech dryly, and Harry was starting to lose interest. "Mr. Potter, our new celebrity." His voice was dry and full of contempt, and Harry really couldn't blame him after even a quick glance into his memories. Harry glanced up at the man. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry frowned, knowing the answer but also knowing it was very advanced for a first-year class. "Get the answer. Well done. Well then, Mr. Potter, would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" The question was slightly harder, but Harry remembered the answer from a book he picked up. The stomach of a goat, where the acids create a very strong antidote, Harry replied quickly. Snape's eyes flashed with anger this time. He was trying to show Harry up, and it wasn't working. With a sigh, he gave it one last effort. Well then, Mr. Potter, tell me, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry was slightly irritated, as he understood the man's dislike of James Potter, but trying OWL-level questions on a first year to show them up was defiantly unacceptable. They are the same plant which also goes by the name of aconite, Harry replied coldly. As he spoke, a light chill coated the room, and Harry knew his Dementor abilities were reacting to his emotion. Well, are you not going to write this down? Snape demanded, angered that his attempt had failed. Hermione nudged him. Was that you? She whispered softly. What? Harry asked. When you spoke just now, it was like that. What was it? Dementor swooped into the bookshop, she hissed. Harry didn't see much point in lying. Yes, but don't tell anyone, he whispered. It would not be good. His last words were spoken more to himself than Hermione, remembering Lucy's warnings about not revealing the true extent of his powers. Meanwhile,
I'm sorry,
Lucy replied, seemingly surprised as 3 Dementors glided over to her. She was on patrol outside the prison borders when 3 of her sisters approached her. You heard correctly, it seems that a great deal of money has been removed from Harry's primary account. A goblin sent the report to Dumbledore, but Ragnarok intercepted it. He found out that, in wizarding terms, almost 20,000 were taken over the years without consent, one informed her. Lucy made a deep growling noise. And he sent it to Fudge, who is Harry's contact, she growled deeply. Precisely, he issued a statement to us, and the corrupt goblin in charge of the funds has been, in Muggle terms, eliminated. Another continued. So who has the money been going to? Lucy inquired, already dreading the answer. Albus Dumbledore and Molly Weasley, the third replied angrily. What? Lucy exclaimed, how dare he take Harry's money after all he did to him? Her clawed, scabby hands were shaking in rage as the Dementor Dora piped up. I'm sorry, Lucy, but that is not all. It seems Dumbledore is in the process of drafting a legally binding marriage contract to Harry and a third party. Lucy froze. He was trying to do a lot more than control Harry. He was trying to ensure he had complete power over his life, and this contract, she realized, and he dared to make a contract about my son. The second the words left her mouth, the group of Dementor let out a burst of air. I knew it, Dora nodded, tilting her head slightly. The others felt amazement and pride that their friend had accepted she was a lot more to Harry than a mentor. We can talk later, but more importantly, we need to deal with this matter before it gets out of hand. We need to do something to make sure he gets all the money back, and I want to rip that contract into shreds. Lucy finished with a hissing noise. Later. So Harry, isn't it? Michael Davis asked. He was a tall 6th year with neatly combed blonde hair. His eyes were a dark blue, which drew attention from his muscle-riddled body and imposing stance. Now Flitwick didn't tell me much, and Madame Hooch over there suggested I use a training quaffle to fly around the pitch and be ready for one hell of a surprise. Now I know the rules are relaxed, but if this talent of yours is hurtful or cruel, then get lost, because I try to maintain a good, reliable, upstanding team. He began, obviously showing skepticism, and gestured briefly to Madame Hooch and a few other members of staff. Flitwick was there sitting in the seats, excitably knowing what Harry was going to do, while the nurse Harry hadn't met yet, and another teacher looked interested to why they had been invited.
Oh, Harry,
Michael asked, taking out one of the quaffles. He threw it into the air, and it began to fly around the pitch at a low speed. Michael, obviously thinking Harry would not keep up for long. He looked ready for Harry to pick up the broomstick on the floor, but Harry stifled a smirk at his gasp of surprise as he ascended into the air. The rumors had been flying around the school about his unplanned flight into the Charms classroom, and obviously few had taken them seriously. He glanced at the shocked staff, who were pointing and talking quickly to each other. Harry focused on the quaffle. With as much speed as he could muster, he swooped over to it and plucked it from the air. He lazily flew back to Michael, whose mouth was still open. How did you? What did you? Well, he stammered, eyes wide. Harry held out the quaffle. Michael let out a breath and chuckled shakily. Well, that was one hell of a shock, he remarked. How did you do that? Harry smiled knowingly but gave nothing away. Screw it, I don't care. Whatever you just did was amazing. Oh my god, I want to see the look on Wood's face when a first year literally glides off the floor. You're in, he stammered, grinning. Then his face fell serious. Okay, kid, let's see how you do when the quaffle is moving a lot faster. Say from broom to broom, he ordered, throwing it back into the air. Once again Harry zoomed of ready to play the game that he loved. Slytherin common room. Oh, why couldn't he be in Slytherin? Pansy whined, sulking as she leaned against the green sofa. Draco was chuckling as she muttered how much she wanted Harry to be in their house. He's in Ravenclaw, Bride of Slytherin, and all that stuff, he remarked, shaking his head. Just 'cause you think he's cute, someone yelled out. Shut it, Greengrass, Pansy retailed as a blush came to her cheeks. Draco was laughing hysterically at this, and it took being pelted with several cushions to shut him up. You got your work cut out for you then. He's already got Hermione, the Chong girl, the Ravenclaw Patel twin, and half a dozen Gryffindors. Draco snorted with a cackle. I do not. Pansy hissed. I mean, like him. Well, I like him as a friend, but... She trailed off. Besides, since he's in Ravenclaw, doesn't that mean you can boss him around? Seeing as he's in Slytherin's wife's house? Blaise Zabini asked curiously. Pansy's face lit up at the suggestion. He could fly me to class, she responded thoughtfully. This was too much for Draco and most of Slytherin House, who burst out laughing. Shut up, Pansy hissed, pelting Draco with another round of cushions just 'cause the girl has a crush. Daphne Greengrass commented. Shut up, Pansy practically screeched. But I agree he can play Quidditch. I was going to tell our captain about the legless issue, but he is so arrogant around first years, I think we can leave it. That might just wipe the smirk of his face, Draco answered with a sly smile. He spoke softly, and Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle smirked, knowing their captain's dislike of first years. So we're gonna lose the Quidditch Cup, what's new? Pansy asked, bored of the Quidditch conversation. Draco snorted. I don't care who wins as long as it's not the Gryffindors. They are just too smug, Draco commented, annoyed. Tell me about it, Pansy muttered, glad to have her embarrassment discarded in a new conversation. Gringotts. The day was slowly winding down now, and only a few goblins were left on duty. Some were tapping away at different machines while others were writing furiously on parchment. Then the door opened and a small man walked in with a toad-like woman wearing a luminous pink cardigan. A few goblins looked up in surprise as the Minister of Magic himself walked up to a desk. I'm here to see Mr. Ragnarok, he squeaked nervously. Of course, Minster. May I ask under what premise? It asked sharply. Harry Potter, Fudge replied. As the goblin walked off to alert the bank director, Dolores Umbridge looked up. May I ask what you know of Mr. Potter's case? I mean, the press have made some guesses about the boy that are less pleasant than one would like? She inquired. I see you are learning the game of politics, Dolores. Hide your questions and worry and concern, Fudge remarked with a smile. The goblin suddenly emerged. Accompanying him was an elderly goblin who seemed surprised the minister asked to see him. I believed the guardian of Mr. Potter would be joining me, so why are you here, Minister? You are listed as his contact, not his guardian. The director began dryly. Apologies, she cannot be here due to a security issue and has sent myself as a proxy. Madame Umbridge is taking notes on the meeting, Fudge greeted, gesturing to the woman as he handed the goblin a signed document. Understandable, Director Ragnarok decided formally. Now what is it you wish to discuss? Put simply, the guardian of Harry James Potter has requested that all the money be returned to him, the marriage contract dissolved, and any other goblins found to be involved in the conspiracy be dealt with harshly, Fudge explained as Umbridge scribbled furiously on her clipboard. Interesting, the director remarked cryptically. What is? Fudge asked, oblivious. When you first became minister, we believed you to be a very weak, incompetent man who relied on advice from another wizard, or as we call him, the puppet master. But something has changed. You seem to be more confident and less suspicious of the goblin people. I wonder what has caused such a change, Ragnarok revealed. Fudge seemed unsure of what to say to this backhanded compliment. But your demands are acceptable, however. If his guardian had no inclination of the funds, it was theft, plain and simple. And we will be launching a full investigation into these thefts, and any goblins who are involved, I promise you, will be dealt with in the harshest manner possible, the director assured Fudge darkly, who broke into a smile. Thank you very much. She will be delighted to hear it, Fudge replied. Thank you for your time. As he turned to leave, a voice interrupted him. However, it comes at a price, the goblin remarked. Fudge turned round. I have gold, he announced, hoping that was what they wanted. No, even amongst goblins Mr. Potter is famous, and in exchange we want to know exactly what happened to him without the rubbish your press are printing. Is this acceptable? Ragnarok inquired innocently. Fudge sighed deeply. I suppose, he conceded, knowing his night of explanation was going to be a long one. Chapter 8. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 8. Next update should be sometime next week. Thanks for reading. Headmaster's office. What? He roared in anger. His hands were shaking and his eyes were white with rage. Fawkes chirped in the background as Dumbledore threw the letter to the ground. Dear Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class Supreme Mugwump. Under a unanimous ruling from the Goblin people, we hereby inform you that you must pay back precisely 200,000 gallons. 200 sickles and 2 nuts must be returned the House of Potter due to grave misdeeds on your behalf. Until such a time your assets have been frozen and the vault sealed due to its lack of funds. You and Mrs. Molly Weasley must appear in front of a panel of goblin officials for your theft. Failure to do will result in your funds being seized and used to pay back your debt, but also will mark an end to the relationship you have with the goblins. Director Ragnarok, Gringotts Wizard Bank. How dare they? Dumbledore roared. They can't do this to me. I, the greatest wizard of all time. His fury was radiating around the room, and even the Phoenix song could not calm the man down. Shut up, you blithering bird, the old man snapped. No, he could do something about this. He could take his position and supreme mugwump and put an end to those foul creatures meddling. No, he would not be pushed around by anyone. Then another letter arrived. It was a Ministerial, and Dumbledore smiled. It looked like it was from the minister. He knew the idiotic man couldn't go too long without begging for advice. Well, let's just see what he wants. Then his face fell as he read the letter. Dear Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class Supreme Mugwump. It has come to our attention that during your time as Supreme Mugwump you have ignored the basic principles and ideals for the role. Firstly, after a panel of ministry departments were briefed on the still developing Harry Potter case, they have all decided that a full-scale investigation must be launched, and during the time you are placed under suspension until a conclusion can be reached. Secondly, you, Mrs. Molly Weasley, must also appear in front of the Wizengamot to shed light on a number of loyalty and love potions found on her property which are addressed to you. Furthermore, in accordance with the trial of Vernon and Petunia Dursley for crimes of abuse, you will also appear in order to justify good luck, placing him in their care. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Dumbledore was astonished. He couldn't believe the nerve of the man to order him of all people to appear in front of Wizengamot, and then to comment on his reasons for placing Harry in his relative's care and Molly. The foolish woman should have known better than to address potions to him. No, and her son's failure would mean there would be no paycheck this month. Meanwhile, you seem excited, Dora remarked, plainly gliding next to Lucy. In front of them was a house that Lucy knew all too well. I have been waiting this day for 4 years, Lucy replied. It was early morning, and she knew the inhabitants of number 4 Privet Drive would be up fairly soon. Her and 6 other Dementors had joined her on the mission to apprehend these people. Some would have called that excessive for Muggles, but after hearing 10 minutes about what Harry went through, most demanded much more. It's a shame Muggles can't go to Azkaban, Dora announced. I imagine a lot of our sisters would want a word with them, but no, we can make a record and send them to a Muggle prison. But they may be getting a few visits from me, Lucy hissed angrily. She remembered the first time she saw this place and the hatred she felt for those who lived within it. I think a lot of us, including me, have that view. I know Helena, Esther, and some others wanted to come on this mission, but didn't have the time, Dora explained. Suddenly her scabbed hand extended. A light had been switched on in the living room. Positions! Lucy called loudly. The cloaked things moved slowly around the house. On my mark, she hissed again. Their hidden Muggle charm was turned off, and they were all eager to apprehend those who hurt the person they had all grown fond of. Now Lucy led the attack. She moved as a blur towards the front door, and in one moment it was reduced to splinters. She heard the woman scream from upstairs, the man look at her in pure fear. You! He exclaimed, stammering. I said you would pay for what you did, and now I would like to inform you that you and your wife are under arrest for the crime of child abuse, neglect, and mistreatment. She spoke in his mind with malice. He squeaked in terror and pain as her scabbed hands tightened around his arm. From upstairs, Petunia screeched as Dora said the same thing and pulled her roughly down the stairs. Get away from my mum! A wail of a boy said, charging towards her. 2 other Dementors pinned him against a wall. Silence, child, they hissed at the bully as he tried to swing his arms. Dutters, his mother cried as she was escorted out of the door by Dora and another Dementor. Lucy dragged the man by his arm with another Dementor gripping onto his other arm. Feeling satisfied, she flew off into the sky. Later, the Halloween feast was an occasion for all it seemed. With a variety of treats and dishes, Harry was sat opposite Cho, who was tucking what looked like a chocolate-covered rat. How was class? She asked politely. Harry smiled and grabbed a cauldron cake. All good, though Snape went ballistic in potions. Apparently catching me out is harder than he thought, Harry remarked slyly. And when he found out you're a new chaser, he spent the whole day on edge, Cho giggled. Suddenly Harry knew something was missing. Or who? Wait, where's Hermione? He asked Cho. Her face fell slightly. Hermione had spent most of the day helping Neville with his charms work after they were paired up. Harry and Hermione were the only ones to actually complete the spell. Well, after class apparently the Weasley boy came up to her. Cho crinkled her face in disgust and the mere mention of Ron. Anyway, he was annoyed because she was a muggle born and she shouldn't be so good and she should leave because no one likes her. Cho continued glaring at the mop of red hair over at the Gryffindor table. Anyway, he said some nasty things and she ran off. She's in the girls' toilets and won't come out. I tried to comfort her, but she was hysterical. Cho sighed. Harry was now angry and stood up. His eyes were slightly foggy as he made a big show of walking to the Gryffindor table, wand drawn. All eyes were on him as he calmly made his way to where Ron was sitting. So, you decided to join us at last, the boy remarked, grinning. His grin didn't last long. Before he could blink, a wand was positioned between his eyes and a very angry Harry glared at the boy. If I ever hear of you bullying one of my friends again, I will pick you up and throw you off the astronomy tower. Harry barked, his eyes much darker. Ron was petrified. Understood? Harry growled menacingly. Ron nodded. Harry gave him one last cold glare and walked back over to his seat. Ron was being glared at by seemingly all the Gryffindor who knew of the incident, most of the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Draco had just heard of what happened and looked ready to march over and beat Ron to a pulp. That worked. Harry directed at Cho but said loudly enough for all to hear. Then he felt someone behind him. Mr. Potter, came the stern voice of Professor McGonagall. While Mr. Weasley's actions were in poor taste, I do not think your actions are appropriate. Harry turned to her. If I had informed you like some others have about his bullying behavior, then there is a high chance that he would do it again before you had a chance to reach him. It seems there is no harm done. Other to his pride, Harry responded calmly. Then the doors smashed open. Harry saw Quirrell burst into the room in a fit of panic. Not unusual, and scream, "Troll! There's a troll in the dungeon." Then he fainted. The entire hall burst into panic and cries. Shouts and sobs could be heard in all directions. It took several loud firecrackers from Dumbledore's wand to silence the students. Prefects, lead your students to the dormitories. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons, he spoke calmly. Harry got in line when he was nudged by Cho. Harry, Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll, she told him, worried. Harry was suddenly alert. You're right, we need to get her, let's think. Quick, follow me, he instructed, leading the girl into the Slytherin line. Then he saw Draco. Draco, he whispered, causing the blonde boy to turn around. Harry? He questioned, surprised. Hermione, she doesn't know about the troll, Harry indicated. It took a moment for his words to sink in. Crabbe, Goyle, he called, grabbing his henchman. They five quickly sidestepped into a corridor. Cho, where did Hermione go? Harry demanded. First floor, bathroom, Cho responded. Immediately Harry took the lead and they rushed through the halls towards their destination. Okay, so what's the plan? Draco inquired as they ran up a flight of stairs. Haven't worked that part out yet, Harry confessed, making a sharp left. How are we gonna fight a troll? Draco asked. No clue, Cho's in second year so she might know some more advanced magic, Harry admitted. Oh, so we're running blindly to get Hermione while a troll is in the castle which could kill us, and we are defenseless except for Cho, who might or might not know offensive magic. Draco checked. Pretty much, Harry answered. Then he heard a loud thud. He stopped sharply and looked around. Genius, that has to be one of your best plans yet, Draco remarked dryly, doing a great impression of Snape. It's close, he warned, hearing giant footsteps worked that one out. Goyle stammered. This way, Cho pointed, grabbing onto Harry's arm and leading him towards the noise. Come on, Crabbe and Goyle were only running to rescue a Ravenclaw which happens to be close to a troll which might or might not kill us depending on how inclined it is to eat us. Oh, and we are defenseless. Draco laughed, trying to put on a brave face. Secretly he wondered why he was doing this. Sure, Hermione was his friend, but would he do the same if Crabbe, Goyle, or even Pansy was in her position? Oh, Harry sighed. The door was gone. All that was left was a pile of splinters and a screaming girl. Come on, Harry instructed, rushing forward. After a moment, Cho followed him. Genius again. If you're trying to kill us next time, say do something less dynamic, say a dragon or insane wizard. Or maybe just drop a chandelier on us, Draco shouted after them before following. Crabbe and Goyle seemed unsure. And you too, Draco scowled, pulling the two forward. Harry, cho, Draco. Hermione was surprised at seeing her friends as the troll swung its club in her direction. Crabbe and Goyle are here to, Draco remarked as the two run into the room. In front of them was fully grown mountain troll. The stench choked their lungs as it turned to look at them. It roared angrily, brandishing its wooden club. We're dead, Draco decided, impassively wondering why the hell he wasn't afraid. Harry, however, was looked into the creature's eyes. Its thoughts would be no help, and he doubted it had much of a mind. That left one choice. His eyes turned jet black and thick black smoke rose up from around him. The troll seemed confused as Harry's hands became sharp and skeletal, and he heard cries from his friends as rose in the air with his legs lost in a black cloud. Harry Potter had done something Lucy had told him never to do unless it was an emergency, and he guessed this was an emergency. He had revealed the full extent of his power, and his appearance was just the beginning. Chapter 9. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 9. Sorry, posted the non-edited version last time. This the repost. Harry came a voice. It seemed both close and far at the same time, and from somewhere Harry's sense urged him to listen. The life force of the troll was nearly depleted, and in a few moments it would breath no more. Harry, the voice was louder, more urgent, and Harry turned to see the shocked faces of Cho and Draco, the tearful, terrified face of Hermione, and amazed faces of Crabbe and Goyle. No, I will not lose control, Harry told himself as his sense began overpowering his urge. Harry? Cho asked, a mixture of concerned and shocked as he began to lose consciousness. So sorry, shouldn't, Harry mumbled as his body went limp. He faintly heard the noise of the teachers charging into the room, but he quickly fell into a deep sleep. What happened here? McGonagall demanded, seeing the exhausted, defeated troll and an unconscious Harry. Draco and Cho looked unsure of what to say when Hermione stepped forward. It was Harry, miss, she began quickly. I was in the bathroom when Harry realized I was missing and got some friends to come and help me. He flew around the troll to distract it, and we hit it with jinxes from down here. Cho and Draco accidentally mixed two jinxes up, which caused the troll to collapse, and it hit Harry with its club in the process. Her lie was far from perfect, but it was the best she could come up with in such a short amount of time. Yes, that's what happened, Cho agreed quickly. Exactly what happened, Draco confirmed. Crabbe and Goyle nodded in response. McGonagall looked skeptical. Why were you in here, Miss Granger? Dumbledore asked. Cho stepped forward and summarized the day's events to the teachers. Flitwick suddenly piped up. Why was I not informed? He asked, annoyed. If a Gryffindor attempts to bully one of my students, then I need to deal with it. Minerva, I am disappointed you did not tell me this. Minerva muttered something in response and looked slightly abashed. Well done, you lot. You managed to save a student and take down a mountain troll, and for that I think we should give 60 points to Ravenclaw and Slytherin for their equal part in this rescue. He beamed at his students. Dumbledore was glaring at them, trying to dig into their minds, but for some reason was repelled. No student of this age could learn occlumency, so something much different happened here, but without proof he had to let them go. Well, you five need to return to your dormitories while we will escort Mr. Potter to the hospital wing, he sighed, feeling defeated. The next day, you're awake, a woman noticed walking over to him. You Potters can never do things simply, can you? A direct hit from a troll should have knocked you out for a week, but it took you less than 24 hours. Harry looked confused before remembering the events of the previous night. Oh God, he almost lost control. Lucy had warned him time and time again that he shouldn't experiment with his other form so young. Though the ability to rein himself in was astounding, then again, knowing Lucy and his mind link with her. You're awake, her voice was concerned, but Harry could sense she was annoyed. I'm so sorry, Lucy, it's just, he began, worried as she searched through his memoirs. Shoo, Harry, shoo, I felt your transformation and I was worried you did it to show off to your friends, but instead you did it to save a friend. Then it's fine. But you were almost discovered, she soothed him. The nurse was looking at him, wondering why he was staring into space, but Harry ignored her. I know, Harry agreed, shuddering at the thought. Though I must commend you for being able to control it. I was worried you would have done a lot of damage to the school and students, and it took a lot of doing for me not to fly to the school. You should thank Dora, Lucy told him. Though my friends saw, and I don't know what they're going to think. Harry confessed miserably. It will all be fine, trust me. Just tell them the truth, they will understand. Lucy comforted him. I need to go and serve food to the East Wing, but if you need be, just send a message. Harry sighed deeply as he felt the connection sever. Are you okay, Mr. Potter? Madame Pomfrey asked. Yes, Harry assured her. When can I leave? The woman tittered in response. Later, explained Draco began curtly. We all told the teachers it was a joint effort, but I'm quite sure I saw you try to rip the soul out of a mountain troll. His voice was slightly harder than normal. Okay, Harry accepted. You all know I was raised by Dementors, right? Cho, who had only seen a Dementor hug Harry, recoiled open-mouthed, while Hermione looked taken aback. They do now, Draco remarked, his voice more inviting. Raised? I thought she a bodyguard or something. When I said Mum, I was being ironic, but you weren't, obviously. Well, I do agree with the equality stuff, but really? Cho question shock. No, Raised. I spent 4 years in Azkaban. I was raised there and have some good memories of the place, but no, I was raised by Lucy, who is a Dementor. For some reason I was also born with the gift to talk Dementors. Harry elaborated. Anyway, I also have other traits for reasons I cannot explain. I can fly like one, manipulate emotions, read minds, and turn into the hybrid form. His friends shuddered, remembering what he had looked like last night, which was the black, creepy thing Draco simplified to Crabbe and Goyle. I found out in a playground a few years ago when a group of bullies were picking on a young girl. I was furious at them and turned into a lesser form of what you say and ended up throwing them across the playground. Lucy had to rein me in before I ate them, Harry continued. So it's hard to control, Cho realized. I feel an urge to drain the life force from everyone, and it is very hard to ignore. Though you lot managed to help last night, Harry pointed out. Yes, we are brilliant, please carry on, Draco commented, smiling slightly. Anyway, I was told never to use that power unless there was no other choice, and I have spoken to Lucy, who agrees a troll attack does justify using it, Harry finished. So you did it to save me? I mean us? Hermione asked. Yes. I would not have done it for any other reason, though. Thank you so much for not telling anyone, Harry addressed them all. I suppose we can forgive you, Draco decided dramatically, though we don't want any more secrets. We are your friends and we want to trust you, Hermione told him sternly. Well, by secrets I think Hermione means if there is anything else you turn into, Sphinx, Basilisk, Dragon, then just give us a heads up. Though lesser secrets, you know, crushes and stuff you can keep to yourself, Cho corrected. There are no big more secrets, Harry assured her. Good, Cho smiled, though Michael told me to tell you that you need to be at the game. We're facing Gryffindor and he wants his new Star Chaser and Seeker. Yes, I made the team. Well done, Harry congratulated, beaming at her. A round of applause for Miss Chong, Draco announced. Cho blushed slightly as her 5 friends clapped to her achievement. Thanks, cho Moombell. Okay, visiting hours are over, kids, Madame Pomfrey began ushering them out of the room. By Harry they shouted, waving as the door to the hospital wing slammed shut. Saturday. Harry felt a mixture of things as he looked out on the pitch. Firstly, he was anxious about flying in front of so many people. Also, he was angry how the Gryffindor seemed to regard him as a dark wizard since Ron began telling people he used dark magic to defeat the troll. Also, he felt pressured knowing how much faith Michael had placed in him. Cho, obviously seeing his distress, squeezed his arm gently. Harry took her hand, seeing she looked just as nervous as him. You okay? He asked quietly. Fine, she assured him, taking a breath to calm herself. Harry let the second year lean on him for a moment as they prepared for the game. Okay, people, Michael announced, causing Harry and Cho to leap apart. The team turned to their captain. Okay, before today, Wood has always had a good chance, but he doesn't have what we have. I've been training with Harry privately because he has a secret skill they don't have. I'm not going to tell you, but if someone can get a picture of Wood's face, then I will pay big money. Anyway, we also have our new seeker, the lovely Cho Chong, whom excelled in the trials, and I know with the strong support of this team we can win this game and the cup. He began his monologue, pointing to the new team members, respectively. Sorry, Cap, someone interrupted, but Harry doesn't have a broomstick. A few of the team murmured at this, causing Michael to break into a smile. Let me worry about that, he grinned at them as the curtains to the pitch were opened. With a confident aura, Michael walked out to meet Oliver Wood, who was standing in the middle of the pitch next to Madame Hooch, ready to shake hands. Don't know why you bother, Davis. You have no chance of beating my team this year. He laughed cockily, roughly shaking Michael's hand. Maybe not, Michael replied, causing Wood to laugh loudly. It would take a miracle, he retorted. Michael suddenly smiled devilishly. I might just have one up my sleeve, he taunted knowingly. Chapter 10. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 10. Draco Malfoy smirked to himself as he saw the team captains walk out to shake hands. He was standing just towards the edge of the Slytherin stand, which was close enough to the Ravenclaw one to talk to Hermione, but also where the 6th and 7th years sat. He had chosen this position carefully. The Slytherin Quidditch captain was sitting behind and was bragging about how his team would beat both in the next game. Arrogant git, Draco thought. After Harry's incident at flying class, the first years tried to tell people about what happened, but older students dismissed the idea, saying that it was impossible and denying the very idea that any first year could know such magic. Draco knew better than them all, it seemed, and he had sat here just so he could see the older boy's face. Excited, Hermione stated from the other side. Let's just say I have been waiting for some time to see this, Draco answered smugly as the players began walking onto the pitch. Crabbe and Goyle were stood behind him, and Draco's eyes widened slightly as he saw Harry. A slight murmur went through the crowd as they saw he did not have a broom. Dumb kid, probably forgot his broom. This is why you don't let first years play, the Slytherin captain remarked, causing his idiot friends to laugh. Then as each of the player ascended into the air, Draco's anticipation built. The Seeker and Keeper went up first, followed by the Beaters. Knowing his Harry would go last, Draco turned to see the face of his captain turn from arrogance to shock. Harry was lazily rising in the air, and Draco took a lot of delight in seeing the arrogant older kids look at his friend in amazement and shock. "What the hell?" the captain announced loudly. Draco sighed lazily as a collective gasp went through the students as they realized they should have listened to the first years who witnessed him fly the first time. "Wow, he can fly, who'd known?" he proclaimed, making Hermione giggle softly. Draco saw even some of the teachers were shocked and saw the normally sneering face of Severus Snape frozen in amazement. Flitwick, having seen this all before, was chuckling at his colleagues' reactions as Harry soared into the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Potter flying with no broom. What will the Gryffindor team make of this?" Lee Jordan was roaring over the crowd. Oliver Wood was looking like he had been hit by several dung bombs and been punched in the face for good measure. His usual cool demeanor went out the window and all of his team looked nervous. Let the game begin. 20 minutes later, Harry was having a great time. He was soaring and flying like never before and now knew what it was like to take part in a real Quidditch match. He saw the quaffle in the air being thrown towards Katie Bell and launched himself up and literally took it out of her hands. "Thank you," he smiled, nodding to her as he dove down towards the hoops. And Harry Potter makes another amazing move this time. He has snatched the quaffle quite literally from a chaser's hands. How he is doing all this we don't know, but I think, Lee Jordan commented as Harry launched the ball towards the goal. It bypassed Oliver Wood with ease, and while Lee Jordan was still ranting his theories, he heard McGonagall snatch the voice piece. 700 to 100, she barked as Lee muttered something in apology. A lone bludger was propelled towards him, and with great effort, he caught it in his hands and threw it towards a Gryffindor who dodged in time for another Ravenclaw chaser to grab the quaffle. Then he heard a cry. He froze and looked around to see Cho trying to grasp her broom tighter, as if she was struggling. She looked fine, but Harry couldn't help but feel as if something was deeply wrong. Then it hit him. His lie about the troll had included all his friends overpowering it. He cursed himself. Someone had let the troll in for some reason and he didn't think about it at all. Only a staff member could smuggle a troll in, and the idea they would allow the students to get away with foiling their plans. Know something was wrong, but he had no clue as to what. Meanwhile, Draco, Hermione whispered. The blonde boy was paying close attention to the game and she leaned over and shook his arm. "Oh, sorry, what is it?" he stammered, turning to her. "And another 10 points to Ravenclaw as Harry Potter scores again," Lee Jordan announced. "Look at Cho. She seems like she's having trouble with her broom," Hermione pointed out, seeing the girl once again clutch her broom tightly as it moved sharply in the other direction. "Nerves," Draco suggested, wanting to refocus on the game. Hermione shook her head. "No, you see. Look," she shouted, pointing to Cho, whose broom had suddenly began shaking with intensity. "Now that is not nerves," Draco stated, seeing she was in real trouble. He quickly scanned his memory for something his father had once said. "It's a verbal curse," he announced. "It requires eye contact with the target at all times, and I doubt any student would know it." He trailed off, wondering who the perpetrator would be. A nudge on his shoulder pulled him away from his thoughts. "What?" he asked to Goyle, who was looking towards the staff box. "Look at Professor Stutter," the boy murmured, using his pet name for Quirrell. Both Draco and Hermione looked to see the turbaned man muttering fiercely while looking at Cho. "Well, come on then," Draco urged, helping Hermione over the low wall that separated the stands. "Why do we always end up going to save the girls?" Crabbe wondered as he followed his friends behind the stands. On the pitch, Harry was now very worried. Not about the game, no, he had scored a lot of points and they were in the lead, but he could tell someone was cursing Cho. He would have swooped over and grabbed the scared girl who was taking deep breaths as she struggled to hold on. But if he did, he might get hit by the curse, and if he fell, so would Cho. No, he was hovering around her, while the uncaring Gryffindors played around him, trying to claim as many possible points. He was here in case the broom managed to kick her off. Knowing if she fell he would grab her, but he risked doing damage to himself and her, plus if he did fall then the injury might call upon his Dementor side to heal, and that would be very bad. Then he saw Draco, Hermione, Crabbe and Goyle climbing under the teacher's viewing area. Obviously they knew who was behind the curse, and he hoped they acted soon. "The stands. Okay, what do we do?" Draco questioned as they reached their destination. They were underneath they stand and could see the snarling face of Quirrell as he muttered above. "What kind of curse is it?" Hermione asked, taking control of the situation. Draco looked up and tried to read the man's lips. "I can't understand, Scopy or something," he sighed, now knowing the man was speaking in a different language. "What does that mean?" Hermione asked desperately, completely bewildered. "I know," Goyle piped up, Surprised, the group turned on him. Scopy is Latin for broom. Remember your dad gave us lessons, he pointed out. Draco did not. His father had many ideas on what a true pureblood should know and after a while just tuned them out. Broom. That means Harry could help her, Hermione worked out. Draco, taking the hint, leaned out of the stands and waved his arms to catch Harry's attention. Hermione, however, took a much different approach and was trying to aim a spell between the defense professor's legs. The pitch. What the? Harry was even more confused now. Not only was someone trying to curse his friend, Draco seemed to be doing a very good chicken impersonation from the stands. His mouth was moving and Harry could not work out what he was saying. Broom? He queried. No broom. Working out that Draco was trying to tell him the curse only affected brooms, he took action. He launched himself at Cho, whose broom was trying to buck her off, and grabbed her by the waist. Strange tactic, grabbing your seeker around the waist, Lee Jordan pointed out loudly. Cho made a noise of protest, but Harry lifted her off the broom. What are you? She began frantically before seeing the broom dive bomb towards the ground. Some kind of commotion was going on around the teachers, but she was a bit preoccupied. I guess the curse stopped, Harry sighed. Cho didn't know how to feel. Relieved she wasn't on the broom. Thankful that Harry had saved her, on terrified that she was being held 50 foot in the air. Before she could say anything, she could see a glint of gold. The snitch, she realized, pointing. Is now really the time? Harry demanded, amazed. Quidditch was still on the girl's mind. Yes, now forward, Cho ordered demandingly. Harry, seeing no reason to argue, propelled the girl forward as the Gryffindor seeker soared towards them as he too saw the snitch. Cho suddenly outstretched her hand and pushed Harry's chest, aiming him upwards. I'm not a broom, Harry protested at being forced around in this way. Ignoring him, Cho outstretched her hand and reached for the tiny fluttering golden ball. Cho grabbed it and leaned to the left, causing Harry to veer off course. And Harry Potter stroke Cho Chang just caught the snitch. Ravenclaw win 950 to 400, Lee Jordan announced, stunned as Harry landed the two on the ground. You're a lot easier than a broom, Cho decided, grinning innocently with the snitch in hand. And despite everything, Harry laughed with her as the rest of the team swooped down to congratulate them. Later. So in summary, our Hermione hit Professor Quirrell between the legs with a simple incendio. Remind me never to annoy you, Harry remarked as Hermione blushed. They were all walking in the grounds of Hogwarts discussing the match, and in particular the member of staff that had tried this. But yes, in all seriousness, Quirrell is up to something, Harry told them quietly, making sure they weren't being followed. I think we worked that one out, Draco pointed out dryly. But what? Hermione wondered, and why take it out on us? Because we stopped the troll. He must have been using it to cause a distraction and we put a stop to that. I think it might have something to do with whatever's on the third-floor corridor, Harry explained. Probably, Crabbe agreed, but what is it? A weapon or something? Dumbledore wouldn't be stupid enough to keep some kind of dangerous magical artifact that someone like Quirrell would want in a school, is he? Cho asked. Harry had explained he knew something was wrong with the old man, and Hermione recounted her experience in Flourish and Blots, which convinced all of them Albus Dumbledore was not a man to be trusted. Maybe, Harry sighed, I think we should take a look tonight. What is it with the possibility of death that excites you? First a troll, and now the promise of a slow and painful death, Draco sighed, but knowing he was in. Not sure, let's see what it is first, Harry suggested calmly. Good idea, if Quirrell is out to get us, then it might be an idea to see what he's up to, Cho agreed. I suppose, Hermione sighed, not too happy about breaking the rules. Do we ever get a say in these things? Goyle asked.
No, Draco responded warmly.
Chapter 11. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 11. This chapter is mainly wrapping up loose ends before we progress with the story, so all those wanting to see Dumbledore and the Dursleys taken down a peg, then read on. All rise, Amelia Bones boomed. The courtroom was set up slightly different today, with only half a dozen witches and wizards to play the role of the jury during this trial. Among them were Cornelius Fudge, Dolores Umbridge, and Lucius Malfoy. All were looking expectant at the two people who were sat quite calmly in the center of the room. Looking a mixture of horrified and repulsed, Vernon and Petunia Dursley refused to stand. Rise, Amelia Bones growled. From behind, Lucius drew his wand, a sight which terrified the couple into standing up. Satisfied, Amelia continued. Today's Wiesengemot is made up of only a fraction of the amount needed for this trial in the matters of security. Does the defense have any protest at this? Vernon suddenly piped up. Yes, I don't want to be tried by a bunch of freaks, he roared angrily. Silence, Fudge bellowed. There will be no racial or intolerant language in this courtroom regarding anyone's magical ability. Do I make myself clear? His eye paused on the Petunia and Vernon, who nodded eventually. Good, he muttered, sitting down at his desk. The courtroom was imposing as it should be, and he took some delight in watching the abusers tremble, knowing they were around so many magic users. Fudge picked up a paper. The trial of Petunia and Vernon Dursley for the crimes of child abuse, neglect and failure to fulfill duty as guardian will begin. Upon request, the charges of assault and battery against Harry James Potter are to be put on this list, and in light of the overwhelming evidence, a number of secondary witnesses may also be tried, he began dryly, vaguely referring to Dumbledore. This is not fair. All you freaks will look out for each other, Vernon spat angrily. The court would like to request a gagging order be placed upon the mouth of a Mr. Vernon Dursley until he gives evidence in order to ensure no offense is caused during the proceeds of this trial. Lucius Malfoy suddenly interrupted. He knew what these monsters put Harry through and was looking forward to seeing them punished immensely. Does the defense have any objection? Amelia Bones questioned. Vernon laughed. A horrible sight as his chubby neck seemed to writhe as his mouth moved. You can do what you like. Nothing will stop me teaching you freaks your place, he spat. Fudge raised his wand and cast a powerful silencing charm. The fat man began desperately trying to speak but failed. The court agrees, Fudge remarked, keeping a straight face. Please call the first witness. Dementor rank 3, also known as Lucy Amelia Bones, announced as the black-cloaked creature glided in. Fudge and Lucius smiled respectively at the person who had raised Harry, and the defense shivered somewhat in fear. Thank you. Please tell us how you came to meet one Harry James Potter, Fudge queried. A translator was present, and over the course of an hour Lucy explained in depth the events of the forest and the first ever meeting between herself and the Dursleys. The few members of the Wizengamot looked angry as her words were translated, and they cast accusing glares at the defendants. All of the people in the room knew of Harry's predicament. They were told specifically for this trial, and all were disgusted with the way he was treated, and in all honesty Fudge knew they would be found guilty. But they deserved it. Does the defense have anything to add to this testimony? He asked once Lucy had been escorted out of the room. Yes, I do. Petunia spoke up. That monster over there threatened and hurt me and my son, and in regards to my nephew, well, we gave that boy food, shelter, and an education. We have done nothing wrong, and all that is going on here is that you freaks don't normal people like us treating wizards how they should be. Vernon still couldn't speak, but he was nodding in approval at his wife's words. Inside, Fudge wondered if these two could make themselves look more guilty than they obviously were. They were doing a pretty good job, as anyone in a courtroom should know. You don't call the judge, jury, or anyone a freak. Later. Next witness, please, Fudge requested, sounding very bored. He had been forced to endure 3 hours of both Petunia and Vernon Dursley explaining why they were innocent. All they did was make the fact they were guilty more and more clear, and managed to insult the courtroom again and again. But this was the moment he was waiting for. Albus Dumbledore, with his head held high, walked into the courtroom. Both defendants were giving him looks of pure hatred, and Fudge wondered who the hell taught them manners. Albus Dumbledore, thank you for being with us. Do you understand that if the Wizengamot believe you have committed an offense, then there is the risk of you being tried for neglect and financial manipulation? Amelia Bones was asking. The old man nodded arrogantly, obviously thinking there was no possible way that would happen, and Fudge wanted to laugh then and there. However, he kept a straight face and continued. Albus Dumbledore, why did you, as the acting magical guardian of Harry James Potter, consent to him being placed under their care? Fudge asked quickly. Dumbledore glared at him angrily. Before it was the right thing to do. He would have been protected by the blood wards around the place, and Albus Dumbledore, you do realize that using, designing, or participating in any kind of blood ward is an offense of the highest degree. Blood wards are considered too dark and illegal due to a sacrifice being required. Amelia Bones boomed, her eyes awash with anger. I did not design the ward. He began quickly. Then who did? We need the name of the witch or wizard who did, so they can be arrested and charged for crimes against wizardkind and binding 2 muggles into a 17-year contract. If broken, they will die horrible, painful deaths. Fudge asked quickly, having done some research into the topic. He smiled quickly when he saw the amazed look on Dumbledore's face. The court requests that Albus Dumbledore be removed from the witness stand due to his obvious acts of consenting to a blood ward, which is illegal, and all evidence be disregarded due to inquiries being made by the goblin people about financial manipulation. Lucius Malfoy suddenly interjected. Fudge considered for a moment. The court agrees. Later. You freaks can do nothing to us. We are good, respectable people, and we will not allow your kind to do anything to us. We gave that boy all we could, and if he needed a slap every now and then, well, that is completely okay. I see no reason you freaks have any reason to arrest us in this way, and the idea you could charge us with anything is obscure, Vernon Dursley shouted in a rage. Fudge sighed. This was the closing statement of the defense, and it seemed the man had signed his own death warrant. The evidence against them had apparently been fabricated by freaks, and it was not real. Even Amelia Bones had given up on them after he had used the word freak for the 100th time. Is that all? The woman in question asked. Yes, Vernon spat menacingly. Good. On charge 1 of child abuse, all those in favor of conviction, she began impassively as the wizards in the room raised their hands. On charge 2 of neglect. Once more every person in the room raised their hands. On charge 3 of assault and battery, Amelia Bones said finally. Once again the vote was unanimous. This court finds you guilty of all charges. Now if it were up to me you would be spending your sentence in Azkaban prison with the Dementors, but due to Muggles not being allowed I sentence you to 35 years with no chance of early release to high-security Muggle prisons that are available. Your son will be sent to live with a woman called Marjorie Dursley, and you will not be allowed to have children after you are released. Fudge bellowed, exhausted. The day had been long, but seeing the Dursleys dragged out by the Dementors screaming abuse at least was a high point to the day. Though the third defendant walked in, he had a look of contempt in his eyes as Fudge nodded to Amelia Bones. On charge 1 of financial manipulation, all those in favor of conviction. This vote would be harder to win as a few would always support the old man. Luckily it was a 7-6 vote. On charge 2 of misusing position of magical guardian, Amelia Bones spoke again. It seems a lot of people believed his claims that he had no idea of what went on, and he was found not guilty by an 8-4 vote. And finally on charge 3, knowing about an illegal ritual and saying nothing to the proper authorities. This was a landslide victory for Fudge, and only one person voted against conviction. However, the crimes did not justify a long-term imprisonment. Hogwarts, night. Okay, let's do this, Draco decided brightly. Harry, Hermione, Cho, Draco along with Crabbe and Goyle were standing outside a door in the forbidden corridor. They had got in with no problems and had heard a loud rumbling noise from within. Everyone ready for a slow and painful death? He joked as he tried to open the door. Let me, Hermione offered, drawing her wand. Alohomora. And sure enough the door unlocked. Ladies first, Draco offered as Hermione walked in. The rest of the group followed and found themselves in a dark room with a very loud grumbling noise. Lumos, Crabbe, and Goyle lit their wands. Harry did the same, but the group immediately regretted it. Is that a Cerberus? Cho demanded, seeing the beast in front of them. The light seemed to have awoken it, and it was sleepily getting to its feet. All 3 heads were stretching out, and slowly 6 pairs of eyes settled upon its victims. I think we should leave. Now, Draco suggested, slowly opening the door. The dog suddenly began to bark, and the group piled out of the room. Why the hell would you keep a Cerberus in a school? Harry demanded, slamming the door shut. First a troll, and now this. What else is in this school? A giant spider? A 50-foot snake? Draco exclaimed, amazed by the very idea that the school would allow a Cerberus inside it. It's obviously guarding something. Didn't you look at its feet? Hermione interjected. No, we were looking at the 3 giant heads, Crabbe pointed out as he and Goyle regained their breath. Hermione ignored them. There was a trapdoor. You see, it's a guard dog, she explained as if it was obvious. So what's it guarding? Chapter 12. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 12. Lies, Treachery, and Illegal Blood Wards. The Truth About Albus Dumbledore. By Rita Skeeter. Since the boy who lived literally flew into our lives, the whole wizarding world has been wondering the same thing. What happened to him after his legendary defeat of you-know-who? We assumed he was living safely with a good caring home, but it looks like we were wrong. As of today, the Wizengamot have charged Vernon and Petunia Dursley with crimes relating to child abuse and assault. Are these the people Dumbledore entrusted our savior with? And more importantly, later it emerged that Albus Dumbledore himself was set a hefty fine and a suspended sentence for finical manipulation and taking part in an illegal blood wards, which is a form of dark magic. Is this the man we look up to? The man we entrust with our children? Well, this reporter for one certainly disagrees with allowing him to keep his Hogwarts position, or who knows what he could do. He could try making more blood wards or do much worse to our children. Well, I for one want to see him explain these illegal actions and am requesting he agree to an interview to ensure us all of the safety involving every single Hogwarts child. For more information on Harry Potter, page 2, Blood Wards and Dark Magic, page 5. For the Wizengamot proceedings, page 7. Okay, what we know is a giant 3-headed dog occupies the 3rd floor corridor. Professor Quirrell wants whatever it's guarding, and That's it, either we need to brush up on our detective skills or we have just won the world's worst investigator award for this year, Draco announced, smiling. The group was in the library, and with a helpful nudge in her mind, Madame Pants left them alone. The topic of this meeting was to work out what the hell was going in their school. Funny, Hermione remarked, sarcastically shaking her head slightly. The group had become accustomed to Draco's dry, witty, and very only occasionally funny remarks. I aim to please, the blonde-haired boy smiled with equal sarcasm. So the question is why is a Cerberus here? Why is Quirrell doing this? And why is Dumbledore allowing this to happen? He must know something. I mean, a man led a troll into the castle, and no one noticed. Harry interrupted before the two could continue their sarcasm-filled banter. Good question, maybe their minds? Hermione suggested, referring to Harry's Dementor powers. No, I tried. Every time I reach out, I can feel two different things. One is dark and my inner Dementor tires to unleash itself to protect me, and the other is blank. Like someone is using Quirrell's mind or attached to it, Harry answered, recalling the strange feeling that emerged every time he tried to approach Quirrell's mind. Well, you might be, but the rest of us, Draco began. Cho shook her head before he could finish the comment. Think about it, when that troll Quirrell fainted and obviously legged it to the third-floor corridor, but why didn't he finish the job? He couldn't have done it because he's still here and looked pretty angry about us defeating the troll, so why didn't he get past the three-headed dog? The man can control a troll. I think a Cerberus would be like taking candy from a baby. Someone must have stopped him. Jo explained, pacing up and down in front of the group as she racked her brain. She's right, Harry agreed, also connecting the dots, but who? Well, Crabbe began awkwardly. The whole group turned to face him. Well, Snape's been walking with a limp this week, he pointed out. Draco's face lit up. Look at these two. First Goyle works out Professor Quirrell is the one cursing and translates a Latin phrase that makes no sense to anyone else in the world, and now Crabbe is solving one of the major mysteries of this case. See, we have two smart ones, one powerful one genius, witty, cool one, and two problem solvers. I think this is going to work out just fine, Draco remarked, beaming at his two friends who sheepishly looked away. So Snape's involved, what do we do? Hermione interrupted suddenly. Draco tooted loudly. It's obvious, isn't it? We confront him and see what he knows, he smirked, sending a jolt of fear through the group's spines as they envisioned confronting the man. Or we spend the entire year shyly hiding in the shadows, following him and accidentally giving Quirrell a chance to steal this thing, Draco offered up, knowing which option made reasonable sense. Potions. Harry wanted to do this alone. Snape had been going out of his way too much lately to show Harry up, and it was becoming ridiculous. Harry understood the man's original dislike of him, but to bully a dead man's son in some bizarre effort to get some poetic justice was pathetic. Harry was going to ask him what he knew and try to sort this thing out. And so as the lesson ended and the class went to lunch, Harry slowly approached the teacher's desk. The door is that way, Mr. Potter. You may be thick, but not that thick, was the first thing the greasy-haired man spat. Professor, Harry began respectively. Snape looked alarmed by Harry spoke first. Enough, he demanded, the air getting colder with every syllable. Potter? Snape began, shocked, but Harry cut him off. This has gone on too far, Professor. What my father did as a teenager has nothing to do with me. I never said I supported it or condoned it. In fact, I had no idea until recently, Harry shouted angrily as Snape's face dropped in shock as Harry recited some of his oldest and most protected secrets. You fell in with the wrong crowd, that's your fault, and you turned your back on my mother. It was your choices that led to her loving him instead of you, and if you had been friendly to her or even civil, then she wouldn't have pushed you away. I had nothing to do with her loving him, and not you, so stop taking out your issues on other people. You repented, I'll give you that, and you tried to turn it around, and that is commendable, but enough is enough. Harry continued, brimming with anger as he spilled out all the teacher's secrets and truths he couldn't bear to face. As for Snape, there was no hatred in his face or eyes, but instead shock and hurt. A tear welled up behind his eye, but Harry steamed on. You need to stop living in the past and face your problems instead of using them to justify what you force on students. You are becoming so much like the teenage bully you faced. It's unreal. Harry ended, and his anger subsided as he saw the man face what he had done over the years for the first time. Warmth and light re-entered the room as Harry stormed out, leaving a shocked and terrified Snape behind. Later, Albus Dumbledore was sat sulking at his desk. His vault had been frozen now, and the goblins were leeching from his fortune that rightly belonged to him. Harry had no need of it, but apparently the Ministry didn't like him taking it, so they began draining him of what he had apparently stolen. His reputation was going to be in tatters, and nothing could make this day worse. Or so he thought. What did you tell him? Came the enraged voice of Severus Snape as the potions professor burst through the door to the headmaster's office. Severus? Dumbledore questioned, completely stunned by the man's entrance. Oh, don't Severus me, what did you tell Harry Potter? You promised you would tell no one, was the angered response that left Dumbledore even more confused. What are you talking about? The old man practically shouted. Snape quickly summarized the events of the day. What? Dumbledore mouthed, wondering how the boy could know anything at all about his parents. Yes, he knew about my past with James and Lily, and also said it was my fault for losing her. But the worst thing is, Snape hissed angrily. Then his entire persona changed. The angry ex-Death Eater was gone, replaced by a teary-eyed broken man who had just come to terms with his life. He's right. He continued, sobbing slightly. His entire life so far had been nothing more than petty revenge, and what made it so much worse was that an 11-year-old had seen through it. Dumbledore looked at the normally cold and sarcastic teacher with his mouth forming a perfect O. He never could have even imagined the man would break down like this, and more to the point would ever feel remorse over what he had inflicted on students over the years. I made so many lives hell during my time as a teacher, and it was all because of what someone else did to me. I was just trying to make people feel like I did when I was 15. And you knew. You let me teach. His last note was one of accusation. You were coming over to the light, and we needed you close to. Dumbledore began quickly, trying to explain his actions once more. No, Albus, you can't spin that on me, no. I don't know how Harry knew this, but I already know you wouldn't tell him. I thought you did, but your surprise is just too evident. And I know why. You wanted me to bully him, didn't you? You wanted to give the boy someone at Hogwarts he would dread. I have no idea why, but I can tell you I'm done being your pawn. I will teach, but I am going to change. The bullying, hatred, and everything else I've pumped my classes full of over the years. No, and if you want to ever regain my trust, if you want to explain why you allowed me to teach knowing I would bully, then it might help. But I know if you do that, then it will lead me straight to whatever you've been plotting over the years concerning Harry Potter, and I have no idea what that is, and to be honest, just so can look you in the eye, I never want to. Snape proclaimed, glaring coldly at the man he had entrusted so much with. And with that he stormed out of the room. Library, a philosopher's stone. Cho was gobsmacked as Harry explained what he had seen in Snape's mind. Yes, Harry answered gravely. Sorry, are they trying to kill us? What is Dumbledore thinking? Is his mind like, hey, I've got a great idea, why don't I put a dangerous, powerful magical artifact in the middle of a school which practically every dark wizard would want, and also hire a man I've never met before because I get a new defense teacher every year, and then entrust this man with the secret. What a genius, Draco exclaimed, amazed. He has a point. Why the hell would Dumbledore trust Quirrell, a new professor, with this secret? And more to the point, why hasn't he put more defenses up? A giant guard dog, fair enough, but open a book about a Cerberus and you have all the information you need to get them. Hermione interjected, sharing Draco's feelings. A very good point, but if it's in this school, then we need to be careful. Imagine what would happen if Quirrell gets his hands on it. And remember where first on his hit list, Harry warned, suddenly realizing the magnitude of the situation. If they weren't careful, then Quirrell would enact some kind of revenge, and they were in a school where he taught, and that could only mean he had the advantage. He could make his move any time, and the only defense they had could lead the total annihilation of the entire school. Chapter 13. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 13. This is the closest we're going to get the central plotline for a while, so any answered questions will be addressed later. The school had gone through a surprising change over the last few days. Firstly, Ronald Weasley had managed to convince almost all of the first, second, and third-year Gryffindors that Harry was a dark wizard. Secondly, Snape, true to his word, had completely changed his way of teaching. Gone were the snide remarks and hate-filled glares. Now he gave actual help to people who needed it and even dished out a few compliments every now and then. He had ignored Dumbledore's existence entirely, and the old man could do nothing to win back his trust. Harry had noticed the change more than anyone else, as Snape had not spoken to him since the confrontation. He was scared that Harry knew so much about him but also saw the boy in a new light. Snape didn't want to speak because he had no idea what he would say. He had loved Lily Potter to her last breath, but Harry was right. Her death, her choosing James, had nothing to do with Harry. Another thing the school had noticed was Oliver Wood's numerous attempts to have Harry removed from the team as he was flying unaided. But even after contacting major officials, he was forced to accept it did not violate the rulebook in any way, as they had not planned for unaided flight. Quirrell was being watched by Harry and his friends, but he made no move towards the third-floor corridor or even show any sign he was up to something. So schoolwork had taken priority, and as Christmas approached, Harry realized they would be more and more distracted. He was going home for Christmas, no doubt about it, but he needed to make sure Quirrell would not make his move while he was gone and needed to find a solution and fast. It was this reason he was in the library on this night, as he was looking for books on wards or protective enchantments. His friends were in bed and Harry had no intention of waking them up for something so trivial as a trip to the library. Then, out of nowhere, he heard a voice. It was low and obviously someone was whispering, but his heightened Dementor-like senses picked it up. It's the perfect trap. The boy will find the mirror and, like so many before him, will be entranced by it. I will be able to use it as a bargaining tool and he will be under our control before he even knows it, Albus Dumbledore was saying. I hope so, Albus. We have a lot riding on him being your puppet in this, and I need your assurance that it will work, came a reply. This voice Harry didn't recognize, but it was deep and mysterious. Don't worry, him not befriending the boy is only a minor setback. I am confident that once he looks into this mirror, then he will be addicted. I've mixed in a spell, so I know when someone approaches it, Dumbledore bragged with arrogance flooding into his voice. Harry considered reaching into this mysterious other man's mind, but decided against, as if he encountered any legitimacy shields, then they may find him. Good, your plan needs to work, Albus. We have waited too long for our comeback, and you need the boy to be a pawn for the rise to begin, the other man remarked darkly. Trust me, with him under our thumb, then no one will oppose our plans, Dumbledore assured the man with a chuckle. Now let us get drink. It has been a long while since we last spoke. Harry waited for a few moments until he was sure they were gone. Then he slowly entered the room. It was ordinary enough, with stone steps, windows, and all the normal apparatus you would see in a castle such as Hogwarts, but in the center of the room stood a large mirror. Harry concentrated and used his powers to devour the enchantment placed around the mirror, and slowly he approached it. It was large and framed in some kind of dark metal with the words Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi carved into it. Harry marveled at its beauty for a few moments before looking into it. Then he took a step back. He understood why it could be used as a controlling device. He could not see into it, for he did not have a human soul. No, he saw the enchantment of the mirror, 1,000 colors mixing into one orb at the center. It would reach out into the minds of others and show them their heart's desire. Disgusting, Harry thought, an object designed for beauty to be used for oppression, and he had no doubt he was the target. You're quite easy to follow, came a voice. Harry spun round to see the pale face of Draco Malfoy behind him. How did you know I was here? Harry asked suspiciously. Easy, I know you, and the moment you realized the stone might be at risk, then you would have gone to the one place in this school that could give you some tips on how to protect it, and Draco began. Then his eyes fell upon the mirror. Harry could see the enchantment work as a colorful tendril reached into his friend's mind and pulled out what he most desired. My father? Draco murmured, suddenly slightly confused. I can see. Wow, he's looking so proud. He was in a trance, no doubt, and Harry shook his shoulder. What the? He questioned, turning to Harry. The mirror shows you your heart's desire. It can drive men to madness. Dumbledore was here. He thought he could control me with it, Harry explained. What do you see? Draco asked suddenly. Harry sighed. Nothing. Whatever I am, whatever gives me these powers prevents it from working. I suppose I should be grateful, Harry answered with slight bitterness. Least they can't control you, Draco remarked, looking longingly at the mirror. We should leave it alone, I think. It's here for a reason, and that reason is control. It's not worth losing your mind over, he instructed sternly, knowing the mirror would be appealing to Draco and anyone else who wandered by. I suppose, he conceded with a sigh, turning his back on the object. As the two walked out of the room, neither noticed golden lines of text embed themselves into the mirror. For blood and hate. His heart remains closed, for darkness, for light. Evil never grows. For the end to be met, the truth must unveil with terrible loss and terrible betrayal. The darkness falls and recoils, and in that one moment the currents of time were forever inscribed with the next great prophecy. The next day, it came to Harry in the very early hours of the morning. The solution to his problem had been staring him in the face the whole time, and he had not even realized. The stone needed protection, obviously, and Harry knew only one man who could do the job. Snape, the man had been doing it before Harry had even known about the stone, and while they were away he would be on the lookout. At least he hoped, and that is why at lunch he sat with his back to the aisle where Snape would walk down. Are you okay, Harry? Cho inquired, noticing he was on edge. Yeah. Well, no, you see, Harry began explaining the events of the previous night. Why would Dumbledore want to control you? Cho wondered quietly, knowing the need for secrecy. And who was helping him? He has a hidden agenda and his mind is complex enough to keep me out. He has a vast knowledge and his mind is a maze of information. Harry sighed, realizing there was a lot more going on around the school than me the eye, and worst of all, it seemed to center on him. Why, he didn't know, but he knew he needed to be careful or he might end up falling into their hands, but then again it wasn't his biggest concern now. So Cho, any plans for Christmas? He asked, changing the subject. You bet she does, Draco announced, practically dancing over from the Slytherin table.
Ido.
She questioned, bewildered. No, you're not getting married, Draco commented on her choice of words. No, you are invited to the annual Malfoy Manor Christmas party. Harry sighed. Every year on Christmas Eve the Malfoys threw a huge party and spared no expense. Giant ice sculptures and fountains of wine and butter beer, food to feed an army, and some of the most bizarre entertainment. Harry had attended one last year, and had left when a very drunk Lucius Malfoy tired to suggest that Lucy and his wife have a private moment with him, in a cupboard. Harry's only response was, thank God Dementors can't get drunk. Draco's was, how would that work? Am I? Cho murmured as an invitation was forced into her hand. It had the image of a peaceful-looking manor which suddenly became draped with ribbons and balloons which flew around the invite. Still hanging around with Dark Wizard's Potter? Came a sneer. Harry didn't even need to turn to know it was Ron Weasley. And the IQ levels plummet, Draco remarked dryly, causing a few students nearby to chuckle. Are you still doing this? Harry asked bluntly, turning to the boy. What? The redhead queried. I have made it clear many times over the last term that firstly I don't like you, and also that my friends are my business, so in other words. Get lost, Harry retorted angrily. Not until you accept the fact you belong with Gryffindor, Ron snarled. Tell me how that works out for you, Harry remarked dryly, turning away. Ron looked ready to say something, but he was cut off. Mr. Weasley, I believe your house is on the other side of the hall, Snape hissed suddenly. Ron turned to the professor and mumbled an apology of some kind before legging it. Mr. Potter, Snape greeted quickly before walking off. As he walked, his pocket suddenly felt a bit heavier. Intrigued, he found a note, which must have been slipped into his pocket. His eyes paused on Harry for a moment as he examined the parchment. It simply said, Watch Quirrell, Platform 9 3/4. Regardless of species, he was her son, and in one term alone he had accumulated enough trouble to last a lifetime. They shared a bond which meant she could contact him whenever she wished but chose not to. He needed to learn to live without her, but a few times she knew he needed her. In this one term alone he had managed to end up fighting a troll, ending a 20-year grudge, saving a girl's life, and knowing Harry he did a lot more. She was worried about him, as any mother would be, but at the same time she was proud. He had been able to stand against forces much more powerful than him in the name of justice and righteousness, from saving a girl from a troll to defying bullies. Harry had been able to change a Malfoy's mind about blood purity, and even Lucius Malfoy accepted a Dementor as Harry's family. Well, when he was sober, other than that, things got a little out of hand. But even the crowd could not dampen her mood as Harry was almost home. She could sense the train in the distance, and she knew that Sirius and Bella could not contain their excitement, and not even the Dementor's chill could take away their feelings. Bella had been a shock to Lucy, as she was the last person Lucy would think of to accept Harry. He had killed Voldemort, and yet she treated him like a nephew, though she saw Tom Riddle in him, no doubt, and Lucy hoped that whatever similarity she saw would disappear long before Harry became an adult. Suddenly she was pulled from her thoughts by the sound of a horn, and before she could even register it, Harry was pulling her into a hug. "Hi, Mum," was all he said as he clutched her tightly. "Hello, Harry," she replied with love and warmth. Chapter 14. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 14. Molly Weasley had been waiting on platform 9 3/4 for half an hour now. She was not happy. Firstly, a few weeks ago her home had been searched and the Aurors had uncovered a number of illegal love potions that were being sent to Dumbledore. She was arrested and given a huge fine which looked like it would take at least 3 generations to pay off. Secondly, her idiot son was unable to befriend Harry Potter. How hard would it be to make friends with a lonely, neglected child? Dumbledore had stopped contacting her and stopped sending her money. She was going to strangle her son if this was his fault. How had one child, her own one at that, managed to destroy all of her plans? Now, unless something was done, Harry Potter would never marry Ginny, and she would never get the Potter fortune which she rightfully deserved. Then all of a sudden she felt cold. It was familiar to her and she turned to see a Dementor on the platform. Its chill was infecting the entire crowd who drew closer together. No one wanted to attack it as the law stated Dementors could be repelled if they were causing a problem and the chill was not causing enough of one. Then the train pulled up and the Dementor's chill suddenly receded. She could see Ron in the window and she shot him a dangerous glare, but then she saw his eyes were pointed elsewhere. "Hi Mum," a sweet quiet voice suddenly hissed into her ear, and she saw Harry Potter hugging a Dementor. Her mouth fell open. On the first day of term she had heard about this but never believed it. A Dementor was his mum. How had Dumbledore allowed this to happen? It was one thing to keep a boy weak, but obviously putting him in Azkaban made him stronger. She thought he had gone to his aunt and uncle's, but someone must have put him in a prison. How, who and why were the thoughts going through her head as she saw she was not the only person looking shocked. Some had seen it before obviously, but a few people mirrored her expression. "Hello Harry." Lucy, another man, joined the scene and she saw Lucius Malfoy walking over to the two. So he knew a dark family. How was this possible? And Lucius was greeting a Dementor. "Hello Mr. Malfoy." Harry smiled and Lucy says hello. The boy could also understand Dementors. What the hell was going here? Though suddenly she saw a woman with her mouth twisted into delight. Rita Skeeter was looking like she had just been handed a million galleons. Her pen had exploded, but the reporter was too transfixed on the scene to care. "Oh God, no." Molly suddenly realized how this looked. After Harry had been taken to his uncle's, Dumbledore told everyone that he had placed the boy in safe hands. And now it looked like he had given him to the Dementors. This was very bad. She had no idea if Dumbledore had lied and placed Harry in Azkaban, but this was going to ruin him. He had already been accused and charged with taking part in dark rituals along with stealing money, and now people were going to think he imprisoned the boy who lived. No, this could ruin everything. Harry, on the other hand, was paying no attention to Molly and was instead chatting to Lucius while the man waited for Draco. "So Harry, are you coming to the party this year? And Lucy is always welcome, of course," Lucius inquired politely. He had shown the Dementor a great deal of respect for saving Harry from the Dursleys and commended her methods of restraining them. Also he felt awkward because he drunkenly offered to have a threesome with her last year, something which Lucy had done everything in her power to forget, and Harry knew she was glad that she couldn't speak or the conversations would be really weird. Lucy did not do much at the party except feed off the happiness. The excessive amount of happy emotions meant she could absorb it but have no effect on the guests. "I will be," Harry confirmed. "As will I," Lucy announced, and Harry translated. "Good, how was school?" "Draco mentioned a certain red-haired boy giving you trouble," Lucius continued with a hint of disgust in his voice. "He tried, but I doubt he will try anything in the near future," Harry assured the man, not wanting him to go into a rant on blood purity. Harry had no time for the ideal, but for Draco's sake did not comment on it. How the hell Draco was going to explain he invited a muggle born to the party, he had no idea, but Harry could soothe things with his powers if they got too out of hand. "Good," Lucius smiled, seeing Draco. "I shall see you at the party." As he left, Lucy mumbled, "It seems you're having an effect on him." "How?" Harry wondered. "When he used to visit the prison before he knew you, he was very small-minded and racist, but over the years he has become less and less. He sees you as an equal despite being a half-blood in his eyes, and he shows me respect. Lord Voldemort saw us as mindless monsters but also allies, and during the war that is why we sided with him. He promised us freedom against muggles and souls to devour, which we did not want, but we wanted more than we had. He has lost a lot of this racism, and I think he's having doubts on some of the most respected pureblood ideals," Lucy replied, looking at the silver-haired man with interest. "Maybe he is," Harry agreed, thinking about it. Then Lucy's skeletal hand lightly tugged at his. Shadow travel it was then. Harry loved the exhilaration, and even though everyone was watching, he and Lucy slowly sunk into the shadows. "Azkaban." "Calm down," Bella Sirius sighed from his cell as his cousin paced up and down. "He's back today," she squealed. "Without him this prison is, well, a prison." "I know, but pacing up and down your cell for an hour won't make time speed up now, will it?" he asked, sharing her feelings on the matter. "You should be ashamed of yourself," a voice spat. Crouch hadn't shut up since Harry left. "Always going on about how Bella was betraying the Dark Lord. And you should shut the hell up, Crouch. He's a boy and had no idea what he was doing when he killed the Dark Lord. You can see how powerful he is. Dementor magic or whatever he has. Well, in a few years he could take on the entire ministry and win. Just because you cried in front of your father because you were caught makes you no better than me." I left that courtroom with respect while you cried and wailed as your own father sentenced you to life, and now you sit in a cell bitterly like a fool, she retorted furiously. How dare you, Crouch begun. Shut it, Crouch, Sirius interjected. However, the man did fall silent as in that moment a Dementor swooped in and pointed a finger at him. It was a warning, and a clear one, as in the next moment Harry entered the room. Harry, Bella, and Sirius exclaimed together as the boy approached. He beamed at them, and Sirius saw Crouch retreat back into his cell. How are you, Sirius? And you, Bella? Harry asked warmly, happy to be reunited with the pair. He shook Sirius's hands while Bella, who refused to be obstructed by the bars of her cell, forced her hands through them and pulled him into a hug which involved him being pressed into cold metal. Oh, we're fine, Bella informed him, waving her hand. What we want to know is how you're doing at school. Sirius opened his mouth to protest, but seeing as he also wanted to know about his godson's time at school, he did not answer Harry's first question. So for the next hour and a bit Harry began explaining what he had done in school. To his surprise, both Sirius and Bella were very happy with him, making Ravenclaw, and Sirius even applauded when he told them he made the Quidditch team. A first year playing for a team, all the greatest players start young. Crumb, Jones, and all the rest started from an early years, he exclaimed proudly. And you can fly without a broom, which isn't in the rulebook at all, so you have a clear advantage, Bella pointed out gleefully, knowing Tom Riddle as a boy also made sure he had a clear advantage in everything. Harry knew what comparison she was making and was not happy about it, but not wanting to offend his in all but blood aunt, he let it slide. He left out Quirrell in his explanation and thought it was better not to tell the two that a man was out for his blood in the school, as it would cause them to worry, and also both would try to find a way to break out of the prison and most likely kill the man. He did mention the troll but failed to play down the detail about him turning into his Dementor form. Rewind, you turned into that full form you almost killed them kids with and beat a troll almost to death? Bella interjected, looking odd that a first year could do such a thing. Harry meekly nodded, not wanting to bring back the horror he had felt after realizing he had almost drained a creature's life force. Sirius luckily sensed Harry did not want to talk about this and changed the subject, so made any good friends. Harry mentioned all of them and saw Bella remained completely indifferent when he mentioned Hermione. He assumed she would be against the idea, but she made no comment. Deciding not to press the matter, Harry then mentioned Cho, and he saw Sirius look quietly impressed that he had befriended her, and after a quick glimpse into his mind found he had a brief relationship with her mother during his school days. Something he decided never to mention to Cho. After a while he decided to see Dora and the other Dementors, and once he was out of earshot Sirius looked at Bella oddly. What? She asked in an innocent tone. You're not annoyed he made friends with a Muggleborn? Sirius asked her, knowing she had strong views on blood purity. Instead she laughed loudly, a noise very rarely heard in the halls of Azkaban. Really, cousin? Your half-blood godson, who also is part Dementor, is the most powerful person I have ever seen. He can resist the Dementor's chill, something which the Dark Lord couldn't do, for goodness sake. He can fly, break into people's minds, manipulate them, use wandless telekinetic magic, and turn into some kind of superpowered Dementor. Please, I gave up on that blood purity stuff when I realized the most powerful person I know is a half-blood. Then I noticed that not even some purebloods go along with it, so I disregarded it. I have no problem if he has a Muggleborn friend, she laughed. Sirius was shocked. Never did he think that his cousin would throw away ideals taught to her since birth. She was the pureblood supremacist always, and yet here she was telling him that she had thrown the idea away. This was close to a miracle, and it only took the existence of an 11-year-old to do it. He really is something, Sirius murmured. He is, and I can't help wonder what he's going to be. With all his powers he is still humble, using them when he needs them and not all the time like most people would. He has been given this power and yet he is sensible with it. I have no idea what he's going to be in the future. He could be the next Dark Lord. Or he could be the savior of this world, she sighed, looking towards the spot where Harry just sat. What about the Dark Lord? Sirius asked, wondering if her loyalty to him was affected by this sudden change in perspective. Once there was a time I would follow him to the gates of hell, and I see bits of him in Harry. His cunning, his intellect, but that is all. These skills he has have always led to greatness, but Harry is unlike the Dark Lord in every other way. Now I think about it, he never cared about any of us. He wanted power, and if he ever rises again, I don't know if I would take up the call, she explained sadly. he changed you serious, remarked under his breath. And Lucius, when I knew him, he would never allow a half-Dementor or a Dementor into his home, and now he welcomes both with open arm. He's having an effect on everyone, and it seems very few people realize it. He made me see the light and repent. And if he can do that, then I think he can do anything. Chapter 15. Just before we begin, I would like to say thank you all for reading and giving me your ideas. I might do a poll for pairings at some point, but keep your ideas coming in. Also, if anyone reads The Hunger Games, you might enjoy my new FIC Lost, which has Harry getting stuck in District 12 and going to the games. Apple. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 15. Malfoy Manor was done up and ready for the party. The main hall was lined with tables with a variety of different foods and treats for the guests to enjoy. Wooden figures on brooms zoomed around the ceiling, and 3 moving ice statues greeted guests. The center of the room was dominated by a golden fountain, with fine wine gushing from within. Waitresses in loose clothing held trays of fire whiskey and honeyed mead. This was the common layout of the annual Christmas party at Malfoy Manor. Already a few guests had arrived and were clustered together, freely gossiping as their host greeted the guests one by one. Then slowly a single waving line of darkness rose from the shadows, then another and another until they began to form into Harry Potter and his Dementor mother. A few guests seemed surprised a Dementor was among them, but a few had seen both before and gave the boy polite nods. Harry and Boy, a warm voice greeted immediately as Cornelius Fudge in striking dress robes with Dolores Umbridge in a horrifying fluorescent pink outfit approached them. Harry had never liked Umbridge that much. She was civil but thought only of herself and never anyone else. She may have been one of the people that convicted the Dursleys, but Harry thought it was more to do with her earning good graces with the Minster more than anything else. Evening, Minister. Madam Umbridge. Harry smiled. Good evening, she greeted curtly with little emotion on her face. Fudge nodded to Lucy, who made a slight bow before telling Harry not to get in trouble and flying off. How are you, Boy? Hogwarts treating you well? He inquired with a wide smile. It is, thank you very much, Harry answered. No problems from any of the staff. The question was about Dumbledore. Not at all, Harry answered truthfully, deciding not to mention what he had overheard in the library. Good to hear it, Fudge confirmed, patting him on the back slightly. Fudge cared a lot for Harry, and during the time he had known him, Harry thought the man had become a much more competent minister. No longer did he rely on Dumbledore for advice, but had come into his own a bit more, well, much more compared to what he was. Well then, Harry, I hope you enjoy the party, but I need to see how Amelia is. It's the first year she's been invited, and she barely knows anyone, the man announced, bidding Harry farewell and shaking his hand before the pair vanished into the growing crowd. Harry, Lucius greeted, suddenly making Harry jump a bit. How are you, Mr. Malfoy? Harry asked politely. Very well, thank you. Have you by chance seen the Daily Prophet this morning? It was a general question, but Harry had a feeling the man was really telling him to check the paper out. No, I haven't. Anything good? Harry wondered. The man smirked slightly. You could say that. It's one for the scrapbook, he joked, summoning a copy of the paper. Harry felt his blood turn cold when he saw the headline. Boy who lives calls the Dementor mum. Very good journalist work, if I do say so myself. Fudge has been explaining this away all week by blaming Dumbledore, who after you vanished told the world you were safe. People are blaming him more than anyone else, and the Ministry is going to release a detailed report on it later in the year, Lucius explained. Harry couldn't help smirk too when he realized how badly this looked for Dumbledore. Already he had been charged with illegal acts, and now he was being accused of leaving the boy who lived with Dementors. His reputation would be in tatters, and Harry wanted to shake this reporter's hand. I of course invited Miss Skeeter here, and she should be arriving later, Lucius murmured more to himself than Harry. Anyway, Draco is outside with Crabbe, Goyle, Miss Parkinson, Miss Chong surprisingly, and also... What was her name? Oh yes, Granger, Lucius continued. Harry froze as the words left his lips and wondered how the man took the news his son was friends with a Muggleborn. Glad to see Draco making friends outside the usual Slytherin circles, Lucius murmured. Harry was shocked. He expected disappointment with anger, not acceptance. I'll have to go meet them, Harry decided, completely thrown off guard by the man's casual tone. Oh, please do. Now where is that idiot translator? Lucius asked himself, scanning the room. Deciding to give the man a hand, Harry reached out into the minds of the crowd. Over there, Harry pointed to a man standing with his head in the fountain. Lucius grumbled slightly and stormed towards him. Now, what did he need a translator for? But deciding it really wasn't his concern, he walked into the grounds of the manor. Harry, Draco called. He was wearing smart casual clothes along with Crabbe and Goyle. He saw neatly brushed blonde hair and saw Pansy was wearing a very revealing dress which would be more suited to 17-year-old with a large chest. Obviously the girl's father was still trying to persuade Lucius that her and Draco should be under a marriage contract. Obviously he thought making the 11-year-old wear a skimpy dress, which even she looked uncomfortable with, and what looked like 6 tons of makeup would make Draco like her more. He really did not like some pureblood families, and it was no wonder the Malfoys no longer got on with the Parkinsons as much. Next to her was Cho, who was wearing a flowing blue dress like something you would see on a Disney princess. She looked good with much less makeup and was stood next to Hermione, who had instead opted for a plain red skirt and dress with no makeup. She seemed comfortable in the group and was ignoring the curious stares of pureblood men and women who did not recognize her. Most families knew each other very well. "Hello," Harry greeted with a slight wave as he got closer to the group. "How are you all?" "Awful, we have had to suffer," Pansy, giving Hermione and Cho fashion tips, Draco remarked dryly. No one laughed. "At least some of us have fashion sense," Pansy retorted, gesturing to herself and the girls. "At least my dress wasn't attacked by a maniac with scissors," Draco chuckled, staring at the low-cut dress. Harry smiled slightly as Pansy glared daggers at his best friend. It was a low shot, but no one seemed to mind. "So how's Azkaban?" Draco wondered, beginning a conversation that to anyone else would sound horrifying. Harry explained to the girls who Sirius was and very briefly mentioned Bella. He didn't want anyone mentioning her around Neville, who would take it very badly. Bella had briefly mentioned what she had done, and her eyes were full of regret the whole time. It made things very awkward around the boy, who was always friendly to Harry, but every time he spoke of his gran, Harry was reminded of what Bella had said. The two had not spent much time together, but Neville was one of the few Gryffindors who didn't think he was evil. "So you all get free roam of a prison?" Hermione asked, not knowing much about wizarding prisons. "No, I'm the only one allowed to walk around and everyone else stays inside their cell. Most people are all right, but I think Lucy would take care of any who weren't," Harry answered, briefly thinking of Crouch. "I never heard of nice Dementors until I met you," Pansy confessed. "Why would you?" "People don't think very highly of them," Harry answered, thinking of her family's ideals. Pansy was another one who was once a racist little girl, but over time had warmed to a more positive way of thinking. With some help from Harry and Draco. "Well, Father hired a translator for tonight. He wants to have a conversation with Lucy and get to know the person he had given guardianship of you more," Draco pointed out, knowing his father found Lucy fascinating. The rest of the evening passed quickly, with the group sitting near the flamingos in the pond and getting rounds of butterbeer from the manor. It was starting to liven up in there, and Harry was the only person who got the drinks now, as he could easily deal with drunks. He had seen Lucy a few times, who was relaxing. She was enjoying the positive emotions and was happily ignoring the glares thrown at her by the less drunk members of the party. Disgraceful, a female voice crept through the night. A man Harry did not recognize, but he saw Pansy curse under her breath. "Tell me about it." "First the man lets evil into his home, but now he's inviting filth," another man spat, who Harry recognized. This was Pansy's father, and he realized why she was staying quiet. Then he started talking to that Dementor with that idiot translating. "Well, seeing him in pain made my day. Probably a filthy half-blood," the woman cackled, and Harry assumed she was Pansy's mother. "Like that Harry Potter, I know Lucius invited him, and I was wondering where he is. Probably with that Draco. I swear the sooner we marry Pansy off to the boy the better." "The Malfoy fortune is one to rival," the man spat angrily. They were getting closer, and Harry could feel the anger radiating off the group. "And that other girl we saw, Chinese or something. What is the man thinking? The Chinese have strange blood purity ideas, and she could be a mudblood for all we know," he continued. "Forget her. I saw a real mudblood with Crabbe and Goyle's idiot children," Pansy's mother announced disgustedly. Harry was a patient person, but the use of the word mudblood made his blood boil. The entire group had been insulted in some way, and Harry calmly walked closer to them. They noticed him, and he saw their eyes widen when they realized who he was, and he had heard every word of the conversation. "I suggest you return to the party," Harry suggested, trying to remain calm. "And why should we do what you say, half-blood?" The woman spat. "Because I'm asking you nicely. I hold you in no positive regard for the way you treat your daughter. You flaunter her like meat in Lucius's face, only for him to reject your marriage contract idea time and time again. You also judge on blood, but should I mention the 3 squibs your family produced? If your blood is so pure, then why would that happen? You then judge on a culture you have no idea on," so leave Harry ended. Behind him the group looked amazed that Harry had the nerve to speak to a wealthy pureblood in this way and also pleased he was sticking up for them. Pansy was looking at him slightly worried as on one hand she agreed with what he said but didn't want her father taking his anger out on her later. How dare you question us? I don't expect you to know anything. Being a half-blood raised with Dementors, the woman hissed before spitting on the floor. If Malfoy wants to make himself look a fool, he can, but we will always be better than you. More powerful, more intelligent, the man continued with contempt in his eyes. Harry had lost patience now and raised his hand in the air. Before either could react, an unseen force threw them to the ground. They didn't even have time for shock to kick in as they were raised into the air effortlessly by Harry. They won't remember any of this, he assured his friends loudly. Only Pansy was amazed as the others all had knowledge on his powers. And people, that is why we stay away from other families, Draco remarked, trying to elevate the mood. However, what none of the group knew was that they were not the only ones who had overheard the conversation. Another man had followed the two adults into the grounds, worried they would start something. Never had Lucius Malfoy expected to see the power Harry Potter had used. With no wand or magical device, he had disarmed two of the most despicable purebloods he had ever met. Then he had wiped their minds effortlessly. How he did not know, but he had just seen everything. Chapter 16. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 16. Now I have another question for you, the reader. In the chapter there is a reference to a book on becoming an animagus. Now what should his animal form be, and also do you think anyone else in the group should gain this power, and if so, what animal should they be? Draco, Cho, Hermione, Crabbe and Goyle. Merry Christmas, everyone. Apple. Snow was rarely seen in Azkaban prison, but when Harry Potter awoke on Christmas it fell from the sky with a passion, coating the island along with the bars covering all windows of the prison. Merry Christmas, Harry, Lucy greeted, gliding into the room. She was holding a small wrapped package which he knew was from her. The presents from the Malfoys and his friends would arrive by owl later in the day. Merry Christmas, Mum, Harry answered. This was the first time he had called her Mum on Christmas. He always thought she preferred Lucy, but since he returned from Hogwarts their relationship had changed. He realized how much he loved her and also how much she cared about him. She had always been proud and encouraging, but he never realized that she saw him as a son until now. They had missed each other during his time away and both knew their relationship had changed. At first she was a guardian, then, without even realizing it, she had become a mother to him. She no longer felt any awkwardness when Harry pulled her into a mid-air hug. For a moment they embraced, relishing the bond they shared, but then Lucy pulled back and handed him the present. Here you go. It was wrapped well and Lucy had obviously spent a lot of time on it. So as he carefully pulled the paper away, a book was revealed. At first he was confused, but then he saw the first picture. It was of a younger Sirius waving from a portrait with two other people. One looked much like Harry but lacked the lightning scar, and his arm was wrapped around a young woman with long red hair. It was his parents, and as he turned the pages more pictures stood out. The first was of 4 people including his dad and Sirius. Then as the pages turned he saw them get older and older until it ended with Lily and James Potter holding a small baby. That's me, he remarked with a smile. The pictures had been hand-cut and glued onto the pages. This would have taken months with Lucy's skeletal hands, but the effort she went to was astonishing. This wasn't it, however. Lucy suddenly revealed another package. It was soft and silky, and as he opened it a cloak fell out and fell onto the floor in a heap. This was found when the Ministry searched Dumbledore's office. There was a note connecting it to James Potter, and you as his son are entitled to it. Lucy explained, gesturing for Harry to try it on. He did, father, and he let out a slight gasp as he vanished. It was an invisibility cloak and had belonged to his father. It was a present that meant a great deal to him, as it was both a relic of the past and it was going to be very useful. Thank you, he whispered softly, pulling her into another embrace. This was warm and full of thanks, and Lucy felt warmer inside than she had ever felt. Dementors rarely felt like this. They reproduced with a fine mist, but this was a new feeling, and something she wanted to keep hold of forever. This was motherhood for her, and she was possibly the only Dementor that had ever felt this way. Later, jingle bells, Bella sung over and over again. Sirius was looking unimaginably irritated, and even the Dementors were shooting her looks of annoyance. Bella seemed to thrive at Christmas and enjoyed singing more than anything. Sometimes Sirius suspected she only did it to annoy as many people as she could, and he was right. Harry's influence had done a lot to her and given her some resistance to the Dementor's chill. So in other words, she was free to sing and dance as much as she liked, something that Sirius among others did not enjoy anywhere near as much as she did. Merry Christmas. A younger voice interrupted suddenly, and Harry Potter came into view with a huge smile on his face. Harry. Merry Christmas, Sirius greeted, as did Bella. Harry spent some time showing the pair the book he had received, and while ignoring Bella's requests to add some younger pictures of her into the book, Sirius enjoyed the time he spent with his godson. Though this was not the only present he received, as a few minutes later a number of owls entered the room. It was almost a swarm, with packages practically raining down on them. The Dementors looked around confused, as they could not sense animals that well, something Sirius used a lot when playing with Harry. Parcels lined the floor, and Bella eagerly picked one up. It was wrapped in silver and green paper, and there was no mistaking who it was from. Harry nodded at Bella, who opened the present on his behalf. Inside was a book detailing the history of various families in the wizarding world. To Harry, the book was interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, he had always been fascinated by wizarding history, and was perhaps the only person able to stay awake during the lectures of Professor Binns, other than Hermione. Also because it gave him a chance to find dirt on real-life families. This was how he knew the Parkinsons had produced a number of squibs. Such things were shameful to pure-blood families, and these tidbits of information could prove invaluable in both winding people up and also gaining their help. Fudge sent him a box of Honeyduke's chocolate, which Harry devoured, immediately sharing some with Bella and Sirius. Umbridge sent him another book which detailed the most basics in defensive magic, and had only sent it to remain in the Minster's favor. Hermione had sent him some sugar-free sweets which he kept for himself. Cho had sent him another book detailing wizarding cultures around the world. Crabbe and Goyle sent him books on Quidditch, with one giving a history of the game and the other giving him tips on how to play. Most of these were advanced tips that would be much less difficult for him, seeing as he could fly, and Harry was determined to try some out whenever he could. Draco had sent him a book on how to become an animagus, and Harry had no idea where he found that. It was very advanced magic and required a lot of dedication, though decided to make use of it as soon as he could. A number of other presents involved sweets, but his eye suddenly fell on a badly wrapped Gryffindor red-colored package. Then he took a breath and, using his second vision, saw what was embedded in the wrapping. A compulsion charm. If he opened it without knowing then, he would have complied with the instruction given. With ease he destroyed the enchantment and already had a feeling who sent it. Excusing himself, he hid the package out of sight, and once Bella and Sirius were out of view, he opened it. Inside was a vibrant red jumper with the letter H sewn inside. A note was pinned to it, and his suspicions were confirmed when he read it. Harry, how about we start over? You're a true Gryffindor at heart, and we both know it. Ron. Harry snorted as he read the note. It was the least subtle attempt at begging he had ever seen. But on the other hand, he had to hand it to Molly Weasley. She made a jumper that burnt very well when he practiced Incendio on it. He knew Ron had only written this because he was being made to, but the question remained why? Molly Weasley's mind revealed she would be getting paid for it, but is a paycheck really worth this much effort? This much desperation? Well, at least their desperate effort kept him warm for a few seconds. Later, Harry and a black dog played in the snow. Currently, Harry was throwing snowballs at the dog, who moved too quickly to be hit. Lucy sensed this from high above the prison, and she knew who the dog was. Her sisters had almost no idea, but she knew Sirius Black was an animagus. Dementors knew the innocent were sent to this place, but they had no way of making the Ministry believe them or explain how they knew. Their chill was a natural part of them, and they could not reduce it for long periods of time. So even the innocent were forced to endure the effects of a Dementor's presence. The guilty, however, were a much different case. Dementors would have to see everything the guilty had done. Images of violence, murder, and worse flooded their minds, and in most cases the punishment of the chill was justified. Lucy herself was one of the more resistant Dementors, and was one of the few who could stand being in the maximum security area, and not see the twisted memories that existed in the minds of the guilty. Dementors were all female and were sisters in a way. That is how their society worked, but ones like Lucy were respected for being willing to do what others could not. This was how she was able to bring Harry into their midst. At first her sisters were not happy, but over time they grew accustomed to the boy. He was polite and could talk to them, which many found fascinating. Eventually he was accepted as a Dementor in all but appearance. His gender and blood were irrelevant, and many had tried to discover the source of his power. Lucy would stop any experiment she felt could harm Harry, but she was also very interested in how he came about these powers. She hadn't found out yet, but she had some theories. Theories that she had not yet shared. "I thought I would find you here." A voice pulled her from her thoughts, and she turned to see Dora behind her. The two were high above the prison and masked by the snow. Lucy had chosen this location so she could keep an eye on Harry, but also so she could collect her thoughts. This was the place she always went to think, and it was her worry that got the better of her on this day. "What's bothering you?" Dora inquired, seeing her friend was troubled. "School, but I have no idea what. Every day I fear that he will use his inner power with good intent, but there will be no one to hold him back. No one to stop him going too far," Lucy confessed. A skeletal hand was placed on her shoulder. "You worry too much, sister. He may have this power, but you must see that he never uses it unless he needs to. If he did not use it, then he and his friends may have died on that night. He knows what is at stake, and your worry, while justified, is misplaced. You should not worry about what he might do, but instead worry about what others are trying to make him do," Dora soothed gently. The air was cold, and the snow clung to their robes as they began to glide. "What do you mean?" Lucy asked after a while. Dora looked around to make sure no one was in earshot before answering. "Think about it, given to abusive relatives, isolated from the wizarding world, money being taken from Gringotts, a marriage contract with the Weasley girl, these are not random acts. These are parts of a much bigger plan. Dumbledore could not have managed them alone. Others are helping him, and I sense something has changed in the very fabric of the world. Someone or something wants Harry under their control, and Dumbledore is only one piece of this puzzle. Why, I don't know, but I do know that it will not bode well for Harry," Dora explained. Lucy cursed herself. Dora was right. She had been so preoccupied by the present and worry for the future she did not see the bigger picture. These acts were motivated by control. A marriage contract would assure loyalty. Finical dependency would make him willing to work for someone. Isolation and abuse would make him desperate for companionship, which would fling him right into the arms of Dumbledore or anyone else who offered it. Now she understood why Ronald Weasley was so desperate to befriend Harry. Ron was a pawn, but a pawn that had the power to change the entire game. A game that these unknown people were currently losing, but how would they react to what had happened over the last few months? Dumbledore being discredited was a major blow to them, and it would not go unpunished. They would react soon, and Lucy couldn't help realize that if she hadn't found Harry Potter in the woods on that fateful day, then everything would be different, and there was a chance that he would have fallen right into their trap. Chapter 17. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 17. The holidays were slowly drawing to an end. The snow had melted and the year had ended and begun again. Harry's return to Hogwarts was imminent, but he had something to do first. He realized the stone was in danger, but also worked out Dumbledore was keeping it in the open. It was too obvious. Firstly, if you have a powerful magical artifact in your school, you don't tell every possible person about it. Quirrell was a new teacher and was given inside knowledge on the school and the stone, which could only mean either Dumbledore was an idiot, or Dumbledore was doing it purposely. He had no idea why Dumbledore would want Quirrell to know about it, or why he seemed was so desperate to control Harry. He had no idea why, but the attempts were blatant. Him being at the Dursleys, the marriage contract, he could read Lucy's mind as well, the finical manipulation and the mirror. The mirror was a sick, desperate controlling method, but Harry had to admit it was effective. He had seen the lost, hungry eyes of Draco, and how the mirror reached out for him. If he wasn't immune to its effects, then he would have fallen right under Dumbledore's spell. He needed to know why, and that was why late in the night he rose from his bed and walked out of his room, towards the maximum security wing. It took him a bit longer to get there. He had to ensure that Lucy or any other Dementor didn't sense him. Luckily, most of them seemed preoccupied and didn't notice him slip into the maximum security ward. "Sirius," Harry whispered lowly. It took a few moments, but eventually his godfather woke up. "Harry?" he queried, slightly confused. "Sorry to wake you, but I needed to ask you something," Harry murmured softly. He waited until Sirius was fully awake before asking. "A while ago you said after what you heard of Dumbledore, Voldemort would be the better option. I want to know why," Harry explained. It had occurred to him over the night. Lucy's mind was incredibly difficult to break into. If Dumbledore's was a maze, then Lucy's was a bank vault. Getting in was almost impossible, and she, like most Dementors, could sense when her mind was being invaded. However, he had learned a useful trick. The connection the two of them had opened a tiny little window into her mind. He couldn't get through it, but instead could hear what she was thinking if he concentrated very hard. He had found out about the marriage contract in this way and the other things Dumbledore had done. She was worried about him like any good mother would be and had a lot on her mind. Why? Sirius inquired, not wanting to burden Harry with what he knew. We both know why I want to know. You know what he did to me in the past, and I'm betting that you will know at least some of the truth, Harry responded coolly. Sirius nodded. Dumbledore put me in here, Harry, you see. Flashback. Sirius knew where Peter Pettigrew was. Dumbledore had just told him. He knew Pettigrew was the secret keeper, it seemed, and asked Sirius to arrest him. Sirius had lost his best friends thanks to the rat's treachery, and he was not going to let him get away with it. Not now, not ever. He was in a Muggle village not far from Godric's Hollow, so he had quickly apparat near the area and was met immediately by the sight of Pettigrew scrambling into an empty home. Perfect. Had Sirius taken time to think about it, then he would have stopped. He would have listened to his instincts, but instead he was blinded by revenge and, even though there was a busy Muggle high street very close by, he drew his wand and charged into the building. He should have thought it through. Pettigrew was not shocked to see him. Faintly amused even, but someone else was in the room. You killed Lily and James, you betrayed them. Peter screamed at the top of his voice. For some reason he was holding a knife which he plunged down onto his finger and let out a sickening scream. People outside would have heard, but suddenly, before Sirius could grab the man, he felt something touch his shoulder. It was an aged, ringed hand. Sorry, Sirius. The greater good has to become before all else. The voice of Albus Dumbledore sneaked into his ear. Then a powerful blast of magic sent him to the floor. He could not move. His body wouldn't respond, and he was forced to watch as Dumbledore moved forward. It was like watching a snake move, slow and deadly, but you knew it had lethal intent. Dumbledore drew his wand. Then with no incantation he sent a blasting curse into the high street, and within seconds Sirius could hear the screams of Muggles as they were engulfed by the flames. Pettigrew was working for me. He is going to hide now for a long time now, but one day he will return. The same cannot be said for you. You will be arrested soon, and you will be given no trial. I would advise you to never speak of this encounter again. You will not have the chance, and we both know that no one will believe you. Crouch's law means you will not be given a trial because you are a Death Eater, and besides I am the greatest wizard of all time, and in a few moments you will be a betrayer and a murderer, so who would they believe? Dumbledore explained softly as if he was talking to a mere child. Then the treacherous old man vanished into the air, and Sirius knew that there was nothing he could do. No one would believe him, and even as the curse holding him vanished he was hit by another one. The Aurors had arrived, and his chances of freedom had gone. Present. Dumbledore imprisoned you, Harry summarized, looking shocked. He had never imagined the old man would do something like that, but it answered a few of his questions. He had a plan, and a big one if his reference to the greater good was anything to go by. Also he had wanted his mum and dad dead. Sirius had told him of Pettigrew's betrayal long ago, and if Dumbledore was controlling Pettigrew, then it would answer why he betrayed his supposed closest friends. Despite the implications of this knowledge, Harry was slightly excited, for this was also a chance to free Sirius. If Pettigrew was still alive, then it would clear him completely, and if that happened, then the world would be very interested to know that Dumbledore was the guilty party in regards to the Muggle massacre. Sirius, however, knew what he was thinking. Don't go hunting for Pettigrew, Harry. Dumbledore will be keeping an eye on him, and you don't want to go up against him, his godfather warned. Harry knew he was right. It would be a wild goose chase more than anything, but something about the story had made him rethink something else. He didn't know what, but something was unhinged in his mind. Finding out what was the problem. 2 days later, Harry and Lucy once again made their way through King's Cross Station. She was invisible and as always was restricting her chill, but she seemed worried. Harry had only just noticed it as he was busy thinking about Sirius. He had not mentioned or even acknowledged the conversation they had. Harry hadn't mentioned it either out of respect for his godfather. It was obviously not a pleasant memory for Sirius and didn't like talking about it. Are you okay? He asked through their connection. They had not used it in a while to talk, but her response was speedy. Fine. Don't worry, I just feel a bit strange, she answered telepathically. Harry could understand why. She was sending her son to a place ruled by the very man she considered her enemy and a threat. She was entitled to be worried and scared, but she still thought he knew nothing about Dumbledore's manipulations. You've been using the connection to read my mind, Lucy suddenly exclaimed inside his head. What? Harry said aloud, not thinking about where he was. The connection works both ways. You thought about Dumbledore's manipulations. You've been reading my mind, she answered. She was not angry per se, but she was not happy about him doing it. You were reading my mind, Harry announced, realizing what she meant by it works both ways. I'm your mother, she responded. It took Harry a few moments to realize he was in the middle of a Muggle train station and was putting on a bit of a show. Quite a few people were looking at the boy, who seemed to be talking to himself. You still can't just read. Harry began but trailed off, realizing that he couldn't have a go at her. He read people's minds for the hell of it a lot, but it was different when someone was doing it to him. Okay, it looks like we're both in the wrong here, so how about we agree to not read each other's minds for now, Lucy suggested eventually. Harry nodded. So how much do you know? She asked, realizing he knew everything she was trying to protect him from. Harry, using their connection, told her everything. The marriage contract, the vault, his relatives, and the mirror. He needed to trust her, and maybe she would be able to cast some light on his predicament. What? She questioned after he explained what he had overheard. Calm, he advised quickly. He didn't want her getting angry, instead she grabbed his hand. I can't send you back there, she announced frantically. Harry pulled her into a nearby janitor's closet. Lucy, you have to calm down. I'm fine. Dumbledore can't hurt me. The mirror wouldn't have worked, he soothed. It doesn't matter, she protested. It does. Think about it. What will be worse? Me turning up for Hogwarts pretending to be the ignorant child Dumbledore thinks I am? Or I don't turn up at all and do damage to his plans. I suppose you have a point, Lucy sighed after a while. I'm not happy with it though. Neither am I. But you can't protect me from everything, Harry smiled. I shouldn't have to protect you from this. I prepared for bullies, enemies, girls even, but this is not something I'm comfortable with. I don't want to send you to a place where someone inside is trying to control you, she retorted. I know, and you have been the best mother to me in the world. And you always will be, but you're going to have to trust me on this. I can handle it, Harry assured her. He wanted to go back. He had his friends, his future within the castle, and he wanted to face it. Lucy thought for a while. Fine, I suppose you're right, you are right even. But promise me something, she responded after a while. Anything, Harry responded, secretly relieved. Lucy's skeletal arms suddenly wrapped around him, and she pulled him into a hug. Be safe, my son. Please be safe, she whispered into his ear. Harry nodded. He was right to tell her about what he had heard, and if anyone could find out who the masked figure was, then it was her, but at the same time he felt bad. He had dragged her into a conspiracy he knew very little about, and also he was still lying to her. He had not told her of the stone or Quirrell, because if he had, then he knew there was no way she would let him return. She was his mother, but Harry wanted to protect her as much as she protected him, but if he didn't return, then Quirrell would have his revenge on his friends, and it would be his fault. Sometimes he had to lie to keep the people he loved safe. Meanwhile, Cho, Hermione and Draco had just met up in the station. They were chatting away, seeing if they could spot Harry, when they saw him emerge from a cupboard. Lucy. His Dementor mum also left, and the three wondered what he had been doing. Draco began to formulate a witty response. Draco, you make a single sick comment about them being alone in a cupboard and I will kill you, Cho warned, knowing Draco all too well. Chapter 18. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 18. Harry Potter walked through the Hogwarts Express. The train was moving now, and he was looking for his friends. They would most likely be in the same carriage as before, but it was still worth checking. Lucy had seen him off and hugged him again. Everyone still looked shocked, but she had made him promise again to be safe again. He promised, but with Quirrell and the stone, just how safe could he be? He had seen Molly Weasley eyeing him. Hoping that her flimsy enchantment had worked, Harry would need to be very careful in the future, as she would undoubtedly try again when she realized it didn't. Harry, a familiar voice cut through the air. Great, this could only be one person, and he really did not want to hear them right now or ever. What do you want, Weasley? Harry snapped. Having no time or patience with the boy today, Ron looked taken aback by his attitude. Obviously he was under the impression the compulsion charm had worked. Well, Harry was going to prove him wrong right now. Didn't you get my owl? He wondered, hoping Harry had not somehow resisted the effects of the enchantment placed on the package. Yes, and the present, they both made very nice burning materials. Now scram, Harry replied coolly. After what he and his mother had tried to do, he had no time for the boy. Ron looked crestfallen and also worried, but Harry no longer cared. Instead, he was busy looking for the right carriage and also responding to the many greetings he received. Most were from fellow Ravenclaws, but a few were from Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Almost all the Gryffindors except a few still believed he was dark, but Harry put them out of his mind. However, as he walked through the long corridor of the train, he realized he was being followed. He had no idea who, but he wanted to find out. Whether friend or foe, 2 people were following him. So he led them on a wild goose chase to a quieter part of the train, and as he did not have his cloak on him, he instead manipulated the minds of those around him so he seemed invisible. "Where did he go, George?" Fred Weasley asked, perplexed. Not many people were around, but a few nodded and smiled to the 2 well-known pranksters. However, Harry reached into the minds of the people surrounding, and they suddenly were struck by the strange desire to walk back up the train or go inside a compartment. Once the last sliding door was shut and all but Fred and George Weasley had gone, he heard, "That's a good question, Fred," George replied, also slightly confused. Harry thought for a moment. On one hand, he didn't have the greatest relationship with the Weasley family, but on the other hand, he didn't know these 2, and for all he knew, they could be nice people. If he judged on family, then he would be no better than the Parkinsons. "Here," he answered, suddenly appearing in front of the 2. They jumped back surprised, and Harry suppressed a snicker as he frightened the most competent pranksters in the school. "How did you?" Fred begun, but before he could finish, his twin began to laugh. "You got us," George exclaimed happily as Fred slowly began to chuckle. "Looks like we might have a little prankster in our midst." Fred smiled after a while. The initial shock had worn off. For a moment the 2 chuckled away until suddenly their tone changed from fun to businesslike. Obviously they wanted to talk to him, and Harry got the impression they wanted him for something else as well. "Anyway, we the cool kids of Gryffindor, the pranking princes of Hogwarts, charmers and geniuses in our field, would like to apologize on the behalf of most of our idiot house and also our idiot brother who is and always will be a prat," the 2 said simultaneously. Harry was slightly taken aback by how fluently they spoke together. Must be a twin thing. "Thanks. It's nice to know not all Gryffindors think I'm a dark wizard," Harry replied with a smile. He quickly delved into their minds and found they had no idea what their mother was up to. "Not at all. In face, most of don't. In fact, a few think you're normal, which we all know is wrong, but we know you're not dark." The twins joked, and Harry tooted at the backhanded compliment. "Anyway, Harry, we were wondering if you could give us a hand with something. We've got, say, a prank of some form coming up, but we would be most grateful if, say, someone who could fly would be involved," Fred explained suddenly, his tone once more businesslike. "Depends who and what are we talking about?" Harry wondered. He was tempted obviously, but needed to know what they were actually planning first. "Well, we have pranked a lot of the teachers over the years, but we haven't got around to Dumbledore yet. I mean, we've done everyone else, but we had an idea, you see, Harry, we thought." George began whispering in Harry's ear. As the explanation went on, Harry felt like this would be something he would like to do very much indeed. Later, Harry, Hermione greeted happily. They had been waiting for him for almost half an hour, and they were beginning to wonder if they should send someone to look for him. Luckily, he had just walked into the compartment, and she saw the Weasley twins walk past. Hermione cast a look at Cho, who had seen it too. They gave one another a look that said this isn't going to end well, but decided not to mention it, at least not yet. If he wanted to get involved in a Weasley twin plot, then it would give them all a few seconds of humor before it went wrong. "Hello everyone, how are doing?" Harry exclaimed, happy to see his friends again. He had last seen them at the Christmas party, and the end of that was spent explaining the ludicrous ideas on blood purity to Hermione, who had not understood the mudblood insult. After it had been explained to her, then she was even more grateful to Harry for sticking up for her. Cho had known about the small-mindedness of wizards. It had been explained to her before, but she didn't blink at the suggestion she was a mudblood. Firstly, she wasn't, and the insults of the Parkinsons really did not bother her, and secondly, she was too busy thanking Harry for helping her to care. "We're all good. Now we were wondering what you and your—" Draco began slyly, obviously wanting to make a comment. Cho, however, was sat opposite him, and she leaned forward so she could punch him in the shoulder.
"No,"
she warned, shaking her head. Draco looked like he was going to protest, but Cho's threatening gaze made him think twice. Harry, for his part, decided he didn't want to know what Draco was going to say, and instead took the seat next to Hermione. Ignoring Draco, who won't be living much longer if he makes the comment, "I told him not to make how are you, Harry?" Cho asked sweetly, giving Draco another glare. The blonde-haired boy shrank back into his seat, but Harry decided to ignore him. Perhaps it was better if he didn't know what they were talking about. For a while the group talked about what they had done over the holidays. There were some funny stories as well as exciting ones. Luckily, it seemed like everyone had enjoyed themselves. However, slowly the conversation turned to Hogwarts and in particular Quirrell. So what are we going to do? Should we tell a teacher? Hermione wondered aloud.
No.
Draco declared we have no evidence, and if Dumbledore wants Quirrell to steal the stone, then he's not going to help us at all. This makes no sense. Why go to the trouble of protecting the stone if you want someone to steal it? Cho wondered. She had a point, and Harry had been pondering that very question. Maybe he doesn't want him to steal it, maybe he just wants someone to have a go at taking it, Crabbe suggested. Harry looked up. That made sense. If he wanted Quirrell to try and steal the stone, it would explain a few things. It made more sense than any of the answers he had come up with. Good idea, but why Dumbledore would want that to happen is another question, Harry countered. I say we keep an eye on him. All we need to do is set up one of those detector wards around the door, and we will know if someone goes in, Draco announced. Not a bad idea, but can anyone do a ward that will last a long time? Cho asked. All of us, we could all cast part of the spell, and that would make it last a long time and also alert us all when Quirrell goes in. Harry nodded, thinking it through. Okay, we have a plan now. What are we going to do about the whole Quirrell trying to kill us thing? Draco wondered aloud. That's simple. Me and Cho worked it out already. Hermione answered reasonably. What did you come up with? Harry wondered. Don't die, Cho responded grimly. The next day, it was night and the halls of Hogwarts were dark and empty. However, not completely, for Harry Potter and his friends were stood around the entrance to the room containing a Cerberus. They were going to make a ward, and Harry had spent the previous day trying to work out which ward would be the best. He had decided on one that would just alert them if someone entered the room, as it would give the whole group time to meet up quickly and stop Quirrell. Okay. I know the incantation, so you lot channel the magic around the area, Harry requested. His friends extended their wands, and quickly Harry could feel magic in the air. He drew his wand. He muttered an incantation, and a circle of purple surrounded the door before vanishing. If someone entered the room, it would ensure the group knew about it, all of them, as their magic had been combined. However, it seemed they were not the only ones up and about, because as they turned to leave they heard voices. In particular, the voice of Ron Weasley and two others. What are they doing up at this time? Harry mumbled. This was strange. They seemed to be heading towards the main entrance. No, here's the question, do we follow them or not? Draco inquired softly. Harry, thinking about Dumbledore's manipulations and how the Weasley family was involved, decided they needed to, so the group slowly made their way out of the castle. They were hit by cold air, but Harry was more focused on Ron Weasley and his friends. Why are they going to Hagrid's hut? Cho wondered. Harry had only met the gamekeeper once, and that was very briefly, but he seemed nice enough. Harry wondered why Ron Weasley of all people would want to see Hagrid in the middle of the night. That's a good question. Harry mumbled. As far as he knew, these lot did not know or were friends with Hagrid, and there was no need for them to be going to his hut during the night. Then they dropped to the ground as if they were hiding. What are they doing? Hermione sighed. It was like watching a pantomime where the dumb villain would act stealthy. The difference was this lot were not acting, they were just dumb. Harry crept around the side as they approached the hut. He was confused and interested, but suddenly something appeared at the window. Now he understood. Ron Weasley had brought his friends here to see something. How he knew about it he had no idea, but sure enough, at the window Hagrid was holding a dragon. How do we get involved in these things? Draco sighed. Chapter 19. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 19. Why do we get involved in these things? Draco sighed. 2 nights ago the group had discovered the existence of a baby dragon that had been identified as a Norwegian Ridgeback. Why Hagrid thought he could keep a dragon in his hut was something else entirely. Only Harry and Draco had gone to see Hagrid. If everyone went, then it would be slightly suspicious. Also, neither the girls or Crabbe and Goyle wanted to be in the same room as a dragon. Because neither of us want the school burnt down? Harry suggested as he knocked on the hut's door. The evening was cool, and a slight breeze caused the plants to shiver and people to seek warmth. That was the reason no one else was in the grounds, and that meant it was unlikely Harry and Draco would be seen by prying eyes. Hello, Hagrid greeted, but was taken aback when he opened the door to see Harry Potter of all people with Draco Malfoy. Harry smiled at him. Hello Hagrid, we need to talk, he announced politely. Is Summit the matter? Hagrid wondered. He did not know Harry well and was slightly put off by the presence of a Malfoy. It seemed prejudices worked both ways. Yes, it's about the dragon you have in your hut. Draco replied somewhat dryly but not disrespectfully. Dragon? Who's got a dragon? Hagrid inquired, feigning shock and wonder. You, Draco answered, we saw it through your window the other day. You've been spying on me? Hagrid declared angrily. No, we were following Ron Weasley and he was the one doing the spying, thank you. No, we're trying to help you before Ron tries to blackmail, bully, or get you fired. Harry answered, knowing a person like Ron would take delight in having power over someone. He saw reluctance in the giant's eye, but eventually Hagrid conceded. I suppose you better come in then. He sighed, knowing that his secret was now out in the open. He moved to the side so the two could enter, and Harry looked around. It was small, but at the same time it was cozy. A warm fire, a bed. It was definitely comfortable if nothing else. Harry took a seat at a table, and Hagrid, wanting to remain polite, offered him a rock cake. It was hard and slightly burned, but Harry ate in any way. Then Hagrid revealed the dragon. It was small, but Harry knew it would grow much bigger in a few days. It was dark-scaled and looked up at Harry curiously with wide yellow eyes. Obviously it knew that what it was looking at was not entirely human. I've decided to call him Norbert. He knows me really well now. Look, Norbert. Norbert. Where's Mummy? Hagrid called, wanted to show how friendly and peaceful the dragon was. A man who enjoys being a mother to a dragon. Harry, I think we've entered a maniac's home. Draco muttered under his breath. Harry did not laugh but knew his friend didn't really mean it. However, what Hagrid was doing was very strange. Harry watched as the giant continued to play with his oversized pet before asking, "Where did you get him?" It was a good question. The breeding of dragons and the trading of dragon eggs was illegal. Looks like that book on ministry law Fudge sent him his birthday actually had some uses. I won him off a man in the Hog's Head. Hagrid answered truthfully, we were playing cards and he was asking about animals. I mentioned Fluffy and how music puts him right to sleep, and then I said how I always wanted a dragon. So he wagered a dragon egg he got and I won. Then we spent the rest of the night talking. He was really interested in Fluffy. Harry had no idea what Fluffy was but was slightly perplexed as to who would walk around with a dragon egg on them. It made no sense. He's getting a bit big, Draco commented, looking at the creature who was walking around the table. Obviously interested in something. Yeah, should be even bigger in a month. Not sure where I'm gonna keep him. Maybe the forest, Hagrid mumbled, talking more to himself than anyone else. Harry sighed. The giant was already attached, but he was concerned about two things. Firstly, a dragon being in the school, and also the fact Ron might use what he knew to hurt Hagrid in a way. Dragons aren't very good pets, Harry commented. Maybe not all of them, but this one's okay. Hagrid chuckled, thinking Harry was worrying for nothing. Norbert's a lovely dragon, it's just you are next to a school and dragons to grow very big. Harry explained, knowing he needed to find some way to convince Hagrid to part with this dragon. It wasn't safe and dragons didn't belong in captivity. Yeah, but he's got nowhere to go, Hagrid pointed out, knowing what Harry was getting at. There is somewhere, Draco pointed out. He and Harry had spent the entire night researching it. Where? Hagrid wondered. He didn't want to part with Norbert, but he knew the dragon was getting a little big and couldn't stay hidden forever. There is a place, a sanctuary per se, why lots of dragons are kept. Norbert would have lots of company, food, and also people to help her. It's run by Charlie Weasley, Harry explained. The name had been inside Ron's mind, which Harry was reading from time to time, just to check up on things, but Harry had found out his brother worked with dragons. He had already contacted the man, and it seemed Fred and George weren't the only Weasleys exempt from their mother's plans. No, instead, when Harry had mentioned a dragon might be near the school, he had offered to come and collect it. However, before he could organize the dragon leaving the school, he needed to persuade Hagrid to part with it. Are you okay? Hagrid asked, seeing Harry had zoned out of reality. Fine, Harry began. Then the dragon hissed and in a blur rocketed out the window and a loud yelp sounded. Hagrid was alarmed and grabbed his crossbow, obviously hoping to protect his dragon, but Harry somehow already knew who it was. Ron Weasley. The name had come to his mind naturally, and Harry had no idea why or how. What he did know was that this type of dragon was venomous. Get off! Ron was screaming as the baby dragon sunk its fangs into the boy time and time again. Harry conjured a wave of energy and blasted it to the side. Hagrid ran to the dragon and began comforting it while completely ignoring Ron. That thing bit me, Ron exclaimed as he cradled his injured hand. You were spying on us. Harry pointed out, ignoring how ironic the situation was. They had been spying on him not 48 hours ago, and Harry was lecturing people about doing it. It bit me. Ron roared, ignoring Harry completely. It's poisonous, Draco remarked simply, as if he was talking about the weather. Ron, for his part, then began rolling around on the ground, howling like a madman. Harry sighed. A very low-level venom that can be treated by Madame Pomfrey. It took another 5 minutes before Ron finally calmed down. Harry gave him no sympathy but saw him run back the castle. Obviously he wasn't stupid enough to not get his hand checked out. Hagrid was still cradling his baby dragon but looked slightly less sure he could handle it all on his own. Later, it had taken 3 weeks to finally get Hagrid to decide parting with his dragon was for the best. Harry had taken the baby dragon tonight, and after the giant tearfully bidding Norbert goodbye and giving him his favorite teddy bear, Harry was off. Charlie Weasley was supposed to meet him at the top of the astronomy tower, but Harry still had to get past prefects, teachers and Filch. This was why he had chosen not to bring anyone else along. He could remain hidden with more expertise on his own and could fly, manipulate minds of use his invisibility cloak to sneak past anyone around. However, deep down he thought something was off. But he was more focused on getting a now 2-foot dragon out of the school. He had put it to sleep after a while. It was squirming and hissing, so Harry decided to save himself the trouble of calming it down. There was no time, so here he was. The tower was inches away when he heard something. The cloak was already around him, but he moved himself to the side as a McGonagall appeared. She was pulling someone else along by the arm as well. But Miss, Harry Potter is here and he has a dragon, Ron was saying. Harry should have known he'd try something like this. He must have found out somehow, or more likely, he had been watching the dragon and saw Hagrid was getting ready for it to leave. How Ron knew was not his problem, and he waited until the two were far enough away before continuing. In all my years I have never heard a story as ridiculous as this. You should be ashamed of yourself, Mr. Weasley. Now 50 points from Gryffindor, and if you get out of bed again on any night then you will have a month's detention as well, McGonagall fumed. Her voice echoing around the empty corridors. Harry snickered slightly. It was slightly funny watching someone trying to outsmart him. Meanwhile, Draco was sat in the common room. He had given up trying to sleep. He was worried about Harry, the dragon, and also was in deep thought. Something was nagging at him, but he couldn't place what. Harry was smart, but Draco had a feeling only he could work this out. Something someone had said. What was it? Draco, Goyle greeted, looking slightly confused as to why one of his friends was up so late in the night. He knew about the whole dragon business and had been part of the team trying to convince Hagrid to give it up over the last 3 weeks. Hey Goyle, Draco greeted. He wasn't really in the mood to talk, but there was no point in turning down company. What's wrong? Goyle wondered after a while. No idea, Draco responded truthfully. He had no idea after all. I just can't help feeling like I've missed something. Something someone said. Goyle looked thoughtful for a few moments. Hang on, Draco murmured. The harp was gone. That must have something to do with it. So had anyone said something about music to him? Oh yeah, 3 weeks ago. I mentioned Fluffy and how music puts him right to sleep. Draco repeated, wondering why that was relevant. Fluffy? Isn't that a dog's name? Goyle murmured, not really knowing what Draco was talking about. Yes, it is. Draco began but trailed off. Music. Dog. Harp. Sleep. He's going after the stone tonight, Draco announced, suddenly jumping to his feet. What? Goyle exclaimed. Quirrell. He's going after it tonight. Get Crab, we need to get ready before he sets the ward off. Draco announced, finally working out what had been bothering him. Fluffy was the name of a dog, and Hagrid already had one dog. The only other dog in the school that would appeal to Hagrid would be the Cerberus. So if a large instrument that would be hard to hide vanished, it could only mean one thing. Quirrell was on the move. Chapter 20. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 20. I would like to thank you all for your continued support and all your follows and reviews. The pairings for Harry are down to 3 now. Harry Cho, Harry Daphne, Greengrass, Harry Luna. I would love to hear your opinions on who you think Harry should be with from this list. Thanks, Apple. It was a few moments after Harry left the astronomy tower when it hit him. He had just given Norbert to Charlie Weasley when suddenly his mind felt as if it had walked into an invisible brick wall. It didn't take him long to connect the dots. The ward had been breached. Quirrell, he whispered. He was alone in the tower and it would take too long for his friends to wake up, let alone make it to the third-floor corridor. This was the moment he had preparing for, and it looked like he had to do it alone. He was a long way from the third floor and it looked as if Quirrell had one hell of a head start. But he wasn't counting on two things. He didn't know Harry knew he was going after it, nor did he know about Harry's powers. There was one way he could get there quickly. He looked back up the steps of the tower. This is crazy, he sighed loudly, but he began to climb anyway, and soon enough he was in the tower. It was silent and Charlie Weasley was long gone. That was a plus, seeing as what he was about to do was insane. The astronomy tower overlooked the castle, and beneath it was an entrance which would lead him to the grand staircase. However, that was at the bottom and he was at the top. It was a long way down, and this would be the tallest thing he had ever flown off. Though in comparison to the stairs and halls this would be a much quicker way down. Harry sighed and cautiously stood on the balcony. He climbed up on the railing and looked down. It was a long way down and he needed to pull up at the last second or... Splat. Later. Come on, Draco urged. The moment he had worked out what was going on, he had grabbed Crabbe and Goyle, and they had sped towards the Ravenclaw common room. Surprisingly, there was no password, just a riddle which Draco answered with ease. Some security this house had. The girls were in separate rooms and neither were particularly pleased to wake up with Draco, Crabbe and Goyle around them. It had been difficult to ensure their roommates had stayed asleep, but luckily the three could be quiet when they needed to be. Something Hermione and Cho found disturbing, seeing as the boys were in the girls' dorm. I am getting a lock for this room, Cho had vowed after they had explained what was going on. However, they weren't angry for long, seeing as the person they knew hated them was trying to become rich and immortal. Seeing as they were pressed for time, the entire group were wearing nothing but their pajamas and in the girls' case dressing gowns. Both had dared Draco to make a comment, but explained if he did then certain areas could be lost to a stray and accidental curse. So far Draco had refrained, but mostly because they were now half running, half sneaking through the corridors. How long will it take Harry to get here? Cho wondered aloud, knowing he was the one they wanted facing Quirrell. He had the power and skill while she and Hermione had the brains. Draco provided terrible comedy and Crabbe and Goyle were the ones who gave the group a new perspective on things. Not sure the astronomy tower's the other side of the castle, but knowing Harry he will have found a way to get here quickly. Draco answered, knowing his best friend well. Wait, there he is, Hermione pointed out suddenly. Harry was soaring up the grand staircase while they were going down it. Draco was confused for a moment. How did he get down there? Crabbe wondered, knowing the astronomy tower was very high up. He didn't do it, did he? No, he did. Cho sighed, realizing what he had done. Jumping off the tower, really? He could be so reckless. He could fly, sure, but gravity had a strong pull when flying down from something that tall. Harry, Hermione called suddenly, not thinking. He heard, but he was not the only one. Her voice echoed around the mostly empty area and someone had heard them. Shoo! Draco shushed her, looking around. It was too late. Peeves had seen them. Harry, not wanting to be spotted, dived for cover. If his friends were caught, then at least he could continue alone. Well, looky here, ickle first years, the poltergeist exclaimed happily. Delighted to cause trouble in some way. Great, Draco sighed. How were they going to deal with him? He was unpredictable and only feared one person, and the Bloody Baron was not here. Ickle first years shouldn't be out of bed. Perhaps Peeves should yell for Filch. The poltergeist teased, wondering what trouble he could cause. Perhaps you shouldn't, Hermione advised, taking control of the situation. Why not, girly? Peeves chuckled, wondering what she could do to dissuade him. Because we're planning a prank, Hermione answered, coming up with the answer on the spot. She was trying to appeal to Peeves' nature, and he was interested now. Ooh, and what is the plan that you ickle first eyes came up with? He asked, realizing he might be able to cause more trouble by helping them rather than telling on them. To wash Snape's hair. Hermione quickly replied, again coming up with the answer on the spot. It worked, and Peeves was suddenly looking very interested indeed. Yeah. We're going to put shampoo over his door, and in the morning it will fall on him. Crabbe interjected, trying to get the poltergeist to believe the story. Peeves frowned. Interesting, maybe Peeves could help you, the poltergeist suggested. Fine, why don't you go to the prefect's bathroom, grab some shampoo and put it over his door, we'll do the rest, Draco suggested. Peeves considered this for a few moments, then he gave the group a mock salute and flew away. That worked?
Just it, Suprit?
Yes, it did, Draco nodded. They had tricked a trickster. What do we do when Peeves blames us? Because he got the idea from us, Cho wondered aloud. Let's cross that bridge later, Draco suggests not wanting to think about what Snape would do in the morning. He may be nicer now, but Draco doubted he would take the prank well. Come on, Hermione urged, realizing they were wasting time. Harry emerged from under one of the staircases and arrived at the entrance to the corridor. He waited a few moments for everyone to arrive. How did you get here so fast? He wondered. Draco worked the whole thing out, Crabbe explained, patting the blonde-haired boy on the back. And then they snuck into the common room and woke us up. Cho finished. Yes, it was terrifying, Hermione commented, shuddering at the memory. Don't worry, in a few years you'll both be used to waking up with 3 boys over you, Draco teased. It had taken him a while to come up with the perfect comment, and that was the one. I'm going to kill you, Cho vowed darkly. For a moment Harry didn't think she was joking. Neither did she. While you lot are talking, there's a guy trying to steal the stone. Goyle suddenly interrupted. Fine, I'll kill you later, Cho conceded. Harry chuckled slightly and opened the door. He could hear a harp playing in the distance, and the group walked slowly towards the door where they knew Fluffy was being kept. Slowly, very slowly, they pushed the door open and found the giant dog passed out over the trapdoor. The harp was magically playing itself and the dog was fast asleep. I really didn't want to come back here, Draco grumbled. No one did, Crabbe remarked. I'm the one who has the last word in this group, Draco warned his friend. Would you two shut up? Hermione advised. The moment the words left her lips, the harp stopped playing. It was enchanted to stop when a louder noise was present. Well, look who killed us all, Draco commented, nodding towards the now stirring dog. Someone even with the giant dog. Hermione still managed to punch Draco on the shoulder. Harry studied the dog. Its mind was basic, and while it would be easy to manipulate it, it would be much harder to keep a creature that acted on instinct subdued mentally for long. However, it was just waking up which gave them a slight advantage. Come on, Harry called to his friends. He pushed its paw off the trapdoor and Harry flung it open. The dog growled deeply as it began to register what was going on. The trapdoor opened up to a hole which seemed to go quite a way down. However, at the moment the drop was looking more favorable than the giant dog. Come on, Harry called again. Cho moved first and dived down with ease. Hermione rushed forward next, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. The Cerberus's attention was now on Harry. Oh goody, a dark hole, Draco mumbled sarcastically before he too jumped down. Fluffy moved forward, ready to give Harry the killing bite, but it was too late. Harry had already dropped and the dog had no way of getting down. It barked loudly, but there was nothing it could do as Harry descended into the darkness and hit something soft. It took a few moments before his eyes could adjust to the darkness. At least we got a soft landing, Crabbe murmured. Harry frowned. The room seemed to be filled with a giant plant with tentacles and tendrils. Something was wrong here. Oh no, Hermione mouthed from the other side of the room. Harry was confused for a moment, but suddenly he saw why. It was alive and moving. Suddenly one of the tentacles slid around his leg, and he scrambled up to shake it off, but instead it only tightened its grip before wrapping around his arms and chest. What the? Draco yelled as the same thing happened to him. It's Devil's Snare, Cho shouted as one of the tentacles wrapped round her arm. What do we do? Harry shouted. His powers would not be helpful here, and the more he tried to fly away, the more tentacles gripped him. Crabbe and Goyle's bodies were now hidden by tendrils as they tried to escape. It likes the dark and damp, so it hates fire, Hermione worked out. She was the least affected, most likely she was the calmest, but there's no wood. You're kidding me, because it's not like you have some kind of stick that can make a magical fire, Draco announced sarcastically. Hermione worked out what he meant. Incendio. Suddenly a fire erupted in the center of the room, and the plant moved as one to escape it. Harry was close by, and the tendrils holding him vanished as 2 more fires freed the others. Hermione was coordinating the fires, and the plant scuttled away from them, giving Draco and Cho enough time to crawl out of the mass of vines. Crabbe and Goyle were almost dragged away with the plant, but the 2 managed to force the tendrils to the side and scramble away from the fleeing plant. Not your first time with 10. Draco began. You make any comment about tentacles and I will throw you back in there, Cho warned. Me too, Harry announced, agreeing with her. And me, Hermione interjected, not wanting to hear it. And us, Crabbe and Goyle warned. They were the ones who had been submerged in the plant, and the comment Draco was about to make would offend them quite a bit. Draco, seeing he was outnumbered, decided to withdraw the comment. Suddenly the humor had run dry and the group were now focused on what they would need to face next in order to stop Quirrell. This is not going to end well, Draco sighed. Chapter 21. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 21. Here are the list of pairings for Draco at the moment. Thank you for all your feedback on Harry. Draco Cho, Draco Hermione, Draco Pansy. Thank you for reading, Apple. The group moved quickly in the dark. The Devil's Snare wasn't going to be the only defense guarding the stone, and it seemed like it was going to be a very long night. They had all been shaken by the plant. Harry especially. He had never been in a situation his powers couldn't help him or a situation when his fate relied on someone else. However, as they moved down the twisted corridors and braved the chilling cold, they suddenly heard what sounded like the jingling of metal and the flapping of wings. What's that?
Cho wonder aloud.
Dragon, bird, giant flying bumblebee, who knows? Draco responded casually. Cho just shook her head at his stab at humor. They sound almost like... Hermione began listening to the sound as Harry opened a small wooden door. He stepped into a huge chamber. There was light which Harry welcomed, but the sound was still confusing. At one end there was a door with a large lock, but as far as he could tell there was no key. Next to it was two broomsticks. The chamber seemed to branch into passageways, and Harry could see arches and pillars which would make it very difficult for someone to fly in. "Oh look, birds," Draco murmured, pointing to a mass of silvery flying things. It was a strange place to keep birds, but if this was another obstacle then it was obviously going to have some meaning. "They're not birds, they're keys," Harry realized looking closely at them. They were flying keys. Could be worse? Draco supposed, nodding in agreement as he observed the flock. They were flying around the room, seemingly uncaring about the new arrivals. Alohomora. Hermione had drawn her wand and tried the unlocking charm on the door. It didn't work and Harry didn't expect it to. Obviously the keys were what was important. However, there was a lot of them and it didn't take long for someone to voice what he was thinking. "So which one opens the door?" Hermione wondered. They all studied the flock for a moment. They couldn't try every single one, could they? It would take far too long and it would Quirrell more than enough time to get the stone. "That one," Crabbe pointed it out. Harry and the group looked to where he was pointing, and they could see a large old-fashioned silver key with bright blue wings standing out from the rest of them. It was surrounded by the others and flew much quicker. "How are we going to get up there?" Cho asked. "No, because it's not like we have some magical flying boy who could zoom up there," Draco announced dryly. Cho glared at him, looking exasperated. "I mean, how are we going to get the one we need? It's a flock of birds, and if Harry flies up there then they will attack him, which will give the key we need time to fly away." "Well, I can only see 2 Quidditch players in this room and one's a seeker," Draco responded, looking at Cho. She paled, realizing he was talking about her. Harry realized what Draco was getting at. He could distract the rest of the flock while Cho snuck in and snatched the one key they needed. It was a far from perfect plan, but it was their best bet. "Okay, Cho, get a broom," Harry ordered, suddenly taking control of the situation. She complied but did not seem too pleased. Harry meanwhile ascended into the air until Cho pulled up alongside him. She seemed comfortable on the broom but not too pleased about flying so close to a flock of metal keys which could attack. "Ready?" he asked her. She nodded, and Harry for some reason was reminded about the first time they played Quidditch and how she was a lot more nervous, and yet without her they wouldn't have won. "Okay then." Harry moved first and almost leisurely approached the flock. He didn't get more than a meter away before they zoomed off. Harry chased after them while Cho looked around. She had an idea. "Come on," Harry muttered as the keys zigzagged around the room. He had to dodge walls, pillars, and a number of other things the keys flew around to escape him. He had no experience in bird catching and decided he would have to give it a go during the summer. "Thank you," Cho exclaimed suddenly. She had flown directly upwards and simply plucked the key from the flock. Harry had to hand it to her. It was a very good plan. The group were standing near the door, but Harry noticed the flock start to band tighter together. "Open it," he shouted, realizing being trapped in a room with fast-moving metal things was not a good idea. Cho seeing his urgency threw the key to Draco, who plunged it into the lock. Cho looked ready to land but let out a slight squeak as Harry hoisted her off it and carried her to the ground. "You have got to stop doing that," she smiled, remembering he had done the exact same thing during the Quidditch game. Then she looked up. The flock was coming towards them and they didn't look friendly. Quickly, Cho encouraged, running to the door with Harry just trailing behind. Draco had somehow managed to get the key stuck. It won't turn, he protested, worried. Hermione sighed and turned it the other way. No, it turns the other way. She scolded, but there was no time for him to reply as they sped through the door and Harry pulled it shut. A second later, 1,000 keys impaled the wood, and if they had been standing there then they would be in the same position. That was close, Harry murmured, looking concerned. Nothing like certain death to keep you alert, Draco suggested as Hermione pretended to hit him for not knowing how to operate a lock. Harry and the others regained their breath. Ready to go? He asked them, eventually deciding that they needed to move on. Everyone nodded. Come on then. It didn't take long to reach the next chamber, but it was not as light as the key one, though not as dark as the Devil's Snare room. This chamber resembled a huge graveyard with a checkered surface. A number of strange statues dotted it, and it took a few moments for Harry to realize what was going on. It was a huge chessboard, and the pieces on the other side were the enemy and would not let them pass. His theory proved right when they banded together to stop Draco moving forward. It's a chess game, Harry announced. Draco looked at him oddly. A chess game, you say? Harry nodded. The moment the words left his lips, the entire room exploded in light. Torches based around the board formed a wall of fire to stop anyone leaving. A chess game with us as the pieces. Harry finished realizing what this challenge actually was. Well then, let me introduce you to Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, both experts in their field of chess. Draco beamed, pointing to the two who had already begun studying the board. You play chess? Cho asked the two. Both of them have won the chess championship at some point in their life, Draco explained, knowing the two did not want to talk when they were about to play a game. Harry watched with interest. He didn't play chess much. Okay, Hermione and Cho, you two take the place of the rooks, Crabbe decided. Seeing no reason to argue, the two approached the pieces, who slid away so the girls could replace them. Draco, you a bishop? Goyle announced. Draco complied, leaving only Harry. And you're the queen, Goyle decided, realizing it would be the best position for him. Well, he is a... Draco began. Shut up, Cho ordered, still annoyed with his previous comments. Harry decided he was thankful for her interjection. Crabbe and Goyle then took the place of the knights. Let's do this, Draco decided, wondering if his prediction of this not ending well would come true. Later, well, that was a genius move, Draco sighed. He was in the middle of the board by now, and the only one who seemed completely fine with the risk of getting decapitated by a giant chess figure. The first time they had seen it, the girls had jumped slightly and everyone seemed a little unnerved, except Draco, who seemed unmoved. Do you want to do this? Crabbe asked. They were doing well. Only a few knights and queen remained on the other side, but they were focusing more on not using their friend in case they were taken. Being taken in this game was a life and death situation. Wait a moment, Draco suggested suddenly. He was looking at the game. There's a way you can win. We can't do that one, Goyle responded quickly. Why? Harry wondered. Because the bishop needs to be taken, Crabbe responded. Harry saw it now. If Draco moved a few paces to the right diagonally, then the queen on the other side could take him. He could then take the queen, which would put the king in checkmate. Draco's mind was already alert. Well, it's my move, Draco sighed suddenly. Don't do it, Harry ordered, unwilling to allow his friend to be hurt. Harry, the stone we need to protect, like you said. Everyone has played their part in this. Except you, but you know you're the one going to beat the hell out of Quirrell, but if we delay any longer he's going to get it. Draco responded calmly. No, Harry protested, but it was too late. Draco moved several steps diagonally until he was on the same row as the queen. Before anyone could say anything, she moved quickly to his spot. Can you get on with it? Draco wondered sarcastically. Her response was to backhand him. Normally it would only sting, but she was made of white marble. It was rock hand, and Draco went flying across the room. Harry gasped, as did everyone else. I'm fine, well, not fine, but I'm alive, so can you end the game now? Even injured, he was somehow sarcastic. Harry, knowing he was right, walked forward. His steps echoed around the room as he approached. The queen seemed to look down on him. Then he tapped the base. She still needed to obey the rules and walked off the board. Checkmate, Harry announced simply. The king at the other end dropped a sword. The clang echoed around the chamber. The moment it did, he rushed over to Draco. Are you okay? Cho asked first. No, getting thrown across a room feels great, Draco murmured. Cho decided to save slapping him until later. Anyway, you need to get going, Draco decided. We can't leave you here, Harry told him. We'll stay, Crabbe and Goyle announced. Slytherins had to stick together after all. Me too. Hermione decided, knowing they would be lost without any guidance. Fine, we'll go on. You get to the hospital wing and get Snape. Not Dumbledore, okay? Harry requested. Sure thing. Draco responded, being gently helped to his feet. Harry and Cho turned to leave. Say hi to Quirrell for me, Draco yelled. Cho rolled her eyes. Later. Harry moved alone now. The potion chamber had proved very easy and Cho had solved it quickly, very quickly. He had never been more grateful for the assistance he was getting from his friends. Their help had proved invaluable. Without Hermione, they would have been crushed by the plant. Without Crabbe and Goyle, they couldn't have won the game. Without Draco, they would have given Quirrell too much of a head start. Cho had gotten the key and he doubted he could have done it so quickly, and she had solved the potion puzzle first as she had been in a rush to get out of the troll room. Quirrell had a way with trolls, it seemed. Come on, Cho encouraged. She had refused to turn back and had taken the icy potion with them so they could get back. She seemed confident, but he knew she was a little afraid. He was grateful she was here. She managed to pull him away from his Dementor form before, and if he needed to use it then maybe she could again. He wasn't actually intending to use his form, but it was just in case scenario. Should I break the mirror? He heard Quirrell's voice first. Harry moved silently until he reached his destination. He was slightly surprised to see the Mirror of Erised in the center of a large chamber while Quirrell murmuring. Who was he talking to? Harry decided it wasn't his concern and instead loudly walked into the room. Cho followed behind and seemed slightly worried but tried to remain strong. It's over, Quirrell, was all he said, and the man spun around. He seemed surprised and caught off guard. Harry Potter and
Cho Chang.
Interesting choice of companion, he announced. Cho was suddenly staring intensely into the mirror, but Harry was not focused on her. If he was, then he would have noticed her pocket grow in size. What are you doing here? Quirrell demanded, but he already knew the answer no matter how much he pretended not to. I'm here to stop you, Harry responded icily, ignoring the mass of colors in the mirror. He was immune, and that may prove to be an advantage. Let me see him, a voice called. Harry realized this was the second mind he thought Quirrell had, but where was it coming from? Master, you're not strong enough, Quirrell responded. He seemed afraid, and Harry wondered again who he was speaking to. Let me see him now, the voice demanded, and Harry felt like he was meeting an old enemy. Quirrell looked ready to protest, but instead he unwound his turban and spun around. Harry recoiled. He had seen the glowing red eyes before. He was staring into the face of Lord Voldemort. Harry raised his hands. You, Harry spat at Bella's former master. She had spoken highly of him in the past, but he could see now how wrong she was. This man was evil, and there was no doubt about that. While he prepared for battle, he failed to notice Cho put her hand in her pocket. Unlike Harry, she could use this mirror, and she had the stone. She had the one thing the dark wizard wanted, and as his attention turned to her, she realized he knew it. Give me the stone, he demanded coolly. Good luck with that, Cho spat, wondering where this newfound courage was coming from. This was Voldemort after all. Quirrell looked ready to lunge, but Harry blasted him back with a wave of energy. Leave her alone, Harry demanded. Well then it looks like we have a hero, Voldemort hissed angrily. Quirrell drew his wand and Harry extended his arm. Cho, go, he ordered to his friend. Quirrell was distracted and he couldn't stop her leaving. If you want the stone, you have to go through me, Harry offered. Quirrell and Voldemort smiled sickeningly. I was counting on it. Chapter 22. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 22. The Quirrell Voldemort monster was standing in front of Harry. Already he had decided against switching to his Dementor form. If he did, then he couldn't stop it easily. However, that left other powers that could be used in this situation. Currently Voldemort was facing Harry. The mirror was blocking his view ever so slightly, but with his wand in hand he could still duel. However, normal magic, or at least the magic he knew, wouldn't be effective in this situation. You think you can challenge me? Voldemort spoke first in a high, cold voice. Obviously he was taking more control of Quirrell with each moment, who was not resisting at all. Harry wondered if the man was even alive now. Fire suddenly exploded around the room. However, Voldemort was not the one doing this. Harry had willed it to be, and the dark energy emitted from Voldemort's soul was giving him power. It was ironic in a way. His enemy was inadvertently giving him power. However, he said nothing, waiting for Voldemort to make the first move. Interesting, you have power, boy. And yet, it is not magic I have seen before. Perhaps the boy who lived has a darker secret than I thought. Voldemort chuckled, but his eyes were wider after Harry's display of power. Harry just glared at him. He was buying Cho time and she had the stone. Hopefully she would get far enough away to ensure Voldemort never touched it. He was not the only one who knew what he was doing, have been flung into the darkness, but instead the energy just cracked his shield. Kill him! Voldemort screeched, feeling the pulse of magic. Quirrell was eager to comply and Harry dodged as Quirrell fired a jet of green light towards him. The man had very bad aim, but Harry had to avoid the beams just the same, but he would not hide. Instead he spun around, dodging a killing curse in the process, and fired a pulse of dark energy towards Quirrell. It worked and the man was flung to the floor, but he was not dead. Not by a long shot, but his mind was open and Harry, knowing where his strengths would be best suited, entered his mind. This time he went further than merely exploring his thoughts and ideas. This time he dived into Quirrell's very core. A dark landscape was all he could see. For miles and miles around there was nothing but a barren land with dark veins inscribed onto the surface. The sky was burning with rage while the ground hummed in surprise. Harry knew where he was. This was the very mind of Quirrell, and this was the full extent of his mind invasion power. Minds were like labyrinths when looking for information, but Dementors drained memories from every corner of the mind. They became a part of the mind in a way, and entering a mind was almost too easy. Harry did not use this power often. It exposed him to true nature of people, and he was a destructive force. Every step he took would corrupt a man's thoughts, twist and distort them until they shattered. This would drive a man to madness, but Harry, unlike Dementor, could do it directly and quickly. Potter! Quirrell's voice screamed from the distance, then a silkier, colder voice stepped in. How are you here? Was all it said. Voldemort had no knowledge of his powers, but Harry was going to tear him from this mind. The dark veins that existed under the surface of Quirrell's mind was how Voldemort was latching on. This is why he could never enter Quirrell's mind in class or ever. There was another mind which was protecting it. Voldemort's. A wind like no other suddenly picked up around Harry. He almost smiled. Quirrell had worked out sooner than most that he was in control of the landscape. He had sent a wind to try to throw him out, but there was no way that would work. Harry took a step and the wind stopped. So Harry Potter, I was right. There is a lot more to you than this fool thought. He thought you were nothing more than a student who would never amount to anything, but instead I find you to be a master of legitimacy, but not in the way I would expect. Voldemort's voice rang out. Harry was distorting Quirrell's mind, but it was giving Voldemort more power. Indeed you do, but how? How have you done this? And why do you not reveal this power that you have? You could be great. His voice was almost seductive, but Harry would never listen to darkness. Not in mind or body. You made a mistake, Harry announced. And what is that? Voldemort demanded coolly. Already he was taking more control of Quirrell, and Harry reached out into the very fabric of what made up this mind. Voldemort was within, and his darkened soul nourished him with energy. You gave me the power to destroy you. Then Harry unleashed a blast of dark energy within Quirrell so powerful that he was thrown into the air. The ground began to break and the black veins broke, but it wasn't enough, and Harry was repelled from this mind that no longer belonged to Quirrell. Harry took a deep breath as he returned to reality. The world seemed almost unreal to him after what he had just done. However, he had no time to ponder his existence or any philosophy behind it, because the body of Quirrell was changing. The same black veins now lined his face, and the cold red eyes of Voldemort replaced those of Quirrell's. Harry had accidentally allowed Voldemort to take more control. Well, total control. Harry did not wait around to fight. Voldemort in a body was more threatening than Quirrell. Luckily he had an advantage. Voldemort could not live in Quirrell's mind and body forever. It was resisting him, and soon his dark energy would cause Quirrell to crumble. Harry ran. Potter, Voldemort cried, breaking into a similar sprint. Quirrell's body was already suffering and cracks were appearing along his skin. He needed to get to the stone, and fast. Harry had an advantage, and quickly his feet left the ground. He was faster when flying, and the potion had not yet worn off. He swooped through the flames. Cho was in the room. Harry! She exclaimed. Harry looked startled. She was waiting for him because she knew the potion to get them back. Quickly, he ordered, knowing Quirrell was not far behind. The potion had already worn off for him, but it wouldn't stop Voldemort, whom he doubted could feel pain. Cho quickly took a swig of the potion, as did he. Voldemort appeared. The flame melted his flesh and set his clothes alight, but he still moved forward. Really? Cho sighed, knowing what Harry was about to do. He picked her up and dragged her through the air as they rushed to escape the monstrosity chasing them. Have you got a plan? She demanded, watching Voldemort with evident worry. No, Harry replied honestly, entering the troll room. He ignored the stench as it was mixing with that of Voldemort's burning flesh and left the room very quickly. Give me the stone, Voldemort screeched through black lips. His tongue was shriveling into ash and his fingers were falling apart. His eyes had yellowed and his teeth were rotted. Faster, Cho urged as they entered the chess room. The board had reassembled and the pieces were just waiting for someone else to take up the game. Harry saw the far door was blocked and he could not fly over without one of the pieces stabbing up at him or hitting Cho. He landed at turned as Voldemort charged into the room. Cho looked queasy at the sight of his decaying form, but Harry was busy looking for a way out. Voldemort sensed he had beaten the two. Give me the stone, he rasped in a voice that was hoarse and angry. He would not be able to speak for much longer. Cho's hand went to her pocket to check the stone was still there. Give it to me, Voldemort roared. Harry just glared up at him and stood in front of Cho. What are you going to do now, boy? I have won, Voldemort spat with some difficulty. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. A dry and unimpressed voice filled the room. Voldemort turned shocked to see Draco Malfoy causally propped up against a chess piece. I'm going to say, knight to f3, Draco smugly retorted before Voldemort could say anything. Sure enough, the knight moved, but Harry could not see what it was going to do. Was that supposed to impress? Voldemort hissed. No, that's going to hurt, Draco remarked causally as Voldemort was backhanded by the same queen that had hit Draco. He went soaring through the air, but unlike Draco, Voldemort was nothing but a frail form. The moment he hit the wall, he collapsed and crumbled into dust. How the... Harry exclaimed. Don't look at the actor, look at the writer, Draco commented, gesturing to Hermione, who had emerged with Crabbe and Goyle from behind a rook. Well, she tried to shrug off any involvement with the scheme. Come off it, Draco announced. She bandaged my leg up and thought it would be best if we waited for you too. She came up with this plan when we heard the running. Well, I knew the queen could hit almost any target on the board, in particular the ones that whoever was chasing you would be standing, she admitted, looking slightly abashed. Brilliant. Harry beamed at her. Suddenly the room felt dark, and he turned to see something that was neither a ghost nor gas rising from the ashes of coral. Uh-oh, Draco announced as it screamed and lunged at Harry. Then it screamed in terror as his inner Dementor reached out for it, eager to absorb its evil. No, Harry gritted his teeth. He was not going to let evil into him, and not this thing, whatever it was, or he might end up like Coral. The pain of resistance was stunning, but he would not let it in. Harry, Cho called, followed by Hermione and Draco. Crabbe and Goyle were beside him and were keeping him standing. It was a good thing too. Focus on them, he told himself as his inner self battled with his personality. The pain just grew and Harry gritted his teeth. Focus, he ordered, and suddenly he fell back, exhausted but empty of that evil. Harry, Draco called, worried, as Crabbe and Goyle struggled to keep Harry awake. However, he did not focus on anyone at that moment because in a flash he was locked in a deep sleep. His last thought was of the mirror, for in that very moment in the other room it began to glow. For blood and hate, his heart remains closed. Chapter 23. Raised by Darkness. Chapter 23. Harry awoke to what tasted like melted gold running down his throat. The last thing he remembered, what the disgruntled spirit of Voldemort attacked him. He already knew Voldemort would be injured, and quite heavily. In some way Harry saved his enemy. If he had allowed Voldemort to enter him, then the man would have destroyed and Harry would have become something much different. Something he did not want to think about. Harry, he heard Cho's voice first and a hand on his shoulder. His vision was blurry, but slowly he was refocusing. Told you it would work, he heard Hermione grumble. Draco normally would have made some kind of comment by now, but instead he helped Harry to his feet. Quirrell? Harry checked, hoping the man was dead. He's stuttering with Satan now, Draco confirmed, feeling no sympathy for either of the men who tried to kill them. Voldemort? Harry continued, noticing that not a single person in the group flinched at the name. Long gone, Draco answered. The group had seen the spirit fly away from Harry, screeching with pain as it was almost devoured. They were still in the chess room and no one had arrived to help them. The ash pile that was once Coral Voldemort was in one corner and the spirit was long gone. Hopefully he gave Voldemort a fright, he would not soon forget, and if the man had any sense, he would not come close to Harry in spirit form again. "Are you okay?" Cho asked suddenly. It took Harry a few moments to grab hold of reality. Then he saw a thick golden liquid on the floor. "You used the elixir," he realized looking at the stone. Cho was holding it and nodded. It healed obviously, and if it kept drinking it he would be immortal, something he was not going to do. In fact, he intended to return to Flamel the moment he could, but he could not help feel touched that his friends had gone to such lengths for him. "Well, thanks for almost dying back there. You're our ride home, remember, because I have a strange feeling unless Crabbe can turn into Fly and Goyle can become a giant green monster, we are not getting out of here in a hurry," Draco remarked dryly once he realized the danger had passed. Harry shook his head at the comment as Cho flashed Draco an irritated glare. "Though we need to thank Hermione who worked out it would help more." Draco pointed to the bushy-haired girl, who for the second time this night flushed red. Harry did what he would do when anyone saved his life. He hugged her. "Brilliant," was all he could say. The elixir would have sped up the time it took for him to heal, and not knowing the full extent of his powers Harry would have guessed it would take some considerable time. "Aw," Draco commented looking at Cho with wide arms. "No," was all she could say with narrow eyes. Draco looked at her with mock hurt and turned to Crabbe and Goyle. "No," the echoed Cho's words, not wanting a hug from anyone right now. "She gets one," Draco murmured in protest, gesturing to Hermione, who had now been released from the embrace. "Save my life first, then I'll think about it." Cho sighed, not completely against the idea. Anyway, they needed to get out of here. "I take that as a challenge." Draco winked at her before turning towards the door. The chess pieces had moved for them to exit the room now, and Draco looked at Harry. "Any clue as to how we're getting out of here again?" he wondered. Harry nodded. He had a plan to get out, one he had come up with around 3 seconds ago. "Is the plan insane?" Draco checked. Harry nodded slightly and Draco burst into a smile. "The only way we do things in this club," he decided, and the 6 of them walked out of the room knowing that the job was done. Though they still had Dumbledore to deal with when he found the pile of ash, the lack of coral, no stone, well, and of course Snape when he woke in the morning to shampoo covering his hair. "Out of pure interest, are you planning on telling Aunt Bella you almost ate the Dark Lord?" 1 week later, Nicholas Flamel had been sitting by the windowsill reading a book. He had been trying to distract himself. Dumbledore had taken the Philosopher's Stone away for safekeeping, but he would some of it soon. Already he felt older and tried to distract himself by burying himself in a book written by one of the great writers he had met during his life. His wife was somewhere downstairs doing the same, but suddenly he heard something. A squawk of some kind, and he turned around to see an owl as white as snow soaring towards his home. It was a manor on one of the islands hidden from Muggle eyes just off Britain, 3 floors. A tower with all the comforts of home was all he needed. The owl, however, was not his, and in the warmth of an early spring sun, he wondered who had sent him at this time. "Hello," he murmured. He was old, there was no denying it, but he had been old for a long time. He had a short gray wispy beard and spectacles hung loosely from his face. His eyes were shining blue and his skin had a darkened tone. He was tall and thin with lines across his face that would never fade. He spoke in a kind voice as the owl landed on his desk. This was his study, but he noticed the owl was carrying something. A package, and so he took the poorly wrapped present and came face to face with the stone. "What on earth?" he questioned aloud as he noticed a note accompanied the owl. He took it. "Dear Mr. Flamel, Hogwarts was never safe for your stone, and now we have stopped it being stolen. We believe it would be safer with its owner. Lord Voldemort attempted to use it so he could return from the dead or whatever he is, and we think it best that you take it back. Please do not mention this to Albus Dumbledore, as he is sure to demand it back. He had his own purposes for the stone, and we think it best if he remained ignorant. Regards. HP. DMCC. HG. VC. Giorni." Flamel smiled. He had a feeling that his old friend had wanted the stone for his own reasons, but he had given it to him. Strange, he did not remember the agreement well, and perhaps this lot was right. They had given him the stone back, ignored the gold it could give or the promise of immortality, and instead wrapped it up and returned it. He had a feeling this lot had the right attitude. The snowy owl was gone, and he had no idea who had sent it. The initials did not ring any bells, and he supposed if they wanted to remain distant he would let them. Though if they ever needed something they just needed to ask. Then the picked up the stone and smiled. 2 months later. Draco, where's Harry? Cho asked from the Ravenclaw table. The group were sitting pretty much back to back, but there was only 5 of them. It was getting close to the end of term, and soon the exam season would be upon them, and then the end of term. The summer was looming, it seemed, and the time had gone quickly. Hermione and Cho were already revising, but they noticed that Harry seemed to spending a lot of time alone. Draco, however, stiffened slightly at the mention of Harry. Cho took this to mean he knew exactly where he was. Harry? Why would I know where Harry is? He's in your house, Draco pointed out. Cho glared at him knowingly. Their adventure had flooded the school the day after they stopped Quirrell, and they become almost celebrities. Fudge had been notified by Harry as Dumbledore wanted to speak to him very soon, and slowly the true rumors of him being raised in Azkaban faded. They were replaced by rumors about Quirrell. Ron had the Gryffindors convinced he had killed Quirrell, while others said otherwise. Cho did not care. She did, however, care about where Harry was. Dumbledore had already tried finding out where the stone was, but strangely his legilimency powers didn't work on any of them. Where is he? She asked darkly. Draco did not answer, and as she saw Harry approach from seemingly nowhere, she wondered if she actually wanted to know. We don't want to ask, do we? Hermione commented. Cho smiled. It seemed great minds thought alike, and she nodded. No, I have a feeling we'll know soon enough. Meanwhile, Fudge and Umbridge flood into Dumbledore's office. He had requested Fudge's presence, and while he would have gone alone, he decided to bring Dolores along. She was going to note down the entire conversation just in case the man tried something. Thank you for coming, Dumbledore greeted. He had bags under his eyes now. His plan had gone completely off track. He had lost the stone, lost Harry, and had been humiliated all in 1 year. Harry murdered Quirrell, Dumbledore stated. Fudge looked up. Did Dumbledore really think he was that thick? Sorry? Even Umbridge knew the man was trying it on now. He killed a teacher, and while we have no proof, I think he needs to learn a lesson, Dumbledore began darkly. What are you saying? Fudge asked the man. He could see that this was some kind of last-second bid for control over Harry. He had already been discredited, and Fudge had released an official statement that Harry Potter had not been raised in Azkaban, but instead by Ministry employees with a Dementor bodyguard whom he was fond of. Dumbledore had accepted this explanation, as had most of the wizarding world. They just didn't want to accept that a dark creature could raise a child. I think he needs to go to Azkaban for the summer, Dumbledore answered. His intention was to break Harry in a more direct way, and this would ensure he would be back under his control. However, the reaction he was expecting was shock and horror, which he would use against them. What he wasn't expecting was for both of them to burst out laughing. Sure thing. Tell you what, I'll send him there for Christmas too. Fudge chortled. Dumbledore looked aghast. Albus, come on. He called a Dementor mum in a public place. I mean, do you really think that was some kind of... For goodness sake, think about it, man, Fudge continued. And if this information leaves this room, then the world will know who tried to send their savior to a prison, Umbridge added sternly. Dumbledore shrank back in his chair, realizing the minister had outwitted him. The last night of term. On the whole, a good year for Ravenclaw. They had won the House Cup without much effort at all. Literally, Cho had proved to be a much better seeker than she thought, and Harry was just Harry. They had been named the Lightning Duo. They worked together, and often if you tried to stop one, the other would interfere. Wood had ended up in tears after he had lost for the 9th time in a row, and Ronald Weasley had turned the color of a tomato. The whole group had passed their exams with flying colors, as did Ron Weasley, much to their annoyance. Currently, Gryffindor were in the lead with points, as Dumbledore had proved to be much less fair when he realized his pawn was lost. Ravenclaw were 100 points behind, and Slytherin almost 200. Where's Harry? Cho demanded to Draco. Draco stiffened again. No idea, he stammered very quickly. Cho had tried to find out a lot, but for some reason she couldn't get Draco to talk. She wanted to. No, now. It was the feast, and in the morning they would be off. They would meet in the summer, obviously, but for some reason Cho felt something was off. She just didn't know what. Cho, Hermione urged suddenly. Cho turned to see the Weasley twins giggling in the corner. Oh no. She sighed, realized whatever he had been planning on the train had spilled into his time at Hogwarts. Now it was coming to fruition, and she was not too happy. Draco, she hissed, realizing he had known he was planning some kind of prank all along. Draco just beamed at her as Dumbledore stood up to make his speech. This isn't going to end well, Cho sighed. Snape had been searching for whoever had pulled the shampoo joke for a while, and it looked like his search was coming to an end. For in that moment a torrent of foam exploded from the ceiling. Dumbledore had no time to react as he was suddenly covered from head to toe in a pink foam. Cho, Draco, the rest of the hall and some teachers burst out laughing as Harry appeared next to them. He had dropped into his seat next to Cho. "What's going on?" he asked innocently. Cho hit him with the glare she usually reserved for Draco as Dumbledore cleaned himself off. It took a few minutes and Snape was already looking at Harry, who he had seen drop into his seat. Dumbledore shook the whole thing off with a chuckle before beginning his speech. Then he mentioned the house cup. "Before we begin, Headmaster, may I make an announcement?" Snape asked suddenly. Dumbledore was caught off guard. He had never had this happen before, but he nodded. Snape turned to the hall. He knew what transpired with Quirrell and had become a listener to the group. However, Harry had not been expecting him to interrupt a speech. "An interesting year," he began to the silent hall, "and I have realized a number of things this year, among others. Firstly, I think I owe a few people some points." The crowd began to stir. This was unusual, and suddenly the Gryffindors looked nervous. "Firstly, to my own house, for keeping the lessons alive with wit, I give 10 points to Draco Malfoy," he announced. Dumbledore was looking wary, but this was not against the rules. "For the best game of wizard chess I've seen played in a long time, I give Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle 50 points. The hall stirred again, but they knew this total could not compete with that of Lyons. Dumbledore looked relieved, but Snape wasn't finished. No one cheered yet, as no one had yet beaten the Lions. "To Ravenclaw, for surprising the most deadly enemy with a simple tactic, I award Hermione Granger 30 points. The Ravenclaw table now waited with held breath. "For showing courage, determination, I give the Harry Potter and Cho Chang 30 points each," Snape continued. Only 10 more points was needed now. "And for standing up for one another, I give Harry Potter, Cho Chang, Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle 2 points each." McGonagall interrupted, startling the hall yet again as Dumbledore looked angered. His staff were going against him, and even the head of the house that was about to win knew he had been unfair. "Ravenclaw only needed 3 more points. And for showing the best Quidditch I've ever seen, I give the Lightning Duo 1 point each," Phyllis finished. 1 point below what they needed to be even. "But on a more negative note, for bullying, spreading rumors and harassment, I take 3 points from Ron Weasley." Sprout ended. All the heads of houses had come together. The Ravenclaw table exploded into cheers and claps, and Dumbledore stood to attention. He had not planned for this. Not by a long shot. "So it seems with 699 points Ravenclaw win the House Cup this year," Dumbledore sighed. The cheering did not stop for a while, and all of the group clanged their goblets together. "To us," Draco announced loudly. They echoed his words. They had been through a lot, and it was time to celebrate. "And may nothing bad happen next year," he finished. They all started to laugh. What could be worse than what they had faced this year after all? "Why do I have a feeling I'm going to regret those words?"